Chapter 2023. Although Xianxia had only joined the Wu Battalion for a short time, he was born with the personality of being able to get along well with anyone. In addition to his special identity as the son of Lu Guogong, many people in the Wu Battalion used to be Xianxia's subordinates. Therefore, although Xianxia had only joined the Wu Battalion for a short time, he was already very familiar with most of the soldiers in the Wu Battalion. As for Lu Ming, when Xianxia was assigned by Li Zixuan to help in the kitchen, he had interacted with Lu Ming before. Lu Ming was a generous and straightforward person, which was very similar to Xianxia's temperament. In addition, Lu Ming and his cook's army unit had contributed 3 meals a day to the soldiers in the Wu Battalion. To these soldiers, what was the most important thing? Filling their stomachs every day was the most important thing. Whether Xianxia and the other soldiers could fill their stomachs or not was directly related to the cook's army unit. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, not only could Xianxia not tolerate it, the other soldiers in the Wu Battalion also couldn't tolerate it. What? Fire Master Lu had been severely injured by the 2nd Battalion? Mother ***, those bastards in the 2nd Battalion. Let's go and take revenge for Fire Master Lu. Revenge? We must take revenge. Does the 2nd Battalion think that our brothers in the Wu Battalion are easy to bully? Mother ***, how dare they injure Fire Master Lu? Isn't this destroying our jobs? Brothers, let's go to the 2nd Battalion and F***CK Yuan de Shang. Because Xianxia's voice was loud, and because the first round of the competition had just ended, the soldiers here weren't cheering for their brothers like before. The surrounding environment was relatively quiet. So many people heard Xianxia's loud roar. As a result, more and more soldiers in the Wu Battalion heard the news that Lu Ming was seriously injured. In a moment, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were enraged, and they all wanted to go to the 2nd Battalion to settle the score with Yuan de Shang. All of you, stop right there. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Sun Jiping had no choice but to stand up and block the path of Xianxia and the others, shouting loudly to stop them. He was also to blame for this. Just now, he was standing too close to Xianxia. When a soldier came to report to him that Lu Ming was severely injured, Xianxia heard everything clearly. Xianxia was a hot-tempered person who would explode at the slightest touch. When he heard this news, he was instantly enraged. With his loud voice, more than half of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion knew about this news. Plus, Lu Ming's identity was special, and he had a good relationship with the people in the 5th Battalion. Therefore, Sun Jiping didn't find it strange at all that the soldiers were clamoring to avenge Lu Ming. Officer Sun, what do you mean by this? Why are you stopping us? Xianxia was not afraid of anything. When he saw Sun Jiping blocking their way, Old Cheng immediately glared at him with displeasure. He had a look that said, "If you don't like what you say, I'll F***CK you up." Sun Jiping wasn't scared. Hearing this, he glared at Xianxia and the soldiers behind him. He shouted in a deep voice, "Xianxia, what are you doing? Are you trying to gather people to fight or mutiny? This is the military camp, not outside. The country has its laws, and the army has its rules. Whether Yuan de Shang is in the wrong or not, it's not up to you to cause trouble in the 2nd Battalion. Adjutant Li and General Duan will investigate and give Lu Ming justice." Seeing that Sun Jiping mentioned Li Zixuan, Xianxia and the other soldiers of the 5th Battalion had no choice but to suppress the anger in their hearts. Because for now, Li Zixuan still had absolute prestige in the 5th Battalion. Then we can't just stand by and watch Firehead Lu get bullied, right? Xianxia was not convinced, but his tone wasn't as aggressive as before. Sun Jiping said with a serious face, "Do you know why Lu Ming got injured?" Lu Ming knew that his opponent was stronger than him, but he didn't lose immediately, because he knew that he was representing the 5th Battalion in this battle, and he got injured for the honor of the 5th Battalion. If you rush to the 2nd Battalion to settle the score with Yuan de Shang, you will make the 5th Battalion bear the crime of gathering people to fight. You will bring shame to the entire 2nd Battalion. All of you stay here and fight well. As for the 2nd Battalion, I will personally go there. This general will personally seek justice for Lu Ming." Sun Jiping's words were righteous, reasonable, and powerful. In addition, he had already mentioned Li Zishuan. Only then did the restless soldiers of the 5th Battalion calm down. Cheng Chimo said to Sun Jiping, "Lieutenant Sun, since I'm done with the battle, I'll go with you. If those bastards from the 2nd Battalion want to use violence against you, I can at least help them, right?" Cheng Chimo knew clearly that the 2nd Battalion was under Qiu Xingong's protection. Yuan Deshang might have been under Qiu Xingong's orders to injure Lu Ming. Even if that wasn't the case, Qiu Xingong would still side with the 2nd Battalion soldiers. If Qiu Xingong used his status to pressure Sun Jiping, then things wouldn't be good. Other people might be afraid of Qiu Xingong, but Cheng Chimo wasn't, because his father was the devil incarnate. As long as he didn't violate the military rules, Qiu Xingong wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "All right, then Chimo, you will follow me." Sun Jiping pondered for a moment and understood the crux of the matter. He nodded his head and replied. Soon, the two of them left the training grounds of the 5th Battalion and walked quickly towards the 2nd Battalion training grounds. "Physician Sikong, how is his injury?" On the other side, Li Zishuan saw Sikong stand up and quickly asked. It was worth mentioning that when Sikong was treating Lu Ming, Duan Jishuan also rushed over. Sikong looked at Li Zishuan and Duan Jishuan with a serious face, and then quickly said, "His injury is very serious. His abdomen is severely injured. His liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys, and other organs were all displaced due to the huge impact. There are more than 10 fractures on his back. Luckily, this kid's body is strong and his spine wasn't broken. Otherwise, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. I need a few people to carry him to the tent and immediately treat him. Although he can be saved, but with such serious injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover without 1 or 2 months." Hearing this, Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, and the other soldiers of the 5th Battalion all had red eyes and stared at Yuan Deshang with hatred. Li Zishuan secretly clenched his fist. Although his medical skills were good, he didn't have any special methods to treat Lu Ming's external and internal injuries. Sikong was confident that he could cure Lu Ming's injuries, which was already considered a blessing in disguise. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his chest, Li Zishuan didn't wait for Duan Jishuan's order and spoke first. "Fang Yong, Zhou Erfu, help physician Sikong carry Lu Ming away for treatment. Be careful. Lu Ming had already suffered such serious injuries. He definitely couldn't suffer any more injuries. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only let his own people handle this matter." "Yes, join the army." The two cupped their fists and accepted the order. Very quickly, they brought over a door plank. With the help and guidance of the 2 military doctors, they carefully carried Lu Ming onto the plank. Then, they carried the unconscious Lu Ming and the door plank out of the drill ground. Now, General Qiu, do you still think that Yuan Deshang accidentally injured Lu Ming?" After settling Lu Ming down, Li Zishuan directly looked at Qiu Xingong and said. His eyes were very calm, but this was only the calm before the storm. Behind the calm, there was endless anger. Chapter 2024. What are you talking about, adjunctly? The details of what had happened were very clear. Yuan Deshang was determined to win the competition. After he injured Lu Ming with one move, he didn't know if Lu Ming still had the strength to fight, so he took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack, causing Lu Ming to be seriously injured. This was an unintentional mistake caused by Yuan Deshang's desire to win. If this was considered a mistake, then who would dare to go all out in the following matches? What's the point of the Black Armored Army holding a martial arts competition? Moreover, Lieutenant Li, you have said before that you would rather the soldiers sweat more and get more injuries on the training ground than die on the battlefield. Why do you still want to pester us endlessly when the soldiers of the V Battalion are injured? In the Black Armored Army drill ground, Qiu Xingong had already thought of an excuse when faced with Li Zishuan's challenge. He looked at Li Zishuan and said, righteously, without any change in his expression. The old man's words didn't sound wrong at first. He even used Li Zishuan's words to attack Li Zishuan's shield with his spear. He was indeed a cunning old fox. In fact, it was easy to find loopholes in Qiu Xingong's words. In a battle between warriors, as long as it wasn't a battle of life and death involving personal grudges, they would usually have a sense of propriety. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, it meant that Yuan Desheng not only didn't have a sense of propriety, but also wanted to kill Lu Ming on purpose. As for what Qiu Xingong said about accidentally injuring someone, that was even more nonsense and sophistry. As a Qi transformation realm martial artist, their control over their strength was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people might accidentally injure their opponent in a fight, but a Qi transformation realm martial artist had a relatively accurate estimation of the power of their every move and the damage they could cause. As long as they didn't want to injure or kill their opponent on their own accord, it was basically very difficult for accidents to occur. Yuan Desheng's final attack, after injuring Lu Ming, was impossible to be an unintentional mistake. It was also not in line with the spirit of stopping when the time is right that Duan Jixuan said at the beginning of the martial arts competition. However, both Qiu Xingong and Yuan Desheng insisted that it was an accident, and there was no direct evidence to prove that Yuan Desheng did it on purpose. Therefore, it was hard to conclude this matter. Even though Duan Jixuan knew in his heart that Yuan Desheng might have been instructed by Qiu Xingong to use the martial arts competition as an excuse to harm the soldiers of the Wu Battalion, he still couldn't accuse Yuan Desheng of anything. This was because it would be easy for others to use this against him. Qiu Xingong might also use this as a pretext to make a fuss. When that time came, if everyone in the army was afraid of being punished for accidentally injuring someone during the competition, then there would really be no need for the martial arts competition to continue. What a good, wholeheartedly seeking victory. If I want to fight with General Qiu, will General Qiu be willing? For the remaining 4 matches in the first round, why don't I replace the 4th team of the Wu Battalion and General Qiu replace the 1st team of the Yi Battalion? Let's decide the winner in one match. What do you think, General Qiu? Li Zixuan sneered and looked straight at Qiu Xingong. Without any warning, he issued a challenge to Qiu Xingong. Hard. Li Zixuan's words could only be described with one word, and that was hard. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. All the surrounding soldiers, no matter if they were from the Yi Battalion or the Wu Battalion, all turned their gazes towards Li Zixuan. The Tang people revered martial arts, and the Tang army was even more so. As soldiers, not only did they revere martial arts, they were even more competitive. Li Zixuan issuing a challenge to Qiu Xingong was like roasting Qiu Xingong on a fire. If Qiu Xingong didn't agree, then he wouldn't have the face to stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. After all, as a high-ranking officer of the Black Armored Army, if he didn't even have the courage to fight, how would he be able to command his subordinates in the future? In the army, strength was everything, and the strong were respected. However, if Qiu Xingong agreed, and if he couldn't win, or if Li Zixuan took the opportunity to injure him, then not only would he lose face, his body would also suffer. No one would have thought that Li Zixuan would issue a challenge to Qiu Xingong for an ordinary soldier. This was clearly offending Qiu Xingong to the point of death. At this point, some of the 2nd Battalion soldiers who were used to hearing bad things about Li Zixuan changed their impression of Li Zixuan. A good general who was respected by his soldiers, other than being strong and able to win battles, more importantly, he loved and protected his soldiers. Li Zixuan's action of challenging the second-in-command of the Black Armored Army to fight for justice for his subordinates, it was hard not to have a good impression of him. Qiu Xingong's face darkened as he stared coldly at Li Zixuan. He didn't think that Li Zixuan would act so unconventionally and challenge him to a duel. If this was outside, he could ignore it. However, this was the army camp, and there were so many soldiers watching. If he rejected Li Zixuan's challenge now, it wouldn't take more than 2 hours for all the soldiers of the Black Armored Army to find out about this and secretly mock him. Then, how would he have the face to stay in the Black Armored Army in the future? The Grand General organized the combat tournament for ordinary soldiers. Even the captains of the various battalions are not allowed to participate. How can this general and adjunctly break the rules? After hesitating for a moment, Qiu Xingong opened his mouth to speak. He didn't agree nor reject the challenge. Instead, he brought out Duan Xuan and the rules of the tournament to reply to Li Zixuan. It wasn't that he didn't dare to accept the challenge, but that the rules of the tournament didn't allow it. In reality, Qiu Xingong really didn't dare to accept the challenge. No matter how much he looked down on Li Zixuan, there was one thing he had to admit. Li Zixuan's individual martial arts skills were indeed much higher than his. Not to mention his martial arts skills, just based on the fact that Li Zixuan was able to survive a head-on battle with the Grandmaster Wuxia at the Longmen Pass. There weren't many people in the entire Great Tang who could do that. Naturally, Qiu Xingong couldn't do it. Thus, no matter what, Qiu Xingong wasn't willing to fight with Li Zixuan one-on-one. If he lost, he would be humiliated and injured. If he won, it seemed like he had no chance of winning at all. Hearing Qiu Xingong mention himself, Duan Zixuan's eyes flickered. As the commanding general of the Black Armored Army, even if he stood on Li Zixuan's side, he couldn't completely kill Qiu Xingong. He needed to maintain a balance in the middle. After a moment of silence, Duan Zixuan was about to speak when a mocking voice suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. What do you mean by breaking the rules? Could it be that General Qiu doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Boom! A commotion instantly broke out among the surrounding soldiers. No one expected someone to be so bold as to humiliate Qiu Xingong in public. Everyone craned their necks, wanting to see who was the one who spoke such arrogant words. Chapter 2025. General Cheng Chumo pays his respects to General Duan, General Qiu, and Adjunct Li. Cheng Chumo cupped his fists and bowed to Duan Zixuan, Qiu Xingong, and Li Zixuan respectively. The Tang army had a strict hierarchy, and the crime of being disrespectful to a general could be serious or not. In order to shut Qiu Xingong's mouth, Cheng Chumo could only put on an act and bow to the three generals of the Black Armored Army. Then, he looked at Qiu Xingong and said, "General Qiu, don't be so disrespectful. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. I just heard that Adjunct Li didn't know what was good for him and wanted to challenge General Qiu. I thought that since General Qiu's martial arts are unparalleled and your strength is the best in the three armies, you wouldn't be afraid of Adjunct Li. But I didn't expect, it must be because General Qiu doesn't want to bully the weak, so you didn't agree to Adjunct Li's challenge. TSK, General Qiu is really noble and cunning. I mean scheming and calculating. As the saying went, one would only regret not having enough knowledge when it was time to use it. Cheng Chumo really wanted to use another method to tactfully humiliate Qiu Xingong. But he was not born to be good at using words, and he didn't have much knowledge in his mind. After saying a few idioms, he was already at a loss for words. But even so, Qiu Xingong was still angered by Cheng Chumo's sarcastic and obviously humiliating words. If there wasn't anyone else here, he would have killed Cheng Chumo to silence him. The surrounding soldiers all changed their expressions when they heard Cheng Chumo's words. Gradually, the way they looked at Qiu Xingong changed. For the past 10 years, Qiu Xingong had been able to maintain a high reputation in the Black Armored Army, not only because of his seniority and outstanding military exploits, but also because of his powerful strength. He was able to subdue all the soldiers in the Black Armored Army. But now, when faced with a challenge from a junior like Li Zixuan, Qiu Xingong had actually cowered and avoided the battle. Cheng Chumo's sarcastic words could be said to have completely stripped Qiu Xingong of his bright exterior. This caused the 2nd Battalion soldiers, who usually worshipped Qiu Xingong, to have a change of attitude in an instant. They became disappointed and looked at him with disdain. "Shut up." Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Qiu Xingong's eyes were about to spit fire. He forcefully resisted the urge to chop Cheng Chumo into pieces and forcefully reproached him. "Cheng, now it is the competition time for the various battalions. As a member of the team, one of the Wu Battalion, what are you doing here instead of staying in the competition?" This old man was obviously enraged and wanted to use his status to avenge his personal grudge. Cheng Chumo rubbed his nose and was about to explain himself when Sun Jiping beat him to it. General Chiu, Cheng Chumo has already gone up for the competition. I heard that the main battalion soldier Lu Ming was severely injured in the competition, so I brought Cheng Chumo over to help carry Lu Ming to the military doctor. As a new general who had just joined the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping didn't have any foundation here, and he had never thought of sucking up to anyone. But now that Li Zixuan had joined the Black Armored Army, he was on Li Zixuan's side. This meant that he was destined to be on the opposite side of Qiu Xingong sooner or later. So at this moment, he wasn't afraid of offending Qiu Xingong and took the initiative to help him out. That's right. We are here to save someone. Cheng Chumo nodded in agreement. Then he quickly walked over to Li Zixuan and asked softly, "Little Xian, where is Lu Ming? Is his injury serious?" Li Zixuan glanced sideways at Cheng Chumo and replied softly, "He has already been carried away by the military doctor. His injury is very serious, but it was treated in time, so his life shouldn't be in danger." Phew, that's good. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo heaved a sigh of relief. He was on good terms with Lu Ming and naturally didn't want him to lose his life because of a competition. But after hearing that Lu Ming's injury was very serious, Cheng Chumo was still a little angry. He said softly, "Then what should we do now? We can't just let it go, right? I think that Yuan Desheng must have been ordered by Qiu Xingong. Little Xian, we have to avenge Lu Ming." Hearing this, Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't want to just let it go. He also wanted to avenge Lu Ming. But Yuan Desheng insisted that it was a slip of the hand, and Qiu Xingong was like a tortoise in its shell. He didn't accept his challenge at all. He couldn't just roll up his sleeves and beat up Qiu Xingong in front of so many people, right? That wouldn't be in line with the military rules and his principles as a person. He was a civilized person. All right, this matter ends here. The 1st team of the 2nd Battalion and the 4th team of the 5th Battalion will continue the competition. Cheng Chumo was born with a loud voice. Although he tried his best to lower his voice, his words were still heard by Duan Jixuan, who was standing not too far away from Li Zixuan. Hearing that Cheng Chumo wanted to encourage Li Zixuan to continue making a scene, Duan Jixuan had no choice but to stand up and speak sternly to the crowd. In the previous competition, regardless of whether Yuan Desheng did it intentionally or not, this general doesn't want the same thing to happen a second time. The Black Armored Army's martial art competition was originally organized for the purpose of learning from each other and to increase the motivation of the soldiers during their daily training. It's not for you to use this opportunity to fight valiantly and secretly take revenge. Previously, this general has already said that I hope that you all will stop when the competition starts. If there are any more people who use underhanded means and injure their fellow soldiers in order to obtain victory, then Zhang Kongnian and the rest will serve as a warning to you all. Although from standpoint, Duan Jixuan was on Li Zixuan's side. However, with the current situation, there was no benefit to being entangled in the matter of Yuan Desheng injuring Lu Ming. Moreover, dragging this matter on wasn't a solution as it would delay the entire martial arts competition. Thus, he could only suppress this matter for now and quickly resume the martial arts competition. Of course, he still had to give out the necessary warnings. Otherwise, the members of the 2nd Battalion would only get worse. Understood. Military orders were like mountains. Since Duan Jixuan had personally spoken, no matter what the crowd thought, no one dared to disobey. They all cupped their fists and accepted the order. As for Qiu Xingong and the few members of the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion beside him. Chapter 2026. 2nd round. Ma Yong of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion against Su Zhenan of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion. This is a sparring match. Do not go overboard. Intentionally injuring others will be punished by military law. A quarter of an hour later, the 2nd Battalion's fighting competition resumed. Ma Yong and Zhou Erfu, who had previously sent Lu Ming to the tent for treatment, had also returned at this time. After both teams had decided on their members, the referee, Deng Kong, announced loudly with a serious face. Different from before, Deng Kong emphasized the principle of going overboard this time as a warning to the 2nd Battalion. Fight well. Don't think that you can't win just because your opponent's realm is higher than yours. Realm is not the only factor that determines victory. You guys have trained harder than anyone else, so your physical fitness and strength are your advantages. Perform well and deal with your opponent calmly. Then you will have a chance to win. Before Ma Yong went on stage, Li Zixuan walked to the latter's side and patted his shoulder as he spoke in a low voice. These words were not only for Ma Yong, but also for the other 3 members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion who had yet to go on stage. This was because their opponents were the elites of the 2nd Battalion. In terms of martial arts realm, the 5th Battalion was generally 1 level lower than the 2nd Battalion. However, in this world, it didn't mean that someone with a higher realm would be able to win against someone with a lower realm. There were many factors that influenced the outcome of a battle. As someone who had been through many battles, Li Zixuan was very clear that the level of a person's realm would only affect the amount of Xianxia and the degree of control over one's strength. These weren't insurmountable gaps and could be bridged with other advantages. The 5th Battalion was the first battalion to adopt the new training manual, and the various training contents in the new manual were highly targeted toward the training of the soldiers' arm strength, shoulder strength, physical strength, reflexes, and speed. Li Zixuan believed that after these few days of training, Ma Yong and the others would definitely have a certain advantage in these areas. Besides, even if they couldn't win, Li Zixuan didn't want Ma Yong and the others to miss out on this opportunity to challenge someone with a higher realm. To a martial artist, the process of challenging someone with a higher realm was often the most beneficial for him. Li Zixuan wasn't worried about the possibility of getting injured during the fight. He didn't believe that with him supervising at the side, the members of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion would dare to do anything underhanded. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Zixuan wouldn't allow the members of the 2nd Battalion to injure the members of the 5th Battalion. Under normal circumstances, he could completely accept the injuries caused by the fight. Otherwise, there would be no point in continuing this fighting competition. What he couldn't accept was Yuan Desheng's fighting style of wanting to kill his opponent with every move. Little Xian was right. So what if he had a high cultivation level? Wei Xian's opponents in these 2 years. If you guys go all out, you will definitely have a chance to win. Cheng Chumo chuckled at this time and also chimed in. The corner of Ma Yong's mouth twitched. He had naturally heard of Li Zixuan's battle with Snake King, the annihilation of the 7 cultivators sect, and the battle with the great Grandmaster Wuxia. It seemed that for Li Zixuan, challenging someone with a higher realm than him had become a common occurrence. But Li Zixuan was after all from a famous sect. How could he compare? Cheng Chumo, this idiot, really didn't know what to say. Thank you for joining the army. This subordinate will definitely do his best and not embarrass the 5th Battalion. Chapter 2027. Huff. What kind of monster is this Yuchi boy? In the arena of the Wu Battalion, Xiang Peng wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He and Yuchi Baolin had already fought dozens of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. The true chi in his energy center was already showing signs of depletion. But what about Yuchi Baolin? Other than some dust on his body and looking a little disheveled, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. His strength was still as great as before, and his reflexes were also as fast as before. After the two of them clashed again and knocked each other back, Xiang Peng panted and looked at Yuchi Baolin. He wasn't the only one who found it strange. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion also found it strange. Before the battle, they didn't think that Yuchi Baolin would win. They thought that it would be difficult for Yuchi Baolin to last more than 10 rounds against Xiang Peng. After all, the gap between the two of them was obvious. But they didn't expect Yuchi Baolin to last more than 30 rounds against Xiang Peng without showing any signs of defeat. Instead, it was Xiang Peng who was panting. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. What the hell was going on? Next, it's my turn to attack. Be careful. Yuchi Baolin stood still, took a deep breath, and said to Xiang Peng. Xiang Peng was shocked when he heard that, because when he thought about it carefully, in the previous 30 rounds against Yuchi Baolin, he was the one who took the initiative to attack, and Yuchi Baolin was the one who passively defended. At first, he thought that Yuchi Baolin was weak and could only defend passively under his attacks. But now, he realized how laughable his initial thinking was. It wasn't that Yuchi Baolin was weak and couldn't attack, but he was waiting for the right moment, waiting for his true chi to run out before launching a counterattack. After Yuchi Baolin finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and disappeared from where he stood. Then he charged at Xiang Peng at an extremely fast speed. Actually, speed wasn't Yuchi Baolin's strong suit. His current speed wasn't slow, but it definitely wasn't fast either. If Xiang Peng was at his peak, he wouldn't even care about Yuchi Baolin's speed. But the current Xiang Peng, huff. Just what kind of monster is this Yuchi family's brat? In the arena of the Wu Battalion, Xiang Peng was determined to end the battle as soon as possible. He and Yuchi Baolin had already fought for dozens of rounds, but there was still no clear winner. The genuine chi in his dantian was even showing signs of running out. But what about Yuchi Baolin? Other than a little dust on his body and a somewhat wretched appearance, he didn't seem to be injured. His strength was just as great as before, and his reactions were just as fast as before. After the two of them clashed again and knocked each other back, Xiang Peng panted twice. He looked at Yuchi Baolin and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. He wasn't the only one who found it strange. The other members of the 1st Unit of the 5th Battalion also found it strange. Before the battle, they didn't think much of Yuchi Baolin. They thought that it would be difficult for Yuchi Baolin to last more than 10 rounds against Xiang Peng. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them. However, they never expected that Yuchi Baolin would be able to last more than 30 rounds against Xiang Peng without showing any signs of defeat. Instead, it was Xiang Peng who was panting. It was obvious that he had exhausted himself. Chapter 2028. Victory. Baolin actually won. Huh. 2 consecutive victories. Our team, one of the Wu Battalion, will definitely enter the knockout round this time. After the referee announced that Yuchi Baolin had obtained the victory of the 2nd round, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion immediately let out a burst of wild cheers. Shenmu, Wang Rong, and Xiao Ming, the 3 members of the Wu Battalion, quickly came to Yuchi Baolin's side. They patted on Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and laughed loudly. Huh, Baolin, good job. I couldn't tell that you were hiding your skills. Not bad, not bad. Baolin, your skills are not bad. Now that our team has won 2 consecutive rounds, it is almost certain that we will enter the next round of the knockout round. Yuchi Baolin was flattered by the crowd's attention. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm just lucky, haha. The few of them laughed and joked for a while. Then Shenmu began to plan the candidates for the 3rd round. He said, after Xiang Peng was defeated, the remaining 3 members of Team 4 of the Wu Battalion are not very strong. Logically speaking, no matter who goes up, they will be able to win smoothly. However, if we want to win the next round with the least exhaustion, I feel that you, Xiao Ming, are the most suitable. Your attacking style is the sharpest among us. If you go up and end the battle quickly, we will have more energy to face stronger opponents in the following knockout rounds. What do you think? After saying that, Shenmu looked at the most burly soldier among the 4 of them. The reason why he sent Xiao Ming, other than the latter's attacking style, was that Xiao Ming was the youngest among the 3 of them and had the most stamina. Although Wang Rong was strong, he was after all over 30 years old. In terms of stamina and explosive power, he was naturally not as good as Xiao Ming. Therefore, unless it was the most crucial moment, Shenmu would not send Wang Rong, this trump card, to fight. The soldier nodded and said with a confident look, no problem. Brother Baolin can defeat Xiang Peng. There is no reason for me to lose to the other 3 in the next round. Old Shun, don't worry, I will definitely win within 10 moves. Hearing that, Shenmu patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said, good. If we win the preliminary round with the least consumption, our chances of winning the knockout round will be even greater. In this fighting competition, our team's goal is to enter the finals. Otherwise, we'll disappoint Kanjun Li and Field Officer Sun. That's right. We must enter the finals of this fighting competition. Xiao Ming, Wang Rong, and Yuchi Baolin nodded in agreement. At this moment, the referee walked over, looked at Shenmu, and asked, Shenmu, who's on your team for this round? Shenmu naturally pushed Xiao Ming out, and said, "Xiaoming." The referee nodded and turned towards the direction of the 3rd Battalion. "Xiang Peng, who's going to fight in the next round?" Not long after, the same question was asked to Xiang Peng. Xiang Peng turned his head and exchanged glances with the other team members. Everyone nodded towards him. Then, Xiang Peng took a deep breath, looked towards the referee, and replied in a deep voice, "3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion voluntarily admits defeat. There is no need to fight the 3rd round." Once these words came out, the referee's face instantly revealed a trace of astonishment. However, the few members of the 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion didn't have any expression of surprise on their faces. Evidently, before the referee arrived, they had already discussed and reached a consensus on this matter. The 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, and the 5th Battalion, 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion weren't far apart. Xiang Peng's words naturally fell into the ears of Shen Mu, Wang Rong, and the rest. The 4 of them instantly cast their gazes towards Xiang Peng. At this moment, the referee finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Xiang Peng with a solemn face and said, "Are you sure?" Chapter 2029. 2nd Battalion of the Black Armored Army. Ma Yong of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion and Su Jinan of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion were engaged in a battle that didn't seem that intense. The reason why it wasn't that intense was because one of them was attacking with all his might, while the other was defending with ease. It wasn't like the previous battle between Lu Ming and Yuan Desheng, where every punch hit the flesh and was extraordinarily intense. Su Jinan's level of martial arts was much higher than Ma Yong's. Hence, with the advantage of the qi in his body, he was able to easily deal with Ma Yong's attacks. The two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there wasn't any sign of a victor being decided. Actually, with Su Jinan's strength, if he were to focus all his attacks on Ma Yong, it would be very difficult for Ma Yong to defend himself. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he was casually dealing with Ma Yong's attacks, while secretly observing the situation outside the arena from the corner of his eye. More accurately, he was observing Li Zexuan and Qiu Xingong, who were standing by the side of the arena. As Qiu Xingong's old subordinate, Su Jinan subconsciously obeyed Qiu Xingong's orders. However, the current situation didn't allow him to follow Qiu Xingong's orders. This was because Li Zexuan had been staring at him and Ma Yong from the side. How would he have the guts to attack Ma Yong? It was true that Qiu Xingong was his old superior, but he didn't dare to attack Ma Yong directly under Li Zexuan's nose. In that case, what awaited him would be severe military law, and it was even very likely that he would be executed directly. His loyalty to Qiu Xingong wasn't to the extent that he would die for him. Hence, Su Jinan had been waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Li Zexuan to shift his gaze elsewhere. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Ma Yong. This way, he would be able to complete Qiu Xingong's mission and not be discovered by Li Zexuan. As long as Li Zexuan didn't see him attacking Ma Yong, he wasn't worried that he would be punished. This was because the surrounding people were all from the 2nd Battalion. Even if the members of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Battalion saw him attacking Ma Yong, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Jinan didn't wait for the opportunity that he had imagined. Li Zexuan's eyes didn't shift his gaze away from him. This made Su Zexuan's life was very difficult. Just like that, Su Jinan dealt with Ma Yong's dozens of attacks by multitasking. Su Jinan knew that things weren't going well, because he didn't have much true qi left in his body. On the other hand, Ma Yong lived up to his name. After attacking for dozens of times, not only did he not show any signs of exhaustion, he became more and more courageous. Of course, this was also due to the recent days of hard training and the increase in his physical strength. As he attacked for dozens of times, his blood was boiling, and he felt that every part of his body was much more flexible than usual. At this moment, Ma Yong saw Su Jinan looking out of the corner of his eye. He took a deep breath, then concentrated his qi in his dantian. With a loud roar, he waved his fist and smashed it towards Su Jinan's face. Hearing Ma Yong's loud roar, Su Jinan was shocked. He quickly gathered his true chi and subconsciously dodged to the right, trying to dodge Ma Yong's heavy blow. But who knew that Ma Yong was more cautious this time? Although his roar was loud, it was just a bluff. The punch just now was just a feint. When he saw Su Jinan dodging to the right, he retracted his right fist and jumped up to do a roundhouse kick, which swept towards Su Jinan's lower body. Bam! Su Jinan had just stood up and had no time to change his direction. He was immediately tripped by Ma Yong's sweep. Due to the strong inertia, he fell to the ground in front of him in a dog-eating-shit posture, splashing smoke and dust on the ground. Ma Yong didn't expect his attack to work, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly followed up with another attack. In a flash, he came in front of Su Jinan. Then he waved his right fist and smashed it towards Su Jinan's head. Of course, his fist stopped about 5 inches away from Su Jinan's head. Su Jinan felt a cold wind blowing toward the back of his head. He raised his head and saw Ma Yong's huge fist. Ma Yong said in a muffled voice, "You lost." Indeed, if this was a battlefield, Ma Yong's last punch would have been smashed. At that time, even if Su Jinan didn't die, he would be seriously injured. I lost. Hearing this, Su Jinan's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something terrible, his expression changed. He quickly turned his head to look at Xiao Xinggong, who was outside the arena. Xiao Xinggong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. When he saw Su Jinan looking at him, Xiao Xinggong glared at him fiercely. Su Jinan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that he was completely finished this time. Not only did he fail to complete the mission that Xiao Xinggong secretly gave him, but he also lost a round of the competition and let the 4th team of the Wu Battalion get a small point. When the fighting competition ended, wouldn't Xiao Xinggong eat him alive? The second round of the preliminary round, Ma Yong of the 4th team of the Wu Battalion wins. Seeing that Su Jinan had lost, the referee Deng Kong was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and announced, "Ha! Ma Yong, good job." Chapter 2030. Pooh! How could Su Jinan, who had already suffered some minor injuries from the battle, withstand the furious kick of Xiao Xinggong, who was at the Grandmaster realm? After landing on the ground, Su Jinan instantly felt the blood in his body churning. He tasted something sweet in his throat and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just one kick, and Su Jinan was severely injured. It could be seen how furious Xiao Xinggong was at this moment. The surrounding second camp soldiers instantly fell silent. As for the other 3 second camp soldiers who had yet to enter the arena, after seeing Xiao Xinggong kick Su Jinan, all of them couldn't help but turn pale. Fear flashed across their eyes, because when they entered the arena later, if they couldn't complete the mission given by Xiao Xinggong, then they would have the same ending as Su Jinan. Thinking back to Li Zixuan's extremely protective behavior when he challenged Xiao Xinggong to a one-on-one battle due to his soldiers being injured, and then looking at Xiao Xinggong's kick because Su Jinan didn't complete the mission he secretly gave to him, those second camp soldiers who had yet to enter the arena felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. Was it because they didn't want to complete the mission given by Xiao Xinggong? They wanted to, but the conditions didn't allow it. They had all seen Su Jinan's previous performance on the field, and they could roughly guess Su Jinan's intentions. He wanted to wait for Li Zixuan's attention to shift away from the field before taking the opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately, Li Zixuan had been staring at the field the whole time, let alone Su Jinan. If it were anyone else in their team, they wouldn't dare to make a move under such circumstances. Although most soldiers weren't afraid of death, but that was on the battlefield. Now, they were only on the training grounds, and no one wanted to be executed for breaking military rules. Su Jinan was careless. Please calm down. Second Camp Lieutenant Sun Tao, who was standing beside Xiao Xinggong, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the situation. After that, he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed towards Xiao Xinggong. Xiao Xinggong's face was stern as he said angrily, "Humph. Careless? He couldn't even defeat someone weaker than him. If this was on a battlefield, wouldn't anyone be able to hack him to death? How can I have such a useless soldier under my command?" After saying that, Xianxia was still angry. He looked at Su Zhennan, who was kneeling on one knee and spitting out blood, and said coldly, "Humph. Go and receive 30 strokes of the rod, 30 strokes of the cane." If it was any other time, Su Zhennan would not care about a mere 30 strokes. However, he had been severely injured by Xianxia's kick. If he were to receive another 30 strokes, he would not be able to get out of bed for a few days. But in the face of Xianxia, who was in a state of rage, how could Su Zhennan dare to say no? Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He cupped his fists towards Xianxia and said, "This subordinate obeys." After he finished speaking, he bent his waist and staggered out of the drill grounds. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to step forward to support him. This was the power and prestige of Xianxia in the 2nd Battalion. General Qiu is really angry. It's just that in this martial arts competition, victory and defeat are inevitable. Why must you be so harsh on your subordinates? At this moment, Li Zixuan walked to the front of Xianxia and could not help but frown. The reason why he stood out now was not to pretend to be noble to win people's hearts. It was because he could not stand the actions of this old fellow Xianxia. Although reasoning with this group of rough men in the barracks was not as effective as punching and kicking, even when Li Zixuan was in the 5th and 3rd Battalions, he had also kicked some soldiers who had made mistakes. However, his kicks were more of a formality, and he did not use much strength. His purpose was only to make the other party realize their mistakes. However, Xianxia's kick was filled with anger and was completely aimed at killing or crippling the other party. His attitude was so arrogant and his actions were so vile that people could not stand it anymore. Others might be afraid of Xianxia's power and dared not speak out. However, Li Zixuan was not afraid. After all, the two of them had already fallen out with each other. Li Zixuan did not mind that the relationship between the two of them would worsen. Oomph. Isn't Li Zixuan's meddling too much? I remember that the 2nd Battalion is not under Li Zixuan's jurisdiction yet. Li Zixuan should worry more about whether the 5th Battalion can make it to the end of this year's martial arts competition. Young people just like to rush for quick success and quick benefits. They come up with new exercises and don't know that things like strength rely on the accumulation of years and years. Want to achieve it quickly? Impossible. Hearing this, Xianxia's old face darkened. He then mercilessly mocked Li Zixuan. After saying this, he turned his head and said to the referee Deng Kong, who was not far away, "Deng Kong, the next round of the competition is about to begin." Deng Kong quickly nodded and said, "General Qiu is right. The 3rd round of the competition is about to begin. The 2nd Battalion will first choose their members." Not long after, the members of both sides were decided. The 2nd Battalion would send out a person called Zhao Xuqing, an expert who had just reached the middle stage of the Qi transformation stage. The 5th Battalion would send out Zhou Erfu, who was only half a step into the Qi transformation stage. The gap between the two could not be said to be small. Before entering the arena, Xianxia's cold gaze swept across Zhao Xuqing. He only heard a soft humph and said, "If you lose this round again, then..." Chapter 2031. Under the watchful eyes of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, the 3rd round of the competition soon began. In the 2nd round, Ma Yong unexpectedly defeated the powerful Su Zhennan. This gave Zhou Erfu a lot of confidence because Ma Yong's strength was similar to his. He believed that as long as he reacted calmly and performed well like Li Zixuan said, he would have a chance to win. Zhou Erfu's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xuqing as soon as he entered the arena. He didn't attack rashly because the enemy was stronger than him. He had never fought with Zhao Xuqing before and didn't know where Zhao Xuqing's weakness was. If he attacked rashly in this situation, not only would he have no chance of winning, he would also expose his weakness to the opponent. Therefore, Zhou Erfu decided to plan carefully before acting, adopting the strategy of gaining the upper hand after striking. On the other hand, Zhao Xuqing had already made up his mind in such a short time. He would win this round, but he wouldn't follow Xianxia's order to severely injure Zhou Erfu. After the two people in the arena clasped their fists and greeted each other. Zhao Xuqing channeled qi into his toes and instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Zhou Erfu. He assumed the posture of a hungry wolf and fiercely punched Zhou Erfu's chest. Without probing or any fancy moves, Zhao Xuqing used all his strength right from the beginning, wanting to defeat Zhou Erfu with one move. Bam! Zhou Erfu's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xuqing from the moment he entered the arena. Therefore, facing Zhao Xuqing's all-out attack, Zhou Erfu was not unprepared. When Zhao Xuqing's fist was about 5 inches away from his body, he had already reacted. He quickly stepped back while clenching his fists and crossing them in front of his chest. Then, the audience heard a bang, and Zhou Erfu was directly sent flying. It couldn't be helped. The difference in strength between the two was too big. Plus, Zhao Xuqing used all his strength right from the beginning. It was very difficult for Zhou Erfu to set up a defensive formation in such a short time. Zhao Xuqing didn't stop. He flashed in the direction where Zhou Erfu was sent flying and quickly caught up with Zhou Erfu. He reached out his right hand like lightning and grabbed Zhou Erfu's ankle. Then, he lifted Zhou Erfu's right leg and swung him up in the air and began to spin rapidly on the spot. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo and the other 3 members of the 5th Battalion's 4th team couldn't help but change their expressions. Because they seemed to be able to foresee Zhou Erfu's ending, he would probably be severely injured like Lu Ming. Right? Li Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't change his expression. He was still watching the situation in the field without blinking. But if one were to observe carefully, one could see that his legs were tensed up. Presumably, as long as Zhao Xuqing on the field made any more outrageous moves, he would be the first to rush onto the field to save Zhou Erfu. On the other hand, Qiu Xingong at the side narrowed his eyes. From a slight curve of his mouth, he must be very satisfied with Zhao Xuqing's performance on the field. From his point of view, Zhao Xuqing was chasing Zhou Erfu so relentlessly. He must have taken the task given to him seriously. Then, Zhao Xuqing should be taking advantage of the situation to throw Zhou Erfu out of the field and take the opportunity to severely injure him, right? Everything was developing in the direction that he wanted, but soon, Qiu Xingong couldn't laugh anymore. Zhou Erfu, if I let go of my hands now, you will definitely fly out of the field and be injured. Do you admit defeat? Although both of Zhao Xuqing's hands were busy spinning Zhou Erfu's leg, his mouth was still idle. At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly, "Hey, this Zhao Xuqing is quite a virtuous person." Zhao Xuqing's voice wasn't very loud, but it definitely wasn't soft either. Almost all of the sergeants near the field could hear him. After Cheng Chumo heard it, he couldn't help but relax and grinned. After all, just a moment ago, he was worried that Zhao Xuqing would throw Zhou Erfu out of the field directly. Li Zixuan smiled but didn't say anything. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Qiu Xingong inadvertently. He saw that the smile on Qiu Xingong's face had completely frozen. The old man frowned and stared at Zhao Xuqing on the field. He couldn't wait to swallow Zhao Xuqing alive. Obviously, anyone could see that Qiu Xingong was very unhappy now. He was even suppressing the anger in his heart. I admit defeat. Chapter 2032. Join the army. I brought shame to our Wu battalion. Please punish me for my crimes. Black Armor Army Drill Ground, 2nd Battalion's field. Zhou Erfu, who had just lost, walked down from the field and came to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said with a face full of shame, "Speaking of Lu Ming and Ma Yong who went up before him, they both fought till the end." He was the first one to admit defeat. This made Zhou Erfu feel so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. "Get up quickly." Li Zixuan stretched out his hand to help Zhou Erfu up and comforted him. It's normal to win or lose in a martial arts competition. Moreover, that Zhao Xuqing's strength is already stronger than yours. He attacked with all his strength right from the start. There was no way you could have withstood it. In that kind of situation, other than admitting defeat, you had no other choice. Everyone can understand. Speaking up to here, Li Zishuan looked at the other two soldiers of 2nd Battalion's 4th Battalion who hadn't gone up yet and said in a deep voice, "You guys don't have to feel pressure for the next 2 matches. The 5 of you in 2nd Battalion's 1st Battalion are all the top experts in 2nd Battalion. You guys just have to do your best and perform well. The result of a match is actually not important. What I hope to see is that you guys can recognize the difference between your own strength and the other experts from these matches. From there, you will be motivated to train harder in the future. Ever since our battalion changed to using the new drill, I believe that you guys can feel your strength improving day by day. Zhou Erfu, although you lost today, but as long as you continue to train according to the new drill, I believe that one day you will definitely be able to defeat Zhao Xuqing or even an opponent stronger than him." Zhou Erfu and the others had seen how Qiu Xingong treated the defeated Su Jinan. At this time, not only did Li Zishuan not reprimand Zhou Erfu, who admitted defeat, but he even comforted and encouraged him. As the saying goes, if there's no comparison, there's no harm. Under the comparison, everyone couldn't help but feel touched and respected Li Zishuan even more. "Rest assured, join the army. I will definitely do my best in the following training." Zhou Erfu cupped his fists and said solemnly. At this moment, although Zhao Xuqing had just won the match, there wasn't a trace of complacency on his face. After he got off the stage, he naturally had to report to Qiu Xingong. He cupped his fists and bowed. "General, yes." Although he was unhappy in his heart, Qiu Xingong couldn't say anything in front of everyone. After all, Zhao Xuqing had won the competition. He could only nod his head expressionlessly as a form of greeting. However, his face was as calm as water, and his gaze was as cold as ice, causing the people standing beside him to shiver uncontrollably. When Zhao Xuqing saw that Qiu Xingong did not reprimand him, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to walk further away, he suddenly heard Qiu Xingong speak again. "What did I tell you before the competition? I want you to suppress your cultivation level and fight with the brothers of the Wu Battalion." "Zhao Xuqing, what's wrong with you? Why do you have to rely on your profound inner strength to bully others? You are destroying the relationship between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion, affecting the unity of the soldiers. Although you won the competition, I still have to punish you. In a while, you will receive 30 strokes of the military rod." Zhao Xuqing, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, and the other 2 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion who had yet to enter the stage, upon hearing Qiu Xingong's words, their faces instantly changed and their hearts tightened. Everyone knew in their hearts that Qiu Xingong was abusing his position for personal revenge. He purposely found an excuse to punish Zhao Xuqing and used this as a warning to the people who were about to enter the stage. Chapter 2033. Today, in the first match of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Deshang had heavily injured Lu Ming. At that time, Li Zishuan had already felt that something was amiss. From his point of view, Yuan Deshang himself shouldn't have the guts to publicly injure someone during the martial arts competition. Initially, Li Zishuan had guessed that Yuan Deshang had been instructed by someone else. However, from Qiu Xingong's words and actions, although he didn't directly admit it, anyone with a brain could see that the reason why Yuan Deshang was willing to take the risk of being punished by military law to injure Lu Ming was most likely because he had been coerced by Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was using his own power to get rid of his dissidents. Therefore, after knowing Qiu Xingong's scheme, Li Zishuan decisively let the 2 remaining members of the 5th Battalion admit defeat. The reason why he had proposed the martial arts competition was to stimulate the competitive spirit of the soldiers, allowing them to learn from each other and increase their own strength. If it was just facing a strong opponent, Li Zishuan wouldn't have let the soldiers of the 5th Battalion admit defeat. Because as someone who had been through this before, he knew that crossing levels to challenge an opponent was the best way to hone one's own strength and increase one's own strength faster. However, the current situation was no longer a simple matter of crossing levels to challenge an opponent. The overall strength of the members of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion was not only higher than that of the 5th Battalion, but the other party had also received Qiu Xingong's orders to kill the soldiers of the 5th Battalion. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that there was no need to continue with the remaining 2 matches. Although increasing one's strength was important, it wasn't as important as one's life. Withdrawing from the competition and admitting defeat was not only to protect the participating soldiers of the 5th Battalion, it was also a form of mercy to the participating soldiers of the 2nd Battalion. Although Qiu Xingong had led the 2nd Battalion astray, Li Zishuan didn't think that everyone in the 2nd Battalion was as selfish and evil as Qiu Xingong. Most of them still harbored the dream of killing the enemy to serve the country and building their career. Today, in the first match of 2nd Battalion, Yuan Desheng had heavily injured Lu Ming. At that time, Li Zishuan had already felt that something was amiss, because from his point of view, Yuan Desheng himself should not have had the guts to publicly injure someone during the combat tournament. At first, Li Zishuan had guessed that Yuan Desheng had been instructed by someone else, and from Qiu Xingong's words and actions just now, although he did not directly admit it, anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that the reason Yuan Desheng was willing to take the risk of being punished by military law to heavily injure Lu Ming was very likely because he had been coerced by Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was using his power to get rid of his opponents. Therefore, after knowing Qiu Xingong's plan, Li Zishuan decisively made the remaining 2 members of the E Battalion admit defeat. The reason why he had proposed the combat tournament was to arouse the competitive spirit of the soldiers, so that they could learn from each other and increase their own strength. If it was just a simple encounter with a strong opponent, Li Zishuan wouldn't have let the soldiers of the E Battalion admit defeat, because as someone who had experienced it before, he knew that the best way to train one's strength was to fight against an enemy who was of a higher level, and to increase one's own strength faster. But in this situation, it was no longer a simple matter of fighting against an enemy who was of a higher level. The overall strength of the members of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Battalion was not only higher than the members of the E Battalion, but also... Chapter 2034. Li Zishuan led the 4 members of the 4th team of the 5th Battalion away. One of them had to be carried away for treatment. The first round of the preliminary round of the Black Armored Army had basically ended. The 5th Battalion had 1 win and 1 loss. Team 1 of the 5th Battalion had defeated Team 4 of the 3rd Battalion, while Team 4 of the 5th Battalion had lost to Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion. Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion also had 1 win and 1 loss. They won against Team 4 of the 5th Battalion, while Team 3 of the 2nd Battalion had lost to Team 1 of the 1st Battalion without any suspense. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the 2nd Battalion. In the second round of the preliminary round, Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion had to face Team 3 of the 1st Battalion, while Team 4 of the 2nd Battalion had to face Team 2 of the 4th Battalion. In terms of overall strength, Team 3 of the 1st Battalion was obviously stronger than Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion, while Team 2 of the 4th Battalion was slightly stronger than Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion. Hence, the 2nd Battalion didn't have a 100% chance of winning the second round of the preliminary round. The best outcome was to win 1 round. Of course, the worst outcome was that they wouldn't win a single round, and the probability of that happening was very high. If that was the case, then only 1 team from the 2nd Battalion would be able to enter the knockout round. To the 2nd Battalion, it would really be a bloodbath at the start of the second round. After the 5th Battalion had left, the match between Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion and Team 3 of the 1st Battalion began very quickly. It was worth mentioning that when Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion and Team 4 of the 5th Battalion were competing, the 5 members of Team 3 of the 1st Battalion had already been watching from the side. The actions of Qiu Xingong, Yuan Desheng, and the others had all been witnessed by the members of the 1st Battalion. Furthermore, the 1st Battalion was currently using Li Zishuan's new drill code. Hence, if the Black Armored Army were to be divided into factions, the 1st Battalion would be considered as Li Zishuan's faction, while the 2nd Battalion would be considered as Qiu Xingong's faction. Hence, the moment both sides entered the arena, they immediately got into a fight. The members of Team 3 of the 1st Battalion couldn't stand the despicable actions of Xianxia, Yuan Deshang, and the others. Hence, they immediately started beating up the members of Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion. "How dare you!" Li Zishuan left with 4 members of the 4th team of the Wu Battalion. One of them had to be carried away for treatment. The first round of the Black Armored Army's preliminary round had basically ended. On the Wu Battalion side, there was 1 win and 1 loss. The 1st team of the Wu Battalion defeated the 4th team of the 3rd Battalion, while the 4th team of the Wu Battalion lost to the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd team of the 2nd Battalion also had 1 win and 1 loss. They won against the 4th team of the 5th Battalion, while the 3rd team of the 2nd Battalion lost to the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion without any suspense. The current situation was actually extremely disadvantageous for the 2nd Battalion, because in the second round of the preliminary round, the 2nd Battalion's, 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 2nd Battalion. In terms of overall strength, Team 3 of the A camp was obviously stronger than Team 2 of the B camp, whereas Team 2 of the D camp was slightly stronger than Team 2 of the B camp. Therefore, the 2nd Battalion did not have 100% confidence in winning the second round of the competition. The best result would be to win 1 round. Of course, the worst result would be to not win a single round. Furthermore, the possibility of the worst result happening was very high. If that was the case, then there would only be 1 team from the 2nd Battalion entering the elimination round. To the 2nd Battalion, it would be a bloodbath at the start of the competition. After the members of the 5th Battalion left, the 2nd team of the 2nd Battalion and the 3rd team of the A camp began very quickly. It was worth mentioning that when the 1st team of the 2nd Battalion and the 4th team of the E Battalion were competing, the 5 members of the 3rd team of the A camp were already watching from the side. Chapter 2035. Team A has won 3 matches in a row and has advanced to the knockout round. Team B has been eliminated. As Min Jian of 2nd Battalion had no choice but to admit defeat, 2nd Battalion lost completely and was directly eliminated, bidding farewell to the fighting competition. Xiao Xinggong clenched his fists tightly and stared at Deng Kong, who was loudly announcing the results at the side of the arena. His gaze was cold and his face was ashen. Actually, Xiao Xinggong had already expected that 2nd Battalion's 2nd team would lose this round. However, he didn't expect 2nd Battalion's 2nd team to be defeated so thoroughly. Being defeated by a battalion's 3rd team with a score of 3-0, where would he put his face? Secondly, not only did Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion lose the competition, there were also 3 members who were beaten black and blue by Team 3 of the 1st Battalion. They would need at least 3 to 5 days to recover from their injuries. This would directly affect the battle between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion in 2 days. Therefore, Xiao Xinggong felt like he had gone for wool and come home shorn. "How's Team 4? Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Xinggong asked in a deep voice. Naturally, he was asking Sun Tao, who was standing beside him. Hearing this, Sun Tao's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he still cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to General, Team 4 has won 2 matches, and Team 2 of Ding Battalion has also won 2 matches. They should be fighting the last match now, and the results will be out soon." What? They are actually fighting in such a stalemate. Xiao Xinggong's hair stood up in anger. He said with a displeased expression, "According to what you said, we might still lose the match against Team D. What trash! Look at the soldiers you trained. What did you tell me before the match? Weren't you very confident? Where did your confidence go?" Xiao Xinggong's current mentality had undergone a subtle change. Before today, the old man's greatest hope for today's combat tournament was to let the B Battalion take advantage of the tournament to injure as many experts as possible. However, things didn't go as he wished. They only drew 1 team from the E Battalion, and that was the E Battalion 4th team. Furthermore, during the battle with the E Battalion 4th team, the B Battalion only managed to injure one member of the E Battalion 4th Team, Lu Ming. The rest of the members of the E Battalion almost all escaped unscathed. Now that the preliminary round was nearing its end, Qiu Xingong knew that his initial wish could no longer be realized. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to hope that as many teams as possible from the B Battalion could advance in a knockout round. On one hand, it would boost the morale of the B Battalion, and on the other hand, the more teams from the B Battalion could advance into the knockout round, the higher the possibility of encountering the E Battalion in the later rounds. At that time, he would have the opportunity to settle all his grudges at once. However, it seemed that everything was predestined. The heavens had played a huge joke on him. Not only did his first wish not come true, even his second wish was about to be ruined. The B Battalion 4th Team actually fought the D Battalion 2nd Team with a score of 2-2. If the B Battalion 4th Team lost in the last round, then they would be directly disqualified, and there would only be one team from the B Battalion advancing into the knockout round. Actually, such a result might seem inconceivable, but there was a certain degree of inevitability. Although in terms of overall strength, the B Battalion was obviously stronger than the D Battalion due to having more veterans, but the recruits of the D Battalion were all elites from the various battalions in the capital. Perhaps they might be lacking in the ability to coordinate in battle formations, but in terms of individual combat ability, they were not much weaker than those veterans in the B Battalion. On top of that, the 2nd Team of the D Battalion was the second strongest team of the 4 teams of the D Battalion, while the 4th Team of the B Battalion was only the 4th strongest team of the B Battalion. Thus, if the two teams were to fight, the chances of victory and defeat would be about 50%. In fact, the 2nd Team of the D Battalion was slightly stronger than the 4th Team of the B Battalion. If the B Battalion 4th Team lost to the D Battalion 2nd Team in the end, it would not be an injustice at all. Chapter 2036. How could there be such a coincidence? Is it a coincidence, or was it done on purpose? After seeing the results of the draw, Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter to himself in his heart. From the preliminary round to the knockout round, the B Battalion had always drawn the E Battalion. From a perspective of probability, the probability of this happening was extremely low, but it still happened. In addition to that, Yuan Deshang from the B Battalion had accidentally injured Lu Ming during the competition. This made Li Zishuan suspect that Qiu Xingong was secretly plotting against the E Battalion. It wasn't that he was measuring the stature of a gentleman with his own yardstick, but the fact that Lu Ming was accidentally injured by Yuan Deshang today was a little out of the ordinary. Logically speaking, in a normal competition in the military, no one would use every move to kill their opponent. Even if there was a deep grudge between them, they wouldn't use the competition to get rid of their opponents, because that would be too obvious. After the event, not only would they be severely punished if they were executed or expelled from the military camp, it would also bring shame to their ancestors, and they wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Yuan Deshang and Lu Ming didn't have any grudges, but he used the competition as an opportunity to secretly kill Lu Ming. In addition to Qiu Xingong's abnormal behavior earlier, Li Zishuan was almost certain that Yuan Deshang must have been instructed by Qiu Xingong to kill Lu Ming. It was also fortunate that he had arrived at the B Battalion's competition grounds in time, or else the other members of the E Battalion, after Lu Ming, would have been seriously injured by the B Battalion. Of course, these were all conjectures that Li Zishuan made based on the actual situation. He didn't have any concrete evidence, or else he would have directly reported Qiu Xingong. Other than that, the most crucial point, and the one that Li Zishuan couldn't understand the most, was that if Qiu Xingong really intended to use the combat competition to make things difficult for the E Battalion, then why was he so sure that the B Battalion would definitely be able to draw the E Battalion as their opponent during the drawing of lots? One had to know that drawing lots was a completely uncontrollable and random event. Could it be that Qiu Xingong was able to control the results of the drawing of lots? Thinking up to this point, Li Zishuan looked suspiciously at Qiu Xingong, who was standing at the side. The latter's gloomy face didn't reveal anything, But Li Zixuan clearly caught a flash of pride in the corner of Qiu Xingong's eyes when he heard that Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion would be going up against Team 1 of the 5th Battalion in the elimination round. His heart skipped a beat, and he secretly wondered if Qiu Xingong had really tampered with the drawing of lots. But how is that possible? The entire lot drawing process had been carried out under his and Duan Jixuan's eyes. How could any of the 2nd Battalion's little tricks escape his and Qiu Xingong's eyes? Could it be that there was a problem with the name tag? Thinking up to this point, Li Zixuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He subconsciously turned his gaze towards the pot that contained the bamboo lots. He secretly thought that if Qiu Xingong had tampered with the E Battalion's bamboo lots beforehand, then it wouldn't be strange for the B Battalion to be able to draw the E Battalion as their opponent every time. Just as Li Zixuan was about to step forward to check the bamboo lots, he heard Duan Jixuan beside him say, "Adjunctly, since the elimination round has already been decided, then let's start as soon as possible. Let's try to finish the combat competition before noon, so that it doesn't affect the soldiers' afternoon training." Yes. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and replied subconsciously. He knew that now wasn't the time to investigate if Qiu Xingong had tampered with the bamboo lots. The most important thing now was to hurry up and start the elimination round. Chapter 2037. Revenge is one thing, but we must first ensure that we can win the competition. Li Zixuan looked towards Cheng Chimo, Wang Rong, and the rest, and said in a low voice, "It was the 2nd Battalion's team, one who intentionally injured Lu Ming first. We must avenge them." Hearing Li Zixuan support them to avenge Lu Ming, Cheng Chimo and Wang Rong's eyes lit up. They had thought that Li Zixuan would reprimand them. After all, Li Zixuan was still a lieutenant of the black armored troops and would not condone his subordinates fighting each other over personal grudges. But very quickly, they heard Li Zixuan's tone change. "However, you all should know the abilities of those 5 from the 2nd Battalion's Team 1. Just based on their abilities on the surface, it will be difficult for you all to win against them. But it is not impossible. In the previous round of the competition, Su Jinan and Zhao Xuqing of the 2nd Battalion's Team 1 were not injured during the fight, but after the fight, they were both beaten with a military rod. Amongst them, Su Jinan even received a kick from General Qiu, so his injuries should be the most serious. So in the next round of the elimination round, these two should not be able to display their full abilities. Only 3 of their opponents are at full battle strength, so I'm guessing that they will definitely let the 3 who are not injured go up first. 3 out of 3 rounds will directly take the competition. This way, the injured Su Jinan and Zhao Xuqing won't need to go up. As for you all, as long as you can win one of the first 3 rounds and drag the competition to the 4th or even the 5th round, then you will have a chance of winning. As for the specific arrangements, it will be up to you, Shenmu, as the leader to decide. But I still have to emphasize to you all that you can avenge Lu Ming, but you must know your limits. Do not harm anyone's life. This is the military camp. No one is allowed to break the military rules. Otherwise, if something happens, no one will be able to save you." After giving a simple analysis of the situation to Shenmu and the other members of the E Battalion, Li Zixuan didn't forget to give a stern warning to everyone. To be honest, he also wanted to avenge Lu Ming. If the rules allowed it, he even wanted to personally fight Yuan Deshang, who had seriously injured Lu Ming. However, this was the military camp of the black armored troops. The military rules here were stricter than anywhere else. He was worried that Cheng Chimo, Wang Rong, and the rest would go overboard during the competition and violate the military rules. "Don't worry, Lieutenant Li. We'll do our best to win this match and avenge Firehead Lu. We won't break any military rules." Shenmu solemnly cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan and promised. Li Zixuan's analysis of the situation in the next round was exactly what he was thinking, and he agreed with Li Zixuan's final warning. Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes and whispered, "Revenge is revenge. When the time comes, who cares so much? If we only think about not breaking the military rules, how can we avenge old Lu?" This idiot had Cheng Yao Jin as his backer, so even though he was in the black armored army, he was not afraid of anything. In fact, he had nothing to be afraid of. As long as he did not commit murder, arson, or revolt in the camp. No one would take his life on account of Cheng Yaojin's face. At most, he would be given corporal punishment. All right, you guys prepare a little, and then go to the 2nd Battalion to prepare for the competition. Li Zishuan glared at Cheng Chimo and then said to Shen Mu, Wang Rong, and the rest. Li Zishuan trusted Shen Mu's character and ability to handle matters. This person was quite talented and worth nurturing. Chapter 2038. As the home team, Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion naturally had to send someone out for the first round. Yuan Desheng laughed coldly and stood out from the crowd. First round, I'll go. Which one of you from the opposing team dares to fight? Arrogant. Although every member of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion seemed to be very strong, but just like what Li Zishuan had analyzed, they were also facing some unfavorable factors. The most direct unfavorable factor was that they didn't have enough members. Su Jinan was heavily injured and couldn't fight. Although Zhao Xuqing could still fight, he had just suffered 30 strokes of the military rod. This would definitely affect his performance in the competition. Yuan Desheng understood that if they wanted to win against the relatively strong E Battalion, the best way was to send out their elites in the first 3 rounds and send out 3 of their members who were in peak condition. That way, they would be able to give the opponent a score of 3-0. If they couldn't take down the opposing team in the first 3 rounds and the competition dragged to the 4th or even the 5th round, then they would be in trouble. As the leader of Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion, Yuan Desheng felt that he had to stand out in the first round. After all, he was the strongest person in this team. He wanted to get a perfect start to the competition to boost the morale of the team. In the previous round, Li Zishuan had said those words in front of Qiu Xingong and the other 2nd Battalion soldiers. It could be said that it had dealt a huge blow to the morale of the 2nd Battalion. Now that the morale of the soldiers was low, they needed a great victory to shake off their low spirits and get excited again. Therefore, Yuan Desheng stood out with a face full of arrogance. Ciao, it's Yuan Desheng. Cheng Chimo's face was ugly as he muttered to himself in a low voice. On the side of Team 1 of the 5th Battalion, the other 4 people's faces all changed when they heard this. Because who didn't know that Yuan Desheng was the only person from the 2nd Battalion who was heavily injured in the preliminary round. This person's vicious and merciless personality was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't continue to maliciously injure people in this round. After all, Lu Ming was still lying in his tent. Shen Mu's face was gloomy as his mind spun rapidly. He began to plan who he should send out in the first round. Speaking of which, the first person to fight not only had to withstand Yuan Desheng's attack, but even if he lost, he couldn't lose too badly. Otherwise, it would hurt the morale of his team. On the other hand, which was also the most important thing, the first person to fight on their side had to be able to protect himself against Yuan Desheng. After all, Yuan Desheng had a dark history of maliciously injuring people. Those who fought against him were likely to be seriously injured if they were not careful. In this way, even if they won the competition, it would be very difficult for them to obtain a good ranking in the following knockout stages with their team members missing. Therefore, in short, the first person to go on stage had to be able to control the situation and not lose too badly. Secondly, he had to be able to take a beating and not be seriously injured by Yuan Desheng. 2nd Battalion First Team, Yuan Desheng. Who will the Wu Battalion send out? Referee. Deng Kong looked at Shen Mu and asked loudly. Shen Mu couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and Wuxia Baolin. His gaze wavered between the two because the former was the strongest person in the Wu Battalion First Team on the surface, while the latter was the most resistant person on their side. If they sent Wang Rong up, if they were lucky, Wang Rong might even have a chance to win against Yuan Desheng. But if they were unlucky, Wang Rong might be seriously injured by Yuan Desheng. After all, Wang Rong's specialty was offense and not defense. As for Wuxia Baolin, although this child could take a beating, Shen Mu wasn't sure if he could withstand Yuan Desheng's vicious beatings. No matter what, Yuan Desheng was many levels higher than Wuxia Baolin. Moreover, although Wuxia Baolin's defense was outstanding, he lacked some offensive means. If he were to go up against Yuan Desheng, the situation would definitely not be good. Old Shun, send me up for the first round. Just as Shen Mu was hesitating, Cheng Chumo, the little clever kid, suddenly volunteered himself. Chapter 2039. Regardless of which dynasty or generation one was in, the phenomenon of relying on one's father existed more or less. Although the Great Tang had a relatively perfect imperial examination system, allowing students from humble backgrounds to stand out and have the possibility of entering the imperial court, generally speaking, those from humble backgrounds and those from noble clans had a completely different political starting point. Take Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other important officials, for example. These second-generation scions didn't need to participate in the imperial examinations and were able to hold official positions in the Yamen. This wasn't something that those from humble backgrounds could compare to in the Tang Dynasty army. The promotion of an officer didn't rely on relying on one's father but on military merits. However, if one had a good father like Cheng Chumo, there wouldn't be anyone who dared to bully him in the army. If Yuan Deshang were to injure Cheng Chumo like how he injured Lu Ming, given Cheng Chumo's temper and prestige in the army, Yuan Deshang was certain that even if he were to survive, he wouldn't be able to survive in the army anymore. Not only the Black Armored Army, he wouldn't be able to survive in any of the barracks in the capital. This meant that his military career would come to an end, and he could only retire. Could it be that just because of a mission given by Qiu Xingong, he would have to end his military career? Yuan Deshang couldn't help but feel conflicted. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong seemed to have thought of this as well. Seeing Yuan Deshang looking over, Qiu Xingong shook his head lightly. Yuan Deshang instantly understood and heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that Qiu Xingong wanted him to hold back and not injure Cheng Chumo too severely. He could win this match, but he couldn't use underhanded means. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Cheng Chumo taking revenge on him. How can you be distracted in a duel? Aren't you looking down on me too much? After the referee Dang Kong announced the start of the match, Cheng Chumo said, regardless of which dynasty or generation one was in, the phenomenon of relying on one's father existed more or less. Although the Great Tang had a relatively perfect imperial examination system, allowing students from humble backgrounds to stand out and have the possibility of entering the imperial court, generally speaking, those from humble backgrounds and those from noble clans had a completely different political starting point. For example, the descendants of Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and other important officials in the imperial court did not need to participate in the imperial examinations at all. They could hold official positions in some government offices, which was far from what the children of poor families could compare with. In the Great Tang Army, the promotion of a non-commissioned officer did not depend on one's father, but on one's military achievements. However, if one had a good father like Cheng Chumo, there would be very few people who would dare to bully him. If Yuan Deshang were to seriously injure Cheng Chumo like he did to Lu Ming, with Cheng Chumo's temper and prestige in the military, Yuan Deshang was certain that even if he were to survive, he would not be able to stay in the military anymore. Not only the Black Armored Army, he wouldn't be able to stay in any of the barracks in the capital. This meant that his military career would come to an end, and he would have to retire. Could it be that just because of a mission given by Qiu Xingong, he would have to end his military career? Yuan Deshang couldn't help but feel conflicted. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong seemed to have thought of this as well. Seeing Yuan Deshang looking over, Qiu Xingong shook his head lightly. Yuan Deshang instantly understood and heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that Qiu Xingong wanted him to hold back and not injure Cheng Chumo too severely. Chapter 2040. After a few rounds, the situation in the arena was completely different from what the spectators had expected. Before the start of the fight, most people thought that Cheng Chumo wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds under Yuan Deshang's hands. Who would have thought that after a few rounds, Yuan Deshang would actually be forced to flee by Cheng Chumo? What kind of situation was this? Where did the previously invincible Yuan Deshang go? Or could it be that Cheng Chumo's strength was truly unfathomable, and that he had always been hiding his true strength? But Xianxia's last move of gouging out people's eyeballs still provoked public anger. Some of the spectating 2nd Battalion soldiers all began to shout loudly. Extremely shameless. How is this a martial arts competition? This is clearly a Jianghu brawl. That's right. Who would gouge out people's eyeballs in a martial arts competition? Isn't this move too despicable? Does he even care about martial arts ethics? Where's the judge? Where's the judge? Does Xianxia count as breaking the rules? Of course, due to Qiu Xingong's actions in the preliminary round, it had already caused the majority of the 2nd Battalion soldiers to feel a chill in their hearts. Therefore, in the elimination round, the morale of the 2nd Battalion soldiers was also relatively low. At this moment, there weren't many 2nd Battalion soldiers who were making a ruckus at the side of the arena. There were only about 10 people, and their momentum wasn't very great. Hey, I'm shameless? In the previous round, someone clearly knew that the opponent had no power to retaliate, but still purposely tried to kill him. Then what is this? Is this talking about martial arts ethics? Hearing Yuan Deshang and the 10th Battalion soldiers outside the arena criticizing him, Xianxia laughed coldly and said, once these words were spoken, the noisy 2nd Battalion soldiers instantly became silent. Yuan Deshang also didn't say anything, not daring to continue on this topic. As for the referee, Deng Kong, he just looked at the situation with cold eyes. He had no intention of stopping the game. Obviously, he did not think that Xianxia had violated the rules of the game. Shenmu, Wang Rong, and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they also felt that Xianxia's move of gouging his eyeballs was somewhat disgraceful, it was just as Xianxia had said. It was Yuan Deshang who did not care about martial ethics and deliberately injured Lu Ming first. Then, there was no need for Xianxia to care about martial ethics. Presumably, Xianxia was now thinking about avenging Lu Ming. After listening to Xianxia's words, Yuan Deshang's expression suddenly changed, becoming somewhat gloomy and cold. Xianxia was too lazy to care about this. He raised his true qi, stomped his right foot, and once again flashed in the direction of Yuan Deshang. He wanted to continue the close combat with Yuan Deshang. Obviously, Xianxia had already understood the situation. He knew that in terms of moves and quantity of true qi, he would definitely not be able to compete with Yuan Deshang. His only advantage was his physical strength and close combat skills. Furthermore, he was confident that Yuan Deshang wouldn't dare to seriously injure him. Therefore, he could completely let go of his hands and feet and attack with all his might. And to attack with all his might, one had to pay attention to the effectiveness of the attack. If it was a normal duel, Yuan Deshang could completely rely on his realm and true qi advantage to easily dodge his attack. But in close combat, due to the close distance between the two, it was more difficult for Yuan Deshang to easily dodge his attack. Oomph. You really think that I won't dare to hurt you? Seeing that Xianxia took the initiative to attack again, Yuan Deshang couldn't help but feel a little angry. Speaking of which, even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone an expert like him. He only heard a cold snort, then flashed in the direction that Xianxia was coming from to meet him. Chapter 2041. Take advantage of the situation, borrow strength to fight strength. This was Tai Chi. During the military training at Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan personally demonstrated Tai Chi in front of all the teachers and students and advocated for all the teachers and students to learn Tai Chi. Martial artists could enhance their combat power, and scholars could strengthen their bodies. Therefore, almost everyone who graduated from the Yanhuang Academy knew Taiji Fist. However, the teachers and students of the academy had different levels of mastery of Taiji Fist. This was because Taiji Fist focused on fist intent and personal understanding. Among 100 people, there were 100 different understandings of Taiji Fist. However, only one or two of them could go a little further on the path of Taiji Fist. This was a reflection of the saying, "The master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual." However, due to his personal friendship with Li Zixuan had given Xianxia many special lessons. In Tai Chi, the most important lesson was on the afternoon, when Li Zixuan taught Tai Chi for the first time in the academy. At that time, Li Zixuan called Cheng Chumo an iron egg to a place alone and let Cheng Chumo attack him with all his strength. He didn't use any genuine Qi, but only the fist intent of Tai Chi, and easily resolved Cheng Chumo's fierce attack. For Cheng Chumo, the situation at that time was very similar to the situation now. The only difference was that the attacker was Yuan Desheng, and the one who used Tai Chi to defend and counterattack was him. Thanks to Li Zixuan's special lessons, Cheng Chumo's understanding of the fist intent of Tai Chi was one of the best among the teachers and students of the academy. What Li Zixuan said to him at that time left a deep impression on him, and he could even recite it fluently until now, although he wasn't good at reciting. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to conquer strength, borrowing strength to fight strength, and Taoism emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Your brute force is the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using strength. After you understand all this, go and learn Tai Chi fist. I believe you will definitely gain a lot. Cheng Chumo, who was born in a family of generals, had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Not only had he taken medicinal baths, but he had also been personally trained by Cheng Yaojin. His muscles and bones had been polished, so in terms of martial arts foundation, he was not weaker than anyone else. Moreover, because of all these, he had a body of brute strength since he was a child. His strength was far greater than other martial artists of the same realm. However, having great strength did not mean that he was powerful. Just as Li Zixuan had said, he lacked the knack of using his strength in the past. When he fought, although he had strength all over his body, he did not use any strength at all. In the past year or so, Cheng Chumo had gradually grasped the knack of exerting force and the profound meaning of Tai Chi fist after being taught by Li Zixuan and the curly-bearded guest. In his opinion, the core of Tai Chi fist was to borrow strength. If Tai Chi fist could not borrow strength, they would not be able to move 1,000 caddies with 4 tails. Borrowing force to fight force. Tai Chi fist without borrowing force is not Tai Chi fist. The premise of borrowing strength had to be smooth. Only by going with the flow could it be effortless. Only then could the effect of moving 1,000 caddies with 4 tails be reflected. Previously, when Cheng Chumo's hand were wrapped around Yuan Desheng's fist, he followed the direction of Yuan Desheng's strength and pulled Yuan Desheng forward. At the same time, he took the opportunity to strike Yuan Desheng's chest with his elbow, making it impossible for Yuan Desheng to defend himself, because the distance between the two of them was too close. Moreover, from a physical point of view, at this moment, Yuan Desheng's body and Cheng Chumo's elbow were moving towards each other. Cheng Chumo's elbow strike would move closer to Yuan Desheng's body at a faster speed. Although the effect of force was mutual, the elbow was the hardest part of a person's arm, and the area near the armpit was a person's soft spot. Cheng Chumo's elbow hit Yuan Desheng's left side near the armpit without any suspense. With a kacha sound, Yuan Desheng could even faintly hear the sound of his left shoulder blade cracking. Following that, he felt an intense, heart-wrenching pain from his right shoulder blade. Yuan Desheng's old face instantly turned purple. Then his entire body was directly sent flying by Cheng Chumo's elbow strike. Bang! Yuan Desheng landed heavily on grass. If he could still feel the heart-wrenching pain just now, he could no longer feel any pain now because his left arm had lost all feeling. At the same time, Yuan Desheng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only did Cheng Chumo's strike just now cripple his left arm, but it also caused him to suffer a serious internal injury. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar everywhere. Speaking of which, the situation in the arena changed too quickly, right? Previously, Yuan Desheng's rolling on the ground could be said to be a move he had no choice but to use in the face of Cheng Chumo's shameless fighting style. But what was the situation now? Was Yuan Desheng sent flying and seriously injured by Cheng Chumo in one move? How is this possible? Wasn't Yuan Desheng's strength much stronger than Cheng Chumo's? How did Cheng Chumo do it? This Yuan Deshang was injured by Cheng Chumo? How is this possible? It must be that Cheng Chumo used some underhanded trick again. Otherwise, how could he injure Yuan Deshang? That's right. That's right. What's the referee doing? Cheng Chumo violated the rules of the competition. Why didn't he kick him out of the competition? A few 2nd Battalion soldiers saw Yuan Deshang fall to the ground and subconsciously thought that Cheng Chumo had used a similar underhanded trick like when he had gouged out Yuan Deshang's eyeballs. One after another, they clamored for the referee to kick Cheng Chumo out of the arena. Some of these people really didn't see clearly what had just happened. After all, Cheng Chumo and Yuan Deshang were extremely close to each other just now. Due to the angle, most of the spectators didn't see Cheng Chumo's elbow strike that borrowed force to strike Yuan Deshang. Referee Deng Kong stood in the same spot without moving and didn't have any intention of stopping the match. Just now, others didn't see Cheng Chumo's move clearly, so he knew that Cheng Chumo didn't violate the rules of the competition. But then again, he couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart that Cheng Chumo's move just now was indeed brilliant. It wasn't an underhanded trick. Cheng Chumo's move is too miraculous. How come I've never seen it before? Shenmu shook his head at this time and muttered to himself with slight doubt. I've also never seen it before. I just saw Cheng Chumo push an elbow strike and Yuan Deshang flew out. This move is too miraculous. Wang Rong scratched his head and said with bright eyes. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. That's Tai Chi. At this time, a young and magnetic voice sounded in their ears. The few of them turned around and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, adjunct. The person who came was Li Zixuan. Chapter 2042. After the start of the elimination round, Li Zixuan didn't follow Cheng Chumo, Shenmu, and the rest to B Battalion. He first went to inspect the other battalions before coming over. After all, he was the Black Armored Army's adjutant, and not just the Wu Battalion's adjutant. After inspecting the other battalions, Li Zixuan didn't waste any time and went straight to B Battalion. This was because he was worried that the B Battalion's Team 1 would do the same thing as the preliminary round and attack the Wu Battalion's people. But what he didn't expect was that the reality was the exact opposite of what he expected. Not only did the B Battalion's Team 1 not attack the Wu Battalion's people, they were actually beaten up by the Wu Battalion's people, and the violent person was actually Cheng Chumo. Coincidentally, Li Zixuan saw Cheng Chumo's last move of Tai Chi pushing hand and borrowing force to attack force. With regard to Cheng Chumo's improvement in Tai Chi, as his master, he was rather pleased. However, Li Zixuan didn't expect that Cheng Chumo could use Tai Chi to defeat Yuan Deshang. After all, the difference between the two of them was obvious. Although Cheng Chumo was born with superhuman strength, it wasn't easy for him to cross the gap between the two of them. Tai Chi? Join the army. What is Tai Chi? After bowing to Li Zixuan, Shenmu couldn't help but ask. Of course, while he was asking, he kept glancing at the arena from time to time. Because Yuan Deshang hadn't admitted defeat, this round of the competition wasn't over yet. Tai Chi. Tai Chi has Tai Chi, which gives birth to Yin and Yang. Tai Chi has Yin and Yang, which can borrow force to attack force, using softness to overcome hardness. Just now, Cheng Chumo took advantage of the situation and used a push hand to neutralize Yuan Deshang's fierce and overbearing fist force. Then, using the momentum of Yuan Deshang's body falling forward, he used his elbow to heavily injure Yuan Deshang. This is Tai Chi. Li Zixuan also didn't take his eyes off the arena. Hearing Shenmu's question, he thought for a while and explained. So that's how it is. When Shenmu heard this, he first fell into deep thought. Then, he seemed to have realized something, and a trace of shock flashed in the corner of his eyes. Who would have thought that the Cheng family's kids' martial arts would improve so quickly? If I remember correctly, this Yuan Deshang's martial arts should be much higher than that brat from the Cheng clan. I never thought that he would be defeated by that brat from the Cheng clan. It seems that the Black Armored Army's camp is really a good place to train people. Just as Li Zixuan and the others were focused on the arena, a dignified and surprised voice suddenly came from behind them. Li Zixuan instantly recognized the owner of the voice. He quivered and hurriedly turned around, only to see a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing a white round-neck shirt standing behind him. Who else could it be but Li Er? This subject, General Li Zixuan, greets your majesty. At this moment, Li Zixuan didn't have time to wonder why Li Er would suddenly appear in the Black Armored Army's camp. He was only stunned for a moment before he hurriedly bowed and greeted. Speaking of which, he was used to greeting Li Er as this subject and little subject. Now that he was in the army, he wasn't used to using the title this subject. His voice wasn't loud, but Shen Mu, Wang Rong, Xiao Ming, and Yuqi Baolin, who were standing beside him, heard it clearly. Hearing this, the four of them hurriedly turned around. When they saw Li Zixuan standing in front of Li Er, the four of them instantly trembled and hurriedly bowed down to pay their respects. All right, there's no need for formalities. This time, I'm leaving the palace in plain clothes. Do what you need to do. There's no need to bother about me. Without waiting for them to speak, Li Er rushed to wave his hand and said, Chapter 2043. Seeing Cheng Chimo beat up Yuan Deshang on the arena, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion who came along with Wang Rong and Shen Mu to watch the fight naturally cheered. Because Yuan Deshang injured Lu Ming first, Cheng Chimo could be considered to have avenged Lu Ming. On the other hand, Xiao Xinggong and Sun Tao's faces were as dark as they could get. The rest of the 6th Battalion soldiers all had gloomy expressions and low morale. Some of them had even turned their gazes elsewhere as they couldn't bear to continue watching. Li Er's face was a little pale at this moment. From his point of view, the original intention of the fighting competition was to stimulate the competitiveness of the soldiers and make them work harder in their daily training to increase the overall combat power of the entire army. But now, Cheng Chimo was using the competition as an opportunity to beat up Yuan Deshang. This completely went against the original intention of the fighting competition. Thinking up to this point, Li Er couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Zixuan, who was standing beside him. After all, this kid was the instigator. As if he felt Li Zixuan's cold gaze, Li Zixuan's heart quivered. He subconsciously turned around to look at Li Er. After seeing Li Er's dark expression, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Li Er was angry because of Cheng Chimo's actions. I admit, on the arena, Yuan Deshang opened his mouth again and was about to admit defeat. Cheng Chimo's fist came as promised, and once again smashed into Yuan Deshang's mouth. At the same time, Yuan Deshang's words of surrender were smashed back into his mouth. It seemed like a one-sided beating was about to take place once again. Cough, cough. At this moment, Li Zixuan coughed loudly. Cheng Chimo, who was about to continue showing off his skills on the arena, heard this cough. He couldn't help but stop and turn his head to look at Li Zixuan. He saw Li Zixuan lightly shaking his head at him. Cheng Chimo was beating up Yuan Deshang on the arena. The 5th Battalion soldiers who came along with Wang Rong and Shen Mu to watch the fight naturally cheered. Because Yuan Deshang injured Lu Ming first, now Cheng Chimo could be considered to have avenged Lu Ming. On the other hand, Xiao Xinggong and Sun Tao's faces were as dark as they could get. The rest of the 6th Battalion soldiers' faces were gloomy and their morale was low. Some of them even looked away as they couldn't bear to continue watching the fight. Li Er's face was a little ashen at this time. In his opinion, the original intention of the fighting tournament was to stimulate the competitiveness of the soldiers and make them work harder in their daily training, thus increasing the overall combat strength of the army. But now, Cheng Chimo had used the tournament as an opportunity to beat up Yuan Deshang. This completely deviated from the original intention of the fighting tournament. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Zixuan, who was standing beside him. After all, this kid was the instigator. As if he felt Li Zixuan's cold gaze, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously turned to look at Li Er. After seeing Li Er's dark face, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Li Er was angry because of Cheng Chimo's actions. I admit, on the arena, Yuan Deshang opened his mouth again. Just as he was about to admit defeat, Cheng Chimo's fist came as promised, and once again smashed into Yuan Deshang's mouth. At the same time, Yuan Deshang's words of surrender were smashed back into his mouth. It seemed like a one-sided beating was about to take place once again. Cough, cough. At this moment, Li Zishuan coughed loudly. Cheng Chumo, who was about to continue showing off his skills on the arena, heard this cough and couldn't help but stop. He turned to look at Li Zishuan and saw Li Zishuan lightly shaking his head at him. Chapter 2044. In a martial arts competition, you should stop when the fight is over. Why did you injure him so heavily? On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army, Li Er pointed at Yuan Deshang's bloody face and shouted at Cheng Chumo. Today's incident could be big or small. The key was how Cheng Chumo would explain himself. If he couldn't give Li Er a convincing reason, then Cheng Chumo wouldn't be able to escape a beating. If it was more serious, he might even be kicked out of the military camp. The corners of Qiu Xingong's mouth curled up into an almost undetectable smile. To him, this was the last bit of value left on Yuan Deshang after his heavy injuries. If this could cause Cheng Chumo to suffer misfortune or even be expelled from the military camp, then Yuan Deshang's sacrifice would be worth it. Your Majesty, I didn't intentionally injure him. It's just that Yuan Deshang didn't admit defeat. His martial arts are better than mine. Although I accidentally gained the upper hand, I didn't dare to wait for him to recover. So I kept on attacking him until he admitted defeat. This didn't violate the rules of the competition. At the crucial moment, Cheng Chumo learned from his father, Cheng Yaojin's usual and scrupulous personality. He directly pushed the blame away and pretended to be stupid, refusing to admit defeat no matter what. During the competition just now, he did intend to take the opportunity to beat Yuan Deshang up. However, this kind of thing couldn't be admitted in front of Li Er. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer another round of physical pain. Qiu Xingong was furious. He pointed at Cheng Chumo and shouted, "T. You obviously did it on purpose. Your Majesty." Seeing that Qiu Xingong was about to start spouting nonsense, Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't keep silent anymore. He cut in and cupped his fist towards Li Er. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Chumo did hit Yuan Deshang a little too hard just now. However, I implore your Majesty to forgive him on account of his eagerness to win and the fact that he only caused some superficial injuries to Yuan Deshang. Are you pleading for mercy on his behalf?" Li Er narrowed his eyes. Seeing these people fighting on the field, he thought about how his most beloved son had been kidnapped by a foreign tribe in the north, and his life and death were unknown. A ball of anger inexplicably ignited in his heart. He said coldly, "I let you join the Black Armored Army to raise the fighting power of the soldiers and to unite the army. But what about you? Just look at it. What was supposed to be a good martial arts competition had now turned into a battlefield for the soldiers of the different battalions to fight and vent their anger. If this continued, would the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army fall apart and fall apart? If you go to the battlefield in the future, will you still be able to trust your backs to your comrades?" Li Er's words could not be said to be light. Everyone present, regardless of their standpoint, did not dare to say another word after hearing these words. Although Li Zishuan felt a little aggrieved in his heart and did not understand where Li Er's anger came from, he did not choose to go head-to-head with Li Er at this time. There was no need. He was not alone now. He still had a family in Lantian County. More importantly, he had a clear conscience towards this country and the Black Armored Army. Li Er's deafening words of warning would soon be slapped in the face. Your Majesty is right. I also believe that since we are in the Black Armored Army, we are comrades and can entrust our lives to each other on the battlefield. However, before you came, there was someone who wanted to use the martial arts competition to kill his comrade. Your Majesty, please judge clearly." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan cupped his fist and said to Li Er, Chapter 2045. In the previous round, I was too eager to win and did not control my strength at the crucial moment. That was why I accidentally injured Brother Lu Ming. I did not do it on purpose. Please investigate, Your Majesty. In the Black Armored Army drill ground, in front of the 2nd Battalion arena, Yuan Deshang's entire body was in pain. However, he still endured the pain and explained to Li Er. He had no choice but to explain. If he did not try his best to explain, Lier would charge him with the crime of intentionally injuring a fellow soldier. Then he would not only suffer some superficial injuries, but might even lose his head. Oomph. You dare to spout nonsense in front of His Majesty? As everyone knows, Lu Ming is only at the initial stage of qi transformation while you, Yuan Deshang, are at the intermediate stage of qi transformation. Whether it is martial ability or actual combat experience, you completely surpass Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, it would be a piece of cake for you to win. How could you not control your strength? Are you treating all of us as fools? Or are you deliberately deceiving His Majesty? Hearing this, Li Zishuan could not help but rebuke angrily. Actually, Li Zishuan did not intend to make a fuss out of this matter, because there was no direct evidence to prove that Yuan Deshang had intentionally injured Lu Ming. As the evidence was not enough to hammer Yuan Deshang and the people behind him to death, Li Zishuan could not be bothered to deal with this fellow. However, things were different now. Because of Li Er's sudden arrival, Cheng Chumo and Yuan Deshang had been placed on the PK stage. If Yuan Deshang could not be convicted, then Cheng Chumo would be guilty of intentionally injuring a fellow soldier. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Li Zishuan had to stand out and hammer Yuan Deshang to death. Li Er was also a martial artist. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, he also felt that Li Zishuan's analysis was reasonable. After all, in a martial arts competition, strength was the most important factor. Yuan Deshang was originally much stronger than Lu Ming. In theory, Yuan Deshang should have been able to handle the battle with ease and without any pressure. The one who should have given it his all was Lu Ming. However, in the end, it was the effortless Yuan Deshang who could not control his strength at the crucial moment and injured Lu Ming, who was giving it his all. Who would believe such a thing? Anyone with a bit of common knowledge about martial arts would not believe it, especially Li Er. Therefore, Li Er could not help but narrow his eyes, and his gaze towards Yuan Deshang gradually turned cold. Being stared at by Li Er's cold eyes, Yuan Deshang suddenly panicked. His mind raced as he tried to defend himself while thinking of countermeasures and wording. Your Majesty, this general is not lying to you. What this general said just now is the truth. Adjunctly, what Adjunctly said is wrong. This general's strength does seem to be stronger than Lu Ming's, but this general is not as young as Lu Ming. In order to win the competition, this general does not dare to be careless and has to go all out. And you see, Cheng Chumo's strength is about the same as Lu Ming's. Didn't I lose this match as well? This guy really had a quick-witted mind to be able to use this loss to Cheng Chumo as an argument to his advantage, to prove to Li Zishuan and Li Er that it is not certain that one can win the competition just because one is stronger than the opponent on the surface, and there is no need to go all out. As long as this point could be explained, then the accident of him accidentally injuring Lu Ming could also be explained. Hearing him say this, Li Zishuan almost laughed out of anger. He thought to himself that this guy looked like a burly man, but he did not expect him to be a genius debater. With such eloquence, he did not go to the imperial court to be an imperial censor, but was here to be a soldier. What a waste of talent. At this time, Cheng Chumo said angrily, F***ck your mother's fart. How can Lu Ming be the same as me? I can beat you because of Tai Chi. Do you know what Tai Chi is? Tai Chi is to use softness to overcome hardness, to defeat the strong with the weak. Lu Ming does not know Tai Chi. How can he beat you in a normal fight? At that time, all the brothers who were present saw it. Lu Ming was beaten up by you until he was dodging everywhere. Yet every move you made was fatal. You still say that you did not do it on purpose? After being exposed by Cheng Chumo, Yuan Deshang naturally had a stomach full of anger. However, he did not dare to vent it out at this time. He could only suppress it in his stomach. After looking at Cheng Chumo with hatred, Yuan Deshang once again tried to explain himself. Yuan will go all out against any opponent. Could it be that I am wrong to want to win the competition? Speaking till here, he quickly looked at Xiao Xingong. The meaning of asking for help was obvious. Obviously, Yuan Desheng also realized that with his strength alone, he would definitely not be able to win against Cheng Chumo and Li Zishuan. Most importantly, Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo held a much higher position in Li Er's heart than him. At this time, he needed someone with enough weight to stand out and speak up for him. Otherwise, he would only have a dead end. And Qiu Xingong was the most suitable candidate. After all, the two of them were on the same side. Qiu Xingong also knew that he had to stand out at this time. Otherwise, it would be over if Yuan Desheng betrayed him when he knew that he was going to die. He coughed lightly and first frowned at Cheng Chumo as he reprimanded. In front of his majesty, you dare to speak such filthy words. What a scandal! After saying that, he cupped his fists towards Li Er and said, Your Majesty, Yuan Desheng is a very competitive person. Moreover, he will go all out against any opponent. Many soldiers know his character. This time, Lu Ming was heavily injured. This Qiu believes that he did not do it on purpose. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. Li Er glanced at Qiu Xingong indifferently. Actually, his heart was like a mirror. Seeing Qiu Xingong jump out to plead for mercy for Yuan Desheng. How could he not guess that Yuan Desheng's heavy injury to Lu Ming today was very likely due to Qiu Xingong's instructions? But guessing was just guessing. Li Er would not say it out loud. As the emperor, how could he not have such shrewdness? However, the matter of Lu Ming being heavily injured and almost dying was also a wake-up call for Li Er. Now that Qiu Xingong was actually able to secretly instruct his subordinates to kill someone, it meant that within the black armored troops, the battle between Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan had already reached its climax. He had to face this problem head-on and solve it as soon as possible. He could not allow this vicious internal battle to continue. Li Er remained silent. Qiu Xingong instantly felt a sense of pressure, because when Li Er looked at him just now, he felt as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, he had been in the imperial court and the military for many years and had trained some shrewdness. Otherwise, at this moment, his expression would definitely have revealed something. Regardless of whether Yuan Desheng did it intentionally or not, it is an indisputable fact that he was heavily injured and almost killed Lu Ming. In the military, meritorious service should be rewarded, and wrongdoings should be punished. This is also an indisputable iron law. Therefore, Yuan Desheng shall be whipped 50 times, demoted by 1 rank, and tied to the gate in public for 3 days as a warning to others. In addition, all of the following matches of the 2nd Battalion will be judged as a loss as punishment. If the same situation occurs in the other battalions, they will all be punished according to this example. As such, does anyone have any objections? Li Er was silent for a long time. Just as Yuan Desheng was about to collapse under this invisible pressure, he finally opened his mouth to speak. 50 lashes, demoted by 1 rank, tied to the gate in public for 3 days, and all of the remaining matches of the 2nd Battalion will be judged as a loss. Yuan Desheng and Qiu Xingong could not help but tremble. This punishment could not be said to be light, but compared to being beheaded for the crime of killing fellow soldiers, these punishments were not as heavy. Furthermore, Li Er's tone did not allow for any objections. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. Even if Yuan Desheng and Qiu Xingong had objections, they did not dare to voice them out at this moment. They could only cup their fists and say, This general is willing to accept the punishment. Your Majesty is wise. This general has no objections. Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo looked at each other and also cupped their fists and said, Your Majesty is wise. This general, has no objections. Although compared to the sins that Yuan Desheng had committed, this punishment seemed a little light. But at that time, Li Er did not see the situation with his own eyes. In this era, there were no cameras or anything. They did not have any direct evidence to hammer Yuan Desheng to death. For Yuan Desheng and the 2nd Battalion to end up like this, it was already a relatively good result. Duan Jishuan also said, This general has no objections. Your Majesty is wise. Li Er said expressionlessly, All right, do what you were supposed to do. Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan, the two of you follow me to take a look. After saying that, Li Er turned around and left with Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan and Xiao Xinggong responded and hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 2046. According to Li Er's orders, Yuan de Shang was to be whipped 50 times, demoted by 1 level, and be bound to the gate of the Yuan camp for 3 days. Furthermore, all of the following matches of the 2nd Battalion were judged to have lost. Therefore, there was no need for the 2nd Battalion to continue with the competition. The Wu Battalion could be said to have won this round of competition without shedding any blood and directly advanced to the finals. This meant that the Yi Battalion had already secured a spot in the top 5 of this martial arts competition. Even though there were many accidents along the way, this result was still considered a rather good one for the Yi Battalion. As for Li Zishuan, he didn't have to worry about the B Battalion playing any tricks in the following matches. As long as the Yi Battalion went all out and displayed their brilliance, Li Zishuan's initial goal would be achieved. How was the training of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army? How long will it take for them to return to their peak combat strength? Li Zishuan and Duan Zhishuan followed Li Er to the side of the drill ground. Li Er looked at the soldiers of the various battalions who were engaged in intense competition and asked expressionlessly. Although Li Er didn't specify who he was asking about, as the general of the Black Armored Army, Duan Zhishuan naturally had to take the initiative to answer this question. He clasped his fist and said, Your Majesty, the expansion of the Black Armored Army has only been going on for about 10 days, and the implementation of a new drill code has only been a few days. Furthermore, there is still the 2nd Battalion that hasn't adopted the new drill code. The familiarity of the soldiers with the new equipment and their coordination in battle is still far behind that of the previous Black Armored Army. Based on the results of my inspection these few days, I can see that the A Battalion is currently the strongest in terms of combat power. The coordination between the soldiers in the A Battalion is also the most tacit. The V Battalion is the most disciplined, and their coordination is slightly inferior to the A Battalion. However, they are more familiar with the new equipment than the A Battalion. As for the other 3 battalions, their strength is about the same. It will take some time for these 3 battalions to become a fighting force. Time? I'm afraid I can't give you much time. Li Er furrowed his brows and sighed softly. Duan Zhishuan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, What does Your Majesty mean? Could it be that the Northern Turks have made some strange movements recently? Over the past few days, the Black Armored Army had been undergoing closed training. Everyone, from the commanding general to the ordinary soldiers, was staying in the barracks. If there was no special summons, Duan Zhishuan would not attend the morning court. Thus, he did not know much about the situation on the Great Tang's borders. At this time, Li Er stopped and turned around to look at the 2 of them. A few days ago, Qing Ke and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College went north to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the northern expedition against the Turks. However, we did not expect that there would be a group of Turk spies hiding in Taiyuan City. Last night, we received news that Qing Ke had been kidnapped by Turk spies. Moreover, according to reliable information, in the next few days, it is very likely that a group of Turk wolf riders will sneak into our Great Tang territory to receive the Turk spies in Taiyuan City. The Northerners are even more anxious than us. What? The King of Wei was kidnapped by Turk spies in Taiyuan? Hearing this, Duan Zhishuan could not help but be shocked. Of course, he knew how importantly Tai was in Li Er's heart. He could also imagine how fearful the local officials of Taiyuan City would be now that the Turk spies had Li Tai as their trump card. Taiyuan City was in danger. Chapter 2047. Brat, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me everything you know. On the sidelines of the Black Armor Military Academy, Li Er could not help but frown when he saw Li Zishuan's hesitant look. It wasn't just Empress Zhang's son who was forcing him into a corner. He was also extremely worried about Li Tai's safety. Alas, Taiyuan and Chang were separated by several hundred li, and now that Li Tai had been kidnapped, it would be too late to send an army to rescue him. After all, the enemy had hostages. As an emperor, all he could do in the capital after learning that his son had been captured was a form of torture for Li Er. Li Zishuan's ambiguous words seemed to have given Li Er a sliver of hope. Li Zishuan looked at Duan Jishuan and Li Er hesitantly, and finally replied, "Your Majesty, this time the teachers and students of the academy went north to build a telegraph relay station. Before they set off, I was worried that the Turk spies lurking in the Tang Empire would hinder them after knowing the purpose of their trip. Therefore, I asked Xianxia to ask Your Majesty to send elite troops to escort them all the way. At the time, this subject was worried that the Turkic spies would strike in Yinzhou, as that place was on the border where the Turks could easily infiltrate. I did not expect these Turkic spies to be so bold as to strike in Taiyuan City. At present, Taiyuan City has not only 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers, but also 100 cavalry that Your Majesty has secretly dispatched, as well as tens of thousands of local soldiers. This subject is confident that someone of Li Juanxian's ability will not allow the Turkic spies to take Xianxia out of the city. Even if the Turkic wolf cavalry that have infiltrated the Great Tang arrive outside Taiyuan City, Your Majesty does not need to worry. Taiyuan is not the border, but the heartland of the Great Tang. If the Turkic wolf cavalry really dares to enter Taiyuan, all the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will come out and surround them, and they will not be able to return." Li Er was somewhat dissatisfied. "We understand everything you say, but now that Xianxia is in the hands of the Turkic spies, no matter how many soldiers there are in Taiyuan City, if they use Xianxia's life to threaten us, what use will it be? Just now, you said that Xianxia would definitely be able to escape safely. What exactly are you relying on?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Now, if they wanted to rescue Xianxia, it was not certain that they would succeed even if they had more people. They could only use ingenuity and not brute force. A few days ago, I suddenly felt uneasy because I was worried about the safety of Xianxia and the others in Taiyuan. I sent a telegram from the military camp and sent a very special expert to secretly protect Xianxia and the others in Taiyuan. I believe that with that person's abilities, he will definitely be able to safely rescue Xianxia from the hands of the Turkic spies." A very special expert. Upon hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. He knew that Li Zishuan's martial arts realm was very profound, and someone who could be called a master by Li Zishuan should at least be in the realm of the Grandmaster. Moreover, from Li Zishuan's words, it was not difficult to feel his confidence in the master's ability. This made Li Er very puzzled for a moment, because there were only a few Grandmaster-level masters in Chang'an. He had not heard of anyone who had been sent to Taiyuan by Li Zishuan recently. Therefore, Li Er could not help but ask, "Who is he? How could he make you trust him so much?" Li Zishuan glanced at Duan Jishuan and then at Li Er. He was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if he should reveal that person's identity in front of Duan Jishuan. After all, that person's identity was very special. If he revealed it, it might cause a certain amount of trouble. If he did not speak, Duan Jishuan would probably hold a grudge against him, and Li Er would also get to the bottom of it. Chapter 2048. Haya, Haya, Haya. On the plains 15 li north of Xiako Mountain, 2,000 some valiant Turkic cavalry, 100 men in a row, were madly galloping, and 100 zhang in front of them. A mysterious man in a black robe was also galloping. Moreover, that mysterious man would occasionally turn his head to look behind him. It seemed that this was yet another play between the pursuer and the hunted. The mysterious man in the black robe was clearly the hunted, and the 2,000 cavalry were the pursuers. But just who was this man in the black robe to be pursued by 2,000 Turkic cavalry? Presumably, his identity was extraordinary. Thwish, thwish, thwish. The Turkic cavalry in the front row clamped down on their war horses to stabilize themselves, and at the same time, they knocked arrows with both hands and began to madly fire at the man in the black robe. Arrows rained down from the sky, but the vast majority of them lost their momentum before they could reach the man in the black robe. After all, there was a distance of 100 to 200 zhang between them. Even if a few arrows managed to fly a little farther, they would either miss their mark or be dodged by the man in the black robe. Thus, after several volleys of arrows, the man in the black robe was completely unharmed. "Shoot the horse's legs," All of you, aim at the horse's legs." The Turkic commander's eyes darkened when he saw the man in the black robe's sharp senses and nimble movements. This was an extremely correct decision. This was because the black-robed man could rely on his body movement and his abundant inner Xianxia to perform all kinds of super difficult movements on horseback to dodge the arrows flying towards him. However, he had no way to make his warhorse dodge the arrows. As long as his warhorse was crippled by the arrows, the black-robed man would fall off his horse and be caught up by them. "Yes," the soldiers replied, and then they knocked arrows on their bows and began to fire at the legs of the man's horse. Thwish, thwish, thwish. More than 100 arrows flew towards the black-robed man's warhorse like meteors. Although the arrows were shot from such a long distance and from the back of a horse, the general direction of the arrows was not a problem. Nearly 80% of the arrows were aimed at the black-robed man's warhorse. At this moment, no matter how good the black-robed man's movement technique was, he would not be able to help his warhorse avoid this round of arrow rain. At this critical moment, the black-robed man placed his left hand on the horse's back and made a 180-degree turn. At the same time, his right hand reached behind his back and pulled out a pitch-black mace. At this moment, he was facing the 2,000 Turkic soldiers. If someone who didn't understand the cause and effect of the matter saw this, they would think that the black-robed man was riding a horse backwards. After turning around on his horse, the black-robed man pressed his legs against the horse's belly and propped himself up. He leaned toward the Turkic army, his body at a 45-degree angle from the horizon. The black-robed man's right hand quickly swung his mace, creating an impenetrable defensive wall behind his horse. Although it took a long time to describe, the black-robed man's series of actions were completed in the blink of an eye. Ding, 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 ding. With a series of tinkling sounds, the hundreds of arrows failed to hit the horse's legs and hit the defensive wall that the black-robed man had built with his maces before they bounced off in all directions. Chapter 2049. On the steppe, the black-robed man was facing the opposite direction of the warhorse. He was in an extremely difficult position, standing diagonally on the horse's back. He looked like he was about to fall, but no matter how the horse bumped, he did not move an inch on the horse's back. With his current posture, he could use the weapon in his hand to block the arrows behind him. However, there were hundreds of arrows flying towards him from 3 different directions. To be more precise, they were all aimed at his horse. Unless he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be very difficult for him to block the arrows from 3 different directions for his horse. The black-robed man's eagle eyes scanned his surroundings. In truth, he didn't have any better ideas. Although he was unparalleled in strength and was revered as a god by the warriors of the steppe, he was not a god. He was a man, and he was not omnipotent. "White Shadow, you go first." However, it was not his style to sit and wait for death. After pondering for a moment, the black-robed man instantly made a decision. Both of his legs slightly exerted force, and his entire body leaped up from the horse's back. The moment he got up, he used his right leg to instantly kick the horse's buttocks and growled. The horse, White Shadow, was no ordinary horse. It had once been the king of horses of the steppe, and the black-robed man had spent a great deal of effort to tame it. Moreover, this horse had accompanied him for 7 or 8 years. He naturally couldn't bear to see his beloved steed die like this. Thus, at this crucial moment, the black-robed man decisively left the horse's back and had his beloved steed suddenly accelerate to escape the range of the arrows. The sudden kick to its rear caused the warhorse to crazily accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, it had traveled a great distance. The black-robed man was in the air, and the sudden acceleration of the warhorse had allowed it to escape the range of the arrows. As a result, the volley of arrows from the Turkic cavalry had all missed. However, although the Turkic soldiers had failed to shoot the horse, they had achieved their goal. The black-robed man had no horse to ride. A 2-legged horse could not outrun a 4-legged horse. Once the black-robed man landed, he would immediately be surrounded by the 2,000 cavalry. "Charge! Everyone, surround him. Don't let him escape." The Turkic commander was first taken aback by this sight. and then he rejoiced and loudly ordered. Yes, the 2,000 cavalrymen accepted the order and put away their bows and arrows. Then they urged their war horses to the fastest speed possible and charged towards the black-robed man. Previously, the black-robed man was around 1,500 meters away from them, but after the black-robed man landed on the ground, the distance between them was only around 1,300 meters. With the current speed of the cavalry, they would only need a few breaths to cover this distance. The black-robed man did not want to be surrounded by the cavalry. After landing, he did not stop. He quickly turned around and activated his light body technique to the extreme. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he dashed in the direction of his warhorse. Quick! It was really too fast. The speed of the black-robed man at this moment was more than twice the speed of the cavalry. The distance of 130 feet had been widened to more than 160 feet in a breath's time, and it seemed to be getting further and further away. Chapter 2050. As noon approached, a white horse wearing a black robe was unhurriedly traversing the grasslands to the north of Xianxia Mountain. This black robe was naturally Wuxia. Earlier, after escaping from the 2,000 wolf cavalry led by Xianxia, he had traveled another 2 or 3 li, seeing that Xianxia had not pursued him. He had ordered his white horse to slow down. After all, although this horse had once been a king of horses, it was now an old horse and could not maintain its top speed for long periods of time. It was now close to noon, but there was no sign of a scorching sun. The sky was still rather overcast, but the further south one went, the brighter it became. From this, it could be seen that the frost this morning had probably only occurred in the heart of the grasslands. South of the grasslands, near the border of the Great Tang, there should not have been any frost. The subtle changes in the weather did not attract Wu Jie's attention or interest. His face was as calm as water, his head lowered, as if he was seriously pondering something. In truth, Wu Jie had left Shili Royal Court a long time ago. In terms of departure time, he had left Shili Royal Court nearly 4 hours earlier than Xianxia's pursuers. With the speed of the White Shadow, Wu Jie would never have been able to catch up to Xianxia's group. The main reason he had almost been caught was because after leaving Shili Royal Court, Wu Jie had not directly ridden south to the Central Plains. Instead, he had gone to a certain place, the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher. The previous Turkic state teacher had been buried at the foot of Wuxian, and Wuxian was located to the northwest of the Turkic royal court, nearly 100 li away. Wu Jie had insisted on going to the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher because he felt that this trip to the Central Plains would bring about a massive change in his life. There was a high chance that he would never return to the grasslands again. In his memories, his life had been saved by the previous Turkic state teacher, so before leaving, he naturally wanted to take one last look at the old Turkic state teacher. However, he had not expected that Shili would send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue him. Although Xianxia had not said who had ordered him to do so, Wu Jie didn't even need to think to know who it was, because in the entire grasslands, there was only one person who could command wolf cavalry, Shili. In his view, if he had left without saying goodbye, Shili would at most verbally blame him. No matter what, he would not be so decisive as to send soldiers to pursue him. After all, although he had not been at Shili's beck and call, he had still done many things for Shili. At the very least, Shili's position as Great Khan had been so stable over the years, and this was partly due to his efforts. After going to the tomb of the previous Turkic state teacher in the northwest of the royal court, he had turned back and headed south to the Central Plains. It was precisely because of this detour that Xianxia had the chance to catch up. Shili, why do you not want to go to the Central Plains? How many things are you hiding from me? Who am I? At this moment, Wu Jie's face was somewhat blank. The pursuit of 2,000 wolf cavalry and the concealment of his lover had made him more and more aware that his identity was not as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, why would Shili send 2,000 wolf cavalry to pursue him when the grasslands were on the verge of falling into turmoil? After a moment of confusion, Wu Jie's eyes slowly became firm. Since so many people were trying to stop him from finding the truth, from finding his identity, then he would find the truth. No one could stop him. Chapter 2051. Black Armored Armies Camp. The finals of the fighting competition were about to begin. As the strongest battalion in the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion naturally became the champions of the arena. More accurately, it was the A Battalion's 2nd Battalion who became the defending team of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, the defending team would be at a disadvantage if they had to face all the challenges from the other teams. However, if they wanted to be the champion, they would have to defeat all their opponents. Only then would they be worthy of the title. The A Battalion was the strongest among the 5 battalions. Not only did they want the competition to be transparent, they also wanted to win fair and square. They wanted to win so that everyone would be convinced. Hence, the A Battalion's 2nd team took the initiative to be the ringmaster. As for why they didn't let the A Battalion's 1st team be the ringmaster, they had their own selfish motives. After all, they were all from the same battalion. The A Battalion's 2nd team felt that they were not as strong as the A Battalion's 1st team, so they willingly led the charge to deplete the strength of the other teams and help the A Battalion's 1st team to be the champion. The A Battalion's 2nd team will be the ringmaster. Which team is willing to go up on stage to challenge? After Li Zixuan announced the start of the finals, the referee saw the B Battalion's 2nd team going up on stage to be the ringmaster. He shouted to the other 4 teams below the stage. The A Battalion's 1st team was naturally indifferent. After all, the reason why the A Battalion's 2nd team was the first to be the ringmaster was to help them deplete the strength of the other teams. On the E Battalion's side, Xianxia was eager to give it a try. He thought that even if they couldn't beat the A Battalion's 1st team, they could still beat the A Battalion's 2nd team. Just as the eager Xianxia was about to encourage Shunmu to lead them up the stage to challenge the ringmaster, someone from the D Battalion's 1st team stood up and said, "The D Battalion's 1st team is willing to challenge." After saying that, that person glanced at Shunmu, then led a few of his team members to the stage to call out the generals. Shunmu also glanced in that direction. Their gazes met for a moment in the air before they both quickly looked away. Xianxia sighed and said, "Alas, I was just thinking of asking old Shun to lead us up to challenge. I didn't expect the D Battalion's brothers to beat us to it." Shinmu's lips curled into a smile as he said meaningfully, "Chimo, don't be so ungrateful. The brothers from the 1st team of the D Battalion want to help us probe the 2nd team of the A Battalion and do us a favor. Let's just observe from below. When we go on stage later, we won't be so unprepared." The A Battalion, D Battalion, and V Battalion were the first battalions to accept Li Zixuan's new drill, so these battalions had a sense of camaraderie. However, because they were all new recruits, the D Battalion and V Battalion were usually closer to each other. Now that the fighting competition had entered the finals, only one team from the D Battalion had entered the finals, and in front of them were the 2 mountains of the A Battalion. Knowing that they had no chance of winning the championship, it was completely reasonable for them to be the first to go up the stage to challenge the ringmaster and do a favor for the V Battalion. Help us probe the real situation? Xianxia subconsciously thought about it. After a while, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. He just stood quietly beside Shinmu, waiting for the competition between the 2 teams to officially begin. Chapter 2052. The 3rd round, Geng Diaming, the leader of Team A, versus Du Guangshan, the leader of Team D. In terms of strength, Geng Diaming was at the middle stage of Qi transforming stage, while Du Guangshan was at the early stage of Qi transforming stage. From the perspective of victory and defeat, Team A Camp 2 had already won 2 matches in a row. This round's win or loss didn't affect the overall situation. However, Team D Camp 1 was different. They had already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost again, they would be directly eliminated. They would end their journey in this combat tournament with a 5th place result. Therefore, Geng Diaming had less psychological pressure during the match and could perform more stably. But when the 2 of them really started fighting, the audience below the stage realized that the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. After exchanging more than 20 blows, there was still no clear victor. Gosh, where did this dude Guangshan come from? He's actually so fierce. Below the stage, Xianxia's eyes were wide open as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't know Du Guangshan before, but he had heard of Geng Daiming. He knew that Geng Daiming was one of the capable generals under Xianxia of Team A and had already reached the middle stage of Qi transforming stage. He had also been in the army for more than 10 years and was part of the earliest batch of people in the Black Armored Army. He could be said to be a veteran of hundreds of battles. Xianxia initially thought that this match would end early like the previous two, but he didn't expect that Du Guangshan wasn't a simple character either. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position during the process of exchanging blows with Geng Daiming even suffered a small loss twice due to carelessness. This Du Guangshan was originally a lieutenant in the Right Martial Marquis Guard. It's said that he trained in external martial arts since young. His fists and legs are as hard as rocks. Moreover, his internal martial arts aren't weak either. It can be said that he cultivates both internal and external martial arts. He's extremely brave on the battlefield and had also achieved many military merits back then. It's not fair. This person loves to drink, and alcohol is prohibited in the army. He once messed up matters due to drinking and violated military rules. He was almost beheaded, but General Wuxia cherished talent and personally pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Only then was his life spared. However, he was also demoted from his military position and is no longer in an important position. Shenmu, who was standing beside Xianxia, opened his mouth to explain. This fellow was like an all-knowing man in Jianghu. He actually knew everything about Du Guangshan's background. It had to be said that Shenmu was really qualified to be the captain of the first team of the Wu Battalion. Before the start of the competition, he had already done a background check on all the potential opponents. Regardless of whether the first team of the Wu Battalion could obtain the first place or not, just Shenmu's serious attitude was impeccable. So this guy also has external martial arts. No wonder Geng Daiming didn't dare to take his moves head-on. Hearing Shenmu's words, Xianxia's words. At this time, he also Yuchi's I remember now. I've heard my father mention this person before. It's almost the same as what elder brother Shen just said. He's a set of the martial guard of. Wuxia Jingda was already conferred the title of the Right Martial Marquis Guard General in the 9th year of Wuda. Du Guangshan was one of Wuxia Jingda's troublemakers. Wuxia Jingda would naturally have a deep impression of him. It's not surprising that Wuxia Baolin had heard about Du Guangshan from his father. Shenmu smiled. Following that, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "This round, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Team B. Who knows, they might even be able to turn the tables." Chapter 2053. If we win, we'll be domineering, but if we lose, we won't lose face. Xianxia's reasoning sounded simple and clear, but it was also the truest portrayal of his straightforward personality. Most of the men in the army had straightforward personalities, and there were quite a number of people who thought like Xianxia. Wang Rong was the first to stand up and support. "I agree with Xiao's opinion. Old Shun, we can't place too much importance on the rankings." Kan Junli also said that he doesn't expect us to get first place as long as we can learn from the battles and improve ourselves. If we want to improve ourselves, we must have a direct battle with the strongest A Battalion first team. Let the brothers of the second team go up and fight with the A Battalion first team. Even if we win in the end, it won't be glorious. Wuxia Baolin also nodded. Yes, yes, yes. My dad said before, when you're afraid of your opponent before the battle even starts, you've already lost. Big brother Shun, we definitely can't lose in terms of momentum. Xianxia asked curiously. Baolin, your dad actually said something of such standard? Baolin rolled his eyes at Xianxia and said exasperatedly, "Of course." Everyone was amused by these two clowns. Shenmu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you all want to fight in the next round, then I have nothing to stop you. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a villain? In the next round, our team will fight in the arena. First eliminate the A Battalion second team, then fight the A Battalion first team. Let's fight with vigor. In the army, who didn't have some hot-bloodedness? Previously, when Shen Mu made such a decision, it wasn't because he was narrow-minded. The main reason was that he had to consider the final ranking of the entire team. He only had so much military power in his hands. As the team leader, every step he took, he had to be meticulous and meticulous. That was why he wanted to let the E Battalion's second team go up first, to deplete the A Battalion's strength. But seeing that Xianxia and the rest strongly objected to it, and each of their words made sense, Shen Mu's blood was boiling. At this time, he could only say F***K the ranking. They wanted to fight with the A Battalion first team fair and square. If they won, they would be domineering, and if they lost, they wouldn't lose face. Of course, it wasn't that the first team of the E Battalion had no chance of winning. The reason why Shen Mu agreed so readily, other than being hot-blooded, was because he believed that the first team of the E Battalion had an advantage over the first team of the A Battalion in some aspects. Firstly, the stamina of the members of Team 1 of the E Battalion was much stronger. In the preliminary round, Team 1 of the E Battalion had defeated Team 4 of the C Battalion with only 3 weaker members. And in the knockout round, Team 1 of the E Battalion was up against Team 1 of the B Battalion. Only Xianxia was able to fight for 1 round before Lier came and personally declared the loss of all the remaining matches for the B Battalion. Team 1 of the E Battalion was able to take advantage of Xianxia and decide the victory with just 1 round. That was to say, from the preliminary round to the final round, the E Battalion first team only went through 4 rounds of small matches. And in these 4 rounds, the strongest members of their team were conserving their strength and didn't go up for battle. This kind of advantage was something that the A Battalion didn't have. Secondly, although the 5 members of the A Battalion first team were strong, but most of the opponents were veterans who had been in the army for more than 10 years. The veterans did have an absolute advantage in terms of battle experience, but in terms of physical potential and stamina, they definitely couldn't be compared to the youngsters like Xianxia, Yuqi Baolin, and Wang Rong. In addition to the previous few rounds of matches, when it came to the real battle, as long as Xianxia and the rest could hold their ground in the early stages and slow down the pace of the match, they might have a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 2054. First round. Wang Rong, you're up. Make sure to end this quickly. In the first round of the second round of the competition, Shen Mu saw that the second team of the A Battalion had sent out Wang Jianting, who was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. With a thought, he directly sent out his strongest combat power, Wang Rong. Wang Rong had advanced to the middle stage of Qi transforming many years ago. Although he wasn't as young and strong as Xianxia and Yuqi Baolin, he had the advantage in terms of pure Qi and battle experience. Relying on the difference in cultivation level and battle experience, Shen Mu believed that Wang Rong would be able to end the first round quickly. In addition, Team E would be facing their strongest opponent soon, Team A of the 1st Battalion. Making use of this small match with almost no suspense, it would be a good way for Wang Rong to warm up. After all, Shen Mu didn't send Wang Rong on stage in the previous 2 matches in order to let him conserve his energy. Now, after resting for so long, my hands are already itching. Younger brother Shun, just watch. Hearing that Shen Mu wanted him to be the first to go on stage, Wang Rong couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed his sandbag-sized fist and said to Shen Mu, then walked impatiently to the center of the stage and stood in front of Wang Jianting. Team E of the 1st Battalion. First round, Team A of the 1st Battalion, Wang Jianting against Team E of the 1st Battalion, Wang Rong. Match start. Following the referee's shout, the match officially started. Speaking of which, this Wang Jianting was the only member of Team A of the 2nd Battalion who didn't go on stage in the previous match. As there wasn't much rest between each round, Wang Jianting should be the member with the best physical condition in Team A of the 2nd Battalion. Just that his personal ability was a far cry from Wang Rong's. Not only was Wang Rong's cultivation level much higher than Wang Jianting's, due to his daily training, his physical fitness was also better than Wang Jianting's. Hence, when the 2 of them started fighting, facing Wang Rong's ferocious attacks, Wang Jianting was already unable to withstand it. After 5 moves, Wang Jianing was already showing signs of defeat. This was also when Wang Rong intentionally held back some of his strength. Otherwise, according to Shenmu's intention of ending the match quickly, he would have seriously injured Wang Jianing in those 5 moves. Wang Rong's moves became more and more urgent, faster and faster. Wang Jianing could only retreat while desperately blocking. Finally, he could no longer retreat because he had already retreated to the edge of the stage. At this moment, Wang Rong's fierce and domineering punch came whistling over. Wang Jianing, who was already panting from exhaustion, didn't want to receive Wang Rong's punch, so he directly jumped off the stage. When he landed, he said, "I admit defeat." Wang Rong cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Wang Rong is victorious in the first round of the battle. The referee immediately announced the result, and the Wu Battalion naturally let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Soon, the second round of the competition was about to begin. In this round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion wanted to send out a person first. Shenmu pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Ming, you go up for this round. The opponent is very likely to send out Wu Hao this time. You try to be like Wang Rong and end the match quickly." Wu Hao was the second strongest member of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, an expert of the intermediate stage of the Qi transforming stage. In the last round of the competition, he used only 10 moves to defeat Xian Wanlu of Team 1 of the D Battalion. Other than Wang Jianing, who had just lost, Wu Hao was the member of Team 2 of the A Battalion who used the least physical strength. Hence, Shenmu thought that if Team 2 of the A Battalion wanted to win this round, it was very likely that they would send out Wu Hao. Chapter 2055. We've won 2 matches in a row, and we've defeated the 2 strongest members of the A Battalion. Among the remaining 3, although their martial arts aren't bad, especially their leader Geng Daiming, but these 3 people have suffered great losses in the last round of the competition. Therefore, in this 3rd round, we still have a good chance of winning. Near the back of the stage, Shenmu first patted Xiao Ming, who had just won the previous round, and then said to Cheng Chumo and the rest. Cheng Chumo excitedly waved his fist, then patted his chest and laughed. "Hee hee. Since it is like this, old Shun, let me go up for the next round. My hands are itching from watching from the back. Quickly let me go up for a round. I guarantee that I will win." Wang Rong couldn't help but ridicule. "Hey, Chuamo, you just fought with Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. If you go up next, can you handle it? We still have to fight the A Battalion 1st team later." Cheng Chumo couldn't stand people looking down on him in terms of martial arts. Hearing this, he raised his chin and said with dissatisfaction, "Old Wang, are you looking down on me? Just like the previous round with Yuan Deshang, with my physical strength, I can fight 10 rounds in a day without a problem. I am the same as Bao Lin, still young and have good physical strength. Unlike you, old Wang, who is old and will start to pant after 2 rounds. Hey, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big?" Wang Rong was just casually making fun of Cheng Chumo, but he didn't think that Cheng Chumo didn't know the concept of respecting the old and cherishing the young, and actually used this as an opening to make fun of him. Wang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he wouldn't get angry with Cheng Chumo just because of a few words. They were all brothers in the same battalion and would see each other frequently. After so many days of getting along, they were already very familiar with each other. This kind of joke was no longer harmful to the big picture. 3rd round. Hufane Battalion 2nd team will fight. At this moment, the referee walked in front of the 5 members of the 2nd team of the 1st Battalion and asked. As the leader of the 2nd platoon of the battalion, Geng Daiming couldn't help but frown at this moment. To be honest, including him, the remaining 3 members on their side had already expended quite a bit of energy in the previous match. Moreover, he had also suffered quite a bit of injuries from the previous match with Du Guangshan. In the previous round, he had sent out the 2nd best in condition, Wu Hao, in hopes that Wu Hao would be able to turn the situation around. Only then would there be a need to continue the match, and there would be a possibility of victory. But in the end, things didn't go as he wished, and Wu Hao still lost. They had lost 2 rounds consecutively, and were only left with 3 crippled soldiers. Gung Daiming turned his head and looked at Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, who was standing not far away from them. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked at the referee in front of him again. He said, "There's no need to fight the 3rd round. Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admits defeat." From Gung Daiming's point of view, with the current strength of the 2 teams, there was indeed no need for Team 2 of the 1st Battalion to continue the match. They would lose without a doubt. The only effect of continuing the match would be to further expend the stamina of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. But Team 1 of the Wu Battalion had chosen to fight in this round instead of letting Team 2 of the Wu Battalion wear down the strength of Team 2 of the 1st Battalion. They were upright first team. If Gung Daiming still wanted to continue the match, even though he knew that he would lose, and use this to expend the strength of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion to the greatest extent, wouldn't that be a little too despicable? This kind of thing, Gung Daiming couldn't do it. So instead of forcefully continuing the match, it would be better to just admit defeat and let Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion have a fair and upright battle between strong. Chapter 2056. Team 1 of the Wu Battalion has won the challenge and become the new champion. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp, on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. With Team 2 of the 1st Battalion admitting defeat, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this moment, only Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, and Team 1 of the Wu Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the Wu Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have 2 teams that could laugh till the end? Of course, this on the surface was only the original impression left by the Black Armored Army during the competition between the 5 battalions when the Black Armored Army was first expanded. At that time, the Wu Battalion was ranked last, not because the soldiers in the Wu Battalion weren't strong enough. It was because they didn't know each other at that time and thus couldn't cooperate in the competition. It wasn't because they were weak. In fact, the soldiers in the Black Armored Army, no matter if they were new recruits or old veterans, were all selected carefully. It could be said that there were no weak soldiers in the Black Armored Army. As long as the training method was suitable and there was a rope twister who had enough prestige, every battalion in the Black Armored Army could become a powerful force. The current Wu Battalion was a living example. Hey, Team 1 of the 1st Battalion is willing to challenge the challenge. As expected by Shun Mu and the others, as soon as the referee finished speaking, a man with a white face, black beard, medium build, and about 30 to 40 years old led 4 soldiers out of the crowd. As he shouted loudly, he directly leaped up and leaped onto the general appointment platform. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. This was the strongest on the surface Team 1 of the 1st Battalion in the Black Armored Army. From the preliminary round to the final round, the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat. They were the hottest contenders for the title of champion of this year's fighting competition. That was why the Black Armored Army Team 1 had never tasted defeat since the start of the competition. Team 1 of the 1st Battalion, Team Leader Di Zhang, a Qi transforming stage expert. Like Field Officer Zhang of the 1st Battalion, he is also a senior figure in the Black Armored Army. He has been through hundreds of battles, and his strength is extremely terrifying. The few of us can't win against him. Whoever meets him later, just admit defeat. But I heard that in all the previous matches, Zhai Zhangsun didn't fight. On the side of the first team of the 5th Battalion, Shun Mu began to explain to the few people beside him when he saw the 5 members of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion enter the arena. Ching Chumo's little face darkened, and he couldn't help but complain. Why is he on the stage? Isn't this bullying? Team 1 of the Wu Battalion won the challenge and became the new champion. Is there any other team who wants to challenge the challenge? In the Black Armored Army's camp, on the stage, the referee turned around and called out to the people below the stage after he had confirmed the results. After the second team of the A Battalion admitted defeat, the first team of the E Battalion finally became the new champion and successfully entered the top 3. At this time, only the first team of the A Battalion and the second team of the E Battalion were left. This result was very acceptable to the E Battalion. If this was before the start of the competition, who would have thought that the Wu Battalion, which was the weakest on the surface, would actually have 2 teams that could laugh till the end? Chapter 2057. First round. Who from Team 1 of the Wu Battalion will fight? On the stage, after both teams had taken their positions, the referee looked at Shunmu and asked in a deep voice. Now that the Wu Battalion was the champion of the arena, they would naturally be the first to send out a person for the first round. At this time, Shunmu already had an idea in his mind. Hearing the referee's question, he raised his head and said calmly, "First round, Xianxia will fight." Although Xianxia's previous words might have been exaggerated, it was still the first round after all. No one knew who the opponent would send out to fight. On his side, sending out Xianxia, who was neither the strongest nor the weakest member, to test the opponent's strength seemed like a good choice. It would be best if he won, but if he unfortunately lost, then Xianxia would have depleted one of the stronger members of the opponent's strength. Of course, the most important thing was that Xianxia didn't fight at all in the previous round of attacking the arena. He had gotten sufficient rest, and now was the time when he was full of energy. If Xianxia went up to fight with Yuan Desheng, plus the magical Taiji fist that Xianxia displayed in the previous battle, Shenmu felt that Xianxia still had a chance to win. The prerequisite was that the opponent's strength wasn't particularly strong. "Hey, old Shun, just you wait and see." After hearing Shunmu's words, Xianxia laughed and patted Shenmu's shoulder. Then, he couldn't wait to stand up and walk towards the center of the stage. Seeing Xianxia walk towards the center of the stage with confidence, the referee couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Because he knew Xianxia's strength, he didn't think that Xianxia could win this first round. However, this referee didn't say anything to dampen Xianxia's enthusiasm. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Team 1 of the 1st Battalion. He said loudly, "Team 1 of the Wu Battalion will send out Xianxia. Who from Team 1 of the 1st Battalion will send out?" Actually, even without him saying, Dizhong's son and the rest of Team 1 of the 1st Battalion already knew that Team 1 of the Wu Battalion would send out Xianxia. Because before he came over, Xianxia had already walked to the center of the stage and posed as if he was about to fight. Even an idiot could see that this guy was going to be the first one to fight. Xianxia? Huh. Dizhong's son didn't reply to the referee immediately. Instead, he chuckled and looked towards Xianxia, who was in the center of the stage. His gaze carried a hint of playfulness and scrutiny. Feeling Dizhong's gaze, Xianxia instantly quivered. He hurriedly turned his head and looked towards Dizhong's direction. He saw that Dizhong's son was sizing him up with malicious intentions. Cough, cough. At least from Xianxia's point of view, Dizhong's gaze was malicious. In that instant, he cursed in his heart. Could it be that this old man wants to personally go up and spar with this young master? This won't do. Isn't this bullying me? Thinking of this, without waiting for Dizhong's son to decide who to send out for Team 1 of the Wu Battalion, Xianxia hurriedly shouted, "Hey, old Zhang's son, you can't go up personally and bully the weak. If my father knew, he would definitely block your doorstep and laugh at you for 3 days and 3 nights." This guy's voice was extremely loud. Almost all the soldiers standing in the first few rows below the stage heard him. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but let out a wave of good-natured laughter. Lier, who was below the stage, saw Xianxia fooling around. He was both angry and amused. However, he didn't say anything to stop him, because from his point of view, if Dizhong's son were to personally go up and fight with Xianxia, it would really be bullying Xianxia. After all, the difference in strength and combat experience between the two of them was extremely obvious. On the other hand, Dizhong's face twitched slightly. Speaking of which, he really did have the intention to personally go up and fight with Xianxia. Of course, this was under the premise that he would suppress his own level to the same level as Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was the son of his former comrade, Xianxia. Moreover, he heard that Xianxia used a mysterious fist technique called Taiji to defeat Yuan Deshang, who was in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage. Therefore, Dizhang's son couldn't help but become more interested in Xianxia. However, when Xianxia shouted at the top of his voice just now, he immediately suppressed the thought of going up personally. It wasn't because he was worried that the soldiers in the army would laugh at him for bullying the weak. It was because Li Er was also in the army camp today, so he couldn't go overboard. Moreover, if he really went up to fight with Xianxia, when Xianxia heard about this, he might just block his doorstep like what Xianxia said. Although he had been in the army camp recently and didn't return home, he still had his family. He didn't want that shameless old man, Xianxia, to disturb his family. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Dizhang's son took a deep breath and turned to a soldier beside him and said, "Lin Feng, you go up and fight with Lu Guogong's son. Remember, don't be careless. That kid has a very strange fist technique. He even just defeated Yuan Deshang from the 2nd Battalion. Captain, don't worry. I will not tarnish the reputation of the A Battalion." The soldier named Lin Feng stepped forward and turned to Dizhang's son with cupped fists. Dizhang's son nodded slightly. Lin Feng straightened his body and followed the referee to the center of the arena. The first round of the A Battalion's Arena Challenge. Team 1 Xianxia from the V Battalion versus Team 1 Lin Feng from the A Battalion. Match begin. Following the referee's loud shout, the atmosphere on and off the arena instantly became solemn. Xianxia and Lin Feng cupped their fists towards each other and then started to stare at each other with a guarded expression, waiting for each other to make a move. Logically speaking, Lin Feng's ability was higher than Xianxia's. Under normal circumstances, he should be the first to make a move. However, the words that Dizhang's son had told him just now made him wary of Xianxia. At this moment, he didn't want to make a move recklessly, although the first to make a move would be able to seize the upper hand. At the same time, it would also expose his own weakness to the opponent. The two of them stared at each other silently, looking for the best angle and timing to make a move. The usually cheeky Xianxia also became serious at this moment. From Lin Feng's footwork and firm lower body, as well as the aura that was emitted from his body, he could clearly feel that this person in front of him was a tough opponent. The two of them stared at each other like this for a while. Neither of them chose to make the first move. The black armored army soldiers below the arena were getting impatient and couldn't help but start to discuss in private. Lin Feng frowned. He knew that there was no point in continuing to waste time like this. Moreover, his ability was already higher than Xianxia's. If this continued, even if he won in the end, it wouldn't look good. Hence, in the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly moved. Both of his legs kicked off, and his entire body was like a cheetah exploding with all its strength. He pounced towards Xianxia like lightning. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist and, mixed with Gang Qi, flew towards Xianxia's abdomen. Chapter 2058. Fast. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Xianxia only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and then he felt a strong gust of wind coming towards him. Dodge? Xianxia shook his head, and the first thing he did was to nip this idea in the bud. If he had to dodge the first move, how embarrassing would that be? Whether or not he could win, he would only know after trying. And to him, the Lin Feng in front of him was not so strong that he could not defeat him. In a split second, Xianxia quickly made a decision. He roared loudly, and his eyes were wide open in anger. If it wasn't for the military armor he was wearing, one could even see that the veins on his arms were popping out. Facing Lin Feng's violent and overbearing punch, Xianxia gathered all the qi in his body in his right arm, and then his sandbag-sized fist fiercely collided with Lin Feng's right fist. Bang! The collision of the two bodies of flesh and blood actually produced a huge muffled sound at this moment. This was a pure collision of strength. Xianxia and Lin Feng were both sent flying by the huge rebounding force of the fist. Lin Feng retreated 7 to 8 steps before stabilizing his body, while Xianxia retreated 10 steps. Obviously, in terms of strength, Xianxia was a notch weaker, but for him to only retreat 2 to 3 steps in a head-on collision with Lin Feng was already not easy. This was also because he had a strong foundation in martial arts, and his strength was greater than ordinary people from a young age. Otherwise, he would not have been able to receive Lin Feng's punch head-on. As expected of the first team of the 1st Battalion, you are indeed strong. The strong opponent did not make Xianxia feel fear. On the contrary, it aroused his bloodlust. His eyes lit up, flashing with eagerness, and then he looked at Lin Feng opposite him and said, "As the son of General Cheng, you are not weak either." Lin Feng frowned. He probably did not expect that Xianxia, who was only at the initial stage of qi refining, would have such great strength. After replying Xianxia indifferently, he kicked off with both feet and actually took the initiative to attack Xianxia again. After the test just now, although Xianxia's true strength was slightly out of his expectations, he still felt that everything was within his control. He believed that as long as he could deal with it calmly and steadily, he would be able to win. This time, Lin Feng's attack speed was as fast as before. On the other side, Xianxia was not to be outdone, and the two of them very quickly collided again. This time, Lin Feng did not use his fist to meet Xianxia's fist head-on like before. Previously, he did that to test Xianxia's ability, but now he only had one goal in mind, and that was to defeat his opponent. Pung pung pung. Lin Feng's punches were very fast. Both his fists were swinging at lightning speed, and his punches were as dense as raindrops, greeting Xianxia's chest, face, nose, stomach, and other body parts like lightning. Facing such a fast punching speed, Xianxia had no time to counterattack. He could only try his best to use his own fists and arms to block. The fists collided, and the stage once again emitted a series of pung 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 sounds. In a short few breaths, Lin Feng had already thrown out over 30 punches. The speed of his punches was so fast that Xianxia could be said to have never seen it before. Obviously, Lin Feng should have specially trained in fist techniques. The wind from his punches was nimble and swift. Once it was launched, the attack would be continuous, making it impossible to guard against. Although Xianxia tried his best to block, unfortunately, he was still hit by a few punches. Fortunately, those punches did not hit any vital parts. Moreover, because Lin Feng's punches were so fast, the time it took to accumulate power was short. Therefore, those punches did not cause too much damage to Xianxia's body. If he had used all his strength like the first punch, it was estimated that one punch on Xianxia's body would have been enough to beat Xianxia to the ground. However, even so, Xianxia, who had taken a few punches, still felt a little uncomfortable. There was even some blood in his chest. Xianxia knew that he could not let Lin Feng continue attacking like this. He turned his fists into claws a few times, wanting to pull Lin Feng into his arms. Cough cough. The main purpose of pulling Lin Feng into his arms was to use close combat techniques to restrict his opponent's mobility and make Lin Feng completely lose his advantage in speed. However, Xianxia tried a few times and found that this Lin Feng in front of him was as slippery as a loach. It was impossible to catch him. Obviously, Lin Feng also understood his own advantages and disadvantages. He did not want to engage in close combat with Xianxia. He only wanted to use quick punches to injure Xianxia and make him lose his ability to fight. In this combat tournament, Xianxia had fought a total of 3 times and met 3 opponents. The first was Lu Bin of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Battalion. Xianxia easily defeated him with his strength. The second was Yuan Deshang of the 2nd Battalion. His strength was much higher than Xianxia's by a large margin. However, Yuan Deshang had some misgivings and held back in the competition. Moreover, he also underestimated Xianxia's strength. In the end, he was defeated by Xianxia. The third was the current Lin Feng. To Xianxia, Lin Feng was the most difficult opponent he had met in this combat tournament. This was a person who was obviously very strong, but was also overly cautious. This made it difficult for Xianxia to find a good opportunity to win. If this continued, Xianxia would lose without a doubt. He had to make a change. He was not willing to lose the competition just like this. Bang! At this moment, Lin Feng's swift uppercut penetrated Cheng Chumo's defense net and ruthlessly smashed into Cheng Chumo's cheek. Cheng Chumo's neck was uncontrollably tilted to the right. His entire body almost fell to the ground due to inertia. Cheng Chumo could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his head was buzzing. He could not hear the sounds of the outside world clearly. He could only hear his own heavy breathing. For no reason, some words that Lisa Xuan had said to him suddenly echoed in Cheng Chumo's mind. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength. Moreover, Taoism emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Chumo, your brute force is occupying the yang of Tai Chi. What you lack now is the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, what you lack is the knack of using force. Chumo, if you become a deserter today, you will lose the opportunity to become a strong person. Uncle Cheng is a hero without equal. Are you willing to live under his shadow for the rest of your life and be a second-generation rich kid who only knows how to eat and wait for death? No, I can't lose. Suddenly, a strong belief burst forth in Cheng Chumo's heart. He shook his somewhat dizzy head, and his eyes regained clarity. Moreover, his eyes were filled with a strong desire for victory. Previously, he had promised Shunmu that he would get their team off to a good start. Although this promise was a lot of bragging, he was serious now. He really wanted to win this competition. He wanted to use this competition to prove himself. Chapter 2059. Black Armored Army's Drill Ground. Below the ring, everyone from the Wu Battalion held their breaths nervously when they saw that Cheng Chumo had been hit on the side of his face. Although Lin Feng had hit Cheng Chumo a few times before, those were not vital points. However, Lin Feng's punch was aimed directly at the upper side of Cheng Chumo's face, which was close to his earlobe. That was the most vital part of his body. As long as this punch was strong enough, not only could it injure Cheng Chumo, it could even kill Cheng Chumo directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng's punch was controlled. This punch only made Cheng Chumo spit out a mouthful of blood. Even so, this made the soldiers of the Wu Battalion, especially Shunmu and the other members of the Wu Battalion, worried for Cheng Chumo. If it was said that Shunmu and the others still had hope that Cheng Chumo would win at the beginning, then now almost no one had any hope anymore. This was because Cheng Chumo was in a disadvantageous position in the ring. Moreover, he had suffered some serious internal injuries. If the fight continued, his defeat was basically set in stone. Cheng Chumo's martial arts has indeed improved since he came to the Black Armored Army. However, he has been lazy for too long. There is still a huge gap between his strength and the top fighters in the army. Li Er commented lightly at this time. After knowing that Li Zixuan had already sent a top fighter to Taiyuan to protect Li Tai, Li Er's mentality had become quite relaxed. It was rare that he was in the mood to watch the Black Armored Army's battle seriously. Li Zixuan had been staring at Cheng Chumo for a while without blinking. Hearing this, he said softly, "Your Majesty, do you think that Cheng Chumo will definitely lose this round? I think that it is still too early to say who will win or lose." Oh, Li Er's eyes flashed. He was about to ask Li Zixuan why he said that. Duan Jixuan and Xiao Xingong, who were beside him, also looked at Li Zixuan curiously. At this time, Li Zixuan suddenly said, "Your Majesty, look, Chumo is about to fight back." Everyone quickly turned back to look at the ring again. On the ring, Lin Feng, who had landed a punch on Cheng Chumo's cheek, did not stop there. Instead, he followed up with another punch, throwing another punch at Cheng Chumo's chest. Cheng Chumo, whose head had been knocked to the side by the punch, suddenly turned his head and met Cheng Chumo's eyes. Lin Feng could not help but be stunned. It was a pair of stubborn, deep, dignified, and somewhat cold eyes. If this kind of gaze appeared on Duan Jixuan, Qin Xiong, or other iron-blooded generals, it would not be strange at all. However, when it appeared on Cheng Chumo, who had always been frivolous, it was very out of place. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean, it made him look somewhat cold-blooded and ferocious. Even Lin Feng, who was attacking Xianxia, could not help but be stunned for a moment. Lin Feng was stunned, but Xianxia would not be stunned. In a flash, he directly took advantage of the situation. Lin Feng's reaction was also very fast. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly wanted to retreat. This was because from the beginning to the end, he did not want to fight Xianxia in close combat. However, that slight moment of distraction still affected Lin Feng's speed. As he retreated, Xianxia stretched out his left hand like lightning and directly wrapped it around Lin Feng's right fist, which had not been retracted in time. At the same time, he poured more than half of his body's qi into his left arm. His left hand was like an iron clamp, firmly clamping down on Lin Feng's right fist. Lin Feng frowned and secretly cursed. This was because once Xianxia dragged him in front of him and engaged in close combat, his advantage in speed would be gone. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his qi and quickly retreated. He desperately wanted to break free from Xianxia's grip. At the same time, he also swung his left fist and smashed it toward Xianxia's chest. One attack and one defense, using attack as defense. This transformation and coordination between attack and defense fully demonstrated Lin Feng's rich combat experience. However, this time, his previous experience seemed to have been used in the wrong place. Lin Feng saw Xianxia's mouth curl into a sneer. Then, Xianxia actually turned a blind eye to Lin Feng's left fist. Chapter 2060. This sudden, unforeseen event in the ring made everyone's heart tremble. Just a moment ago, almost everyone thought that the outcome was already decided and Xianxia would lose without a doubt. But in the next moment, Lin Feng was actually pushed to the edge of the ring by Xianxia, almost being pushed out of the ring directly. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and used all his strength to stop the car in time, or else he would be the first contestant in this combat tournament to be pushed out of the ring and be defeated. Lieru's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at the ring. His eyes revealed a different kind of expression. Shenmu and the other members of the E Battalion all widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and surprise. They did not think that Xianxia, who was at a disadvantage, could suddenly reverse the situation, and even almost win. But in the next moment, the surprise on their faces instantly turned into anxiety, because on the ring, Lin Feng steadied himself and waved his left fist, launching a counterattack towards Xianxia. Lin Feng, who had steadied himself, was finally able to mobilize most of the qi in his body to attack. So this punch of his was not only fast, it was also ferocious. The huge fist was mixed with violent qi, whistling towards Xianxia's right lower abdomen. This location was easy to hurt and injure, but not easy to kill. Previously, when Xianxia was pushing Lin Feng back, he could use his body to take Lin Feng's punch, but now, Lin Feng's punch was concentrated with 90% of his strength. Xianxia absolutely did not dare to use his body to take it head-on. If this punch landed solidly on his abdomen, not only would he be sent flying, he would also be severely injured. Facing this ferocious and overbearing punch, Xianxia first retreated slightly, then extended his right hand forward to meet Lin Feng's left fist. It was as if he already knew that Lin Feng would retaliate with a punch. He even knew the timing, angle, position, and strength of the punch. Then, he accurately reached out his right hand and wrapped it around Lin Feng's left fist. Following the direction of Lin Feng's left fist, he guided Lin Feng's left fist to attack his lower right abdomen. Therefore, Xianxia's action of reaching out his hand was the most appropriate word to describe it as welcoming. It was as if he was welcoming a friend who had come from afar into his house, afraid that the other party did not know the way. This was the borrowing force of Tai Chi at the same time. It was also Xianxia's move, inviting you into the trap. At the same time, Xianxia turned his body slightly, so that Lin Feng's punch would not hit him. Of course, throughout the whole process, his left hand was firmly clamped on Lin Feng's right fist. Seeing that his left hand was about to fall into Xianxia's evil claws, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He quickly pulled his hand back, but this time he learned and did not use too much strength to pull back. After all, he was almost pushed out of the ring by Xianxia when he tried to pull back with all his strength. Feeling that Lin Feng did not use too much strength to pull back, Xianxia did not choose to borrow force to push Lin Feng out of the ring like last time. Instead, he quickly released Lin Feng's left and right sides, then turned his palm into a fist and attacked Lin Feng's chest. At this time, Lin Feng's right hand was clamped by Xianxia, and his left hand was in the process of retreating. Facing Xianxia's attack, he did not have the ability and time to defend, borrowing force to dodge, turning defense into offense. It had to be said that Xianxia's timing was indeed perfect. This set of combination punches was also very ingenious. With a bang, Xianxia's punch landed solidly on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng only felt pain in his chest, and then there was a sweet taste in his throat. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body could not help but retreat because of this punch. It was only because Xianxia was still clamping on his right hand that he did not retreat immediately. On the other hand, Xianxia was also mischievous. He took the opportunity to let go of Lin Feng's clamped right hand. Without Xianxia's clamping, Lin Feng's whole body was like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably retreating backward. Lin Feng could not help but feel that things were not going well. He hurriedly channeled qi into his legs again, trying to stabilize his body as soon as possible. However, Xianxia was not willing to let go of this great opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's unstable body and staggering backward, he took advantage of the opportunity and rushed forward. Both of his fists were aimed at the side of Lin Feng's face and chin. This was really a case of, when it rains, it pours. The ship's bow was met with a headwind. Lin Feng, who had just been punched in the chest, had not yet regained his balance. Now, he had to face two more ferocious punches from Xianxia. Moreover, compared to the beginning of the fight, Xianxia's punches were now faster. The angle and timing of his punches were also more ingenious, making it difficult for Lin Feng to effectively block them in the first place. After the vicious beating just now, Xianxia seemed to have evolved. Bang! Bang! In the nick of time, Lin Feng quickly withdrew both of his hands. At this time, he did not have time to raise his fist to block Xianxia's two fists. He only had time to block the side of his face and chin with his palms. Xianxia's two punches that were aimed at his left face and chin whistled through the air and landed on both of his palms. Although on the surface, Lin Feng's palms blocked Xianxia's two fists. However, how could he block Xianxia's two ferocious punches with his two palms that he had stretched out in a hurry? When Lin Feng's palms came into contact with Xianxia's fists, he suddenly felt a huge force hit him. His two palms were pushed by this huge force and fiercely hit the side of his face and chin. Lin Feng felt a burning pain on the side of his face and chin, but at this moment, he could not care less. He had to change. He had to turn the situation around, or he would lose without a doubt. At this critical moment, Lin Feng borrowed the strength of Xianxia's two fists to soar into the air. He directly did a backflip, but at the same time, both of his feet were aimed at Xianxia's face. In the face of Lin Feng's two kicks, Xianxia had no choice but to use his hands to block and retreat slightly. Lin Feng finally landed steadily, but when he landed, he found that he was once again standing at the edge of the ring. I admit that I have indeed underestimated you, but from now on, I will not be merciful. Looking behind him, Lin Feng turned his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xianxia and said word by word. Just now, Xianxia's two punches had already caused him to suffer a serious internal injury. Up until now, he was also a little angry. At the beginning of the match, he did not use his full strength because his strength was higher than Xianxia's. In addition, Xianxia was Xianxia's son, and there was also Lier watching below the ring. He was afraid that if he used his full strength from the start, he would seriously injure Xianxia. But now that he was injured, he had to use his full strength next. Chapter 2061. A true master will never underestimate his opponent. On the stage, when Lin Feng said, From now on, I won't be lenient." Xianxia coldly snorted and said these words in a flat tone that was not flat at all. If this were any other day, hearing such a philosophical statement from Xianxia's mouth would definitely cause everyone to feel very uncomfortable. But ever since Xianxia's awakening, his entire aura had changed, and these words were very much in line with his current temperament, so no one felt the slightest bit uncomfortable. Lin Feng couldn't help but be enraged. What did he mean by "a true master will never underestimate his opponent"? Did it mean that he didn't deserve to be called a master? And listening to Xianxia's words, it was as if he was purposely finding excuses for his previous loss when he said that he didn't use his full strength. This was a blatant humiliation. How could Lin Feng endure it? At that moment, Lin Feng didn't care that Xianxia was Cheng Yaojin's son, nor did he care that Li Er was watching the battle below the stage. He roared angrily, and the aura of the middle stage of Qi transforming stage exploded. Even the aura on his body had a faint tendency of breaking through to the later stage of Qi transforming stage. He was actually about to break through from the middle stage of Qi transforming stage to the later stage of Qi transforming stage. It turned out that in the previous battle, he really didn't use his full strength. When Shun Mu and the other members of the E Battalion felt the powerful aura from Lin Feng's body, their faces couldn't help but change. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Feng to have held back his strength earlier. And at this moment, Lin Feng's legs kicked off and his entire person disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Xianxia's head. Fast! Just based on speed alone, Lin Feng's current speed was at least 30% faster than before. Don't underestimate this 30% increase. In an evenly matched battle, a mere 10% increase in strength could be the key to victory, not to mention 30%. After awakening, Xianxia's reaction wasn't slow. When Lin Feng leaped above his head and punched toward his face, he had already raised his head and crossed his arms in front of his face to block with all his might. Because it was already too late to retreat, the only thing they could do was to resist with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would not just throw a punch, but a series of dazzling consecutive punches? Xianxia only felt a piercing pain in the wrist that was covering his face. Then, this pain was like a storm densely attacking him. This was Lin Feng's quick punch. Once his fist was formed, it was like a storm, continuous and unending. At this moment, Lin Feng was looking down from above. It could be said that he was unforgiving. The power of his fists was also stronger than before. Xianxia, who had been fighting with Lin Feng for half a day, knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight like this. He quickly retreated while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. That's right, defending all the time was not Xianxia's style. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he only had one goal, and that was to defeat his opponent. Moreover, Lin Feng was currently in midair. After round a quick punch, he could be said to be powerless. As long as Xianxia could withstand Lin Feng's quick punch and wait for Lin Feng to change his strength, it would be the best time for him to counterattack. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that he could not leverage his strength in midair. He planned to severely injure Xianxia in this round of quick punch to secure victory. He did not believe that Xianxia could escape unscathed from this round of quick punch. This was a win-or-die style of fighting. Lin Feng's punches were faster, fiercer, and more cunning than the last. Moreover, his fists not only landed on Xianxia's crossed wrists in front of his face, but also on Xianxia's head and the side of his face that was not blocked. Bang! Xianxia, who took a punch to the cheek, could not help but tilt his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. He groaned, ignoring the pain on his face, and turned his head back at lightning speed. His eyes focused, and the arm that was blocking his face had already moved away. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lin Feng, who was in midair. Cough, cough. Of course, he did not want to kill his opponent with his eyes. He focused all his attention on the direction and angle of Lin Feng's next punch. In fact, Xianxia, who had already fought with Lin Feng for dozens of rounds, had a basic understanding of Lin Feng's punches and moves. This was the time for him to verify if what he knew was correct. He wanted to predict the landing point of Lin Feng's next punch based on his posture. Xianxia had more or less heard of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that Li Zixuan had taught to Dugo Hexen. The reason why the 9 strategies beyond the swords was so powerful was not only because of its indomitable will and its lack of defense, but also because of its ability to take advantage of the opponent's opportunity. The moment the opponent made a move, you could predict the angle of attack and where the opponent would attack. You would then have ample time to attack the opponent's exposed flaws in the move, and in the end, you would naturally be invincible. After the first punch landed on Xianxia's cheek, Lin Feng did not stop. His other fist went straight for Xianxia's face. However, at this moment, in Xianxia's eyes, Lin Feng's punch seemed to have slowed down. He could clearly see every movement of Lin Feng's punch. He could even see the wrinkles on Lin Feng's sleeves as his arms moved. Just when Lin Feng's right fist was less than 3 inches away, Xianxia made his move. He concentrated all the qi in his body on his right arm and reached out his left hand at lightning speed. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or due to Xianxia's ingenious calculation, but his left hand and Lin Feng's right fist unexpectedly met in midair. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He had a bad feeling about this. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from his right fist. In addition, he was throwing a punch forward this time. The huge pulling force was completely following the direction of his punch, trying to pull him down from midair. Under the combined force of the 2 forces, Lin Feng, who was in midair, was suddenly pulled down effortlessly from midair like a weightless kite. Based on the way he was falling, Lin Feng would land face first on the ground. If that happened, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. Bang! Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly stretched out his left hand to support himself on the ground. Of course, with his entire body falling at such a fast speed, it was impossible for one hand to support his entire body. If he forced himself to support himself, his wrist might be broken by the huge downward momentum. He only wanted to use his left hand to support himself on the ground for a moment to cushion his fall so that he wouldn't hit the ground so hard. Just as Lin Feng was about to hit the ground, Xianxia also let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. He then watched as Lin Feng landed on the ground, rolled, and quickly stood up again. Xianxia did not take advantage of the moment when Lin Feng landed to attack. This was because Lin Feng was not Yuan Deshang. When dealing with Yuan Deshang, Xianxia could do whatever he wanted. However, Lin Feng was a person who acted according to the rules. He could not disregard martial arts ethics. Good movement. Xianxia could not help but praise when he saw Lin Feng quickly stand up and get into a defensive posture after falling to the ground. Oomph. Don't be so happy too early. Xianxia praised from the bottom of his heart. He was not being sarcastic. However, Lin Feng had just said some harsh words. Now that he was in such a sorry state, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed. He could not help but let out a cold snort. Then, he pushed off with both feet and took advantage of the situation to launch another attack on Xianxia. This time, Lin Feng did not dare to launch an aerial battle. He only dared to attack from the ground. The scene from the very beginning of the match was finally happening again. Lin Feng swung his fists rapidly. His punches were as dense as raindrops. They were like lightning, greeting Xianxia's chest, face, nose, stomach, and other parts of his body. Fast. This was Lin Feng's fast punches. At the beginning of the match, Lin Feng had used a round of fast punches to beat Xianxia until he could not catch his breath. Now, Lin Feng's strength was fully unleashed. His punches were faster and more ferocious than before. However, the current Xianxia could not be compared to before. After experiencing the violent beating from before, he knew Lin Feng's punches like the back of his hand. In addition, he had just successfully predicted the direction of Lin Feng's punches and accurately pulled Lin Feng down from the air. This greatly increased his confidence in his prediction. At this moment, Although Lin Feng's punches were actually faster than before, in Cheng Chumo's eyes, they were slower than before. This was because he had already seen through Lin Feng's punches. Lin Feng punched like lightning. Cheng Chumo stretched out his palm like lightning. Every time his palm landed, it was just slightly above Lin Feng's punches. Every time Lin Feng punched out, Cheng Chumo accurately caught his wrist. Under the guidance of Cheng Chumo's palm, Lin Feng's punches became soft and powerless. Cheng Chumo was actually neutralizing the strength of Lin Feng's punches, borrowing strength to fight strength, turning strength into formlessness. This was Tai Chi. In the past, Li Zixuan had told Cheng Chumo that his brute force occupied the yang of Tai Chi. What he lacked was the yin of Tai Chi. In other words, this was the trick of using strength. Now that Cheng Chumo had grasped the trick of using strength, he could borrow strength at any time, anywhere, borrow strength to fight strength, and turn strength into formlessness. The audience below the stage was stunned. Lier could not hide the shock on his face. Cheng Chumo was able to neutralize Lin Feng's punches invisibly. Of course, he knew that Cheng Chumo was using Tai Chi. Lier knew a little about Tai Chi, not to mention that Li Zixuan had taught Tai Chi to all the teachers and students during the military training at Yanwan College. Even in the harem, Empress Xianxia and Chang'e often practiced Tai Chi to strengthen their bodies. But wasn't Tai Chi supposed to be slow? How did Cheng Chumo achieve this series of rapid Tai Chi moves? In contrast to Lier's shock, Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. This kid was finally enlightened. If Cheng Yaojin could see this scene, he would no longer have to worry about the lack of a successor for the Cheng family. On the stage, Lin Feng was unusually sullen. He knew that every punch he threw was very strong, but every punch felt like it was hitting cotton. Moreover, Cheng Chumo seemed to have seen through his punches. His rapid succession of punches could no longer land on Cheng Chumo. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already thrown out more than 40 punches, but none of them landed on Cheng Chumo. While he felt that the chi in his body was running out, he also felt mentally tired. Anyone who threw more than 40 punches without landing a hit would feel mentally tired. At this moment, Cheng Chumo grabbed Lin Feng's fist before he could retract it. Then he bent his body and threw him over his shoulder. Lin Feng, who was running out of chi, was shocked. However, he did not have time to react. He was thrown over the shoulder by Cheng Chumo and fell to the ground. The sharp pain from his butt and back made it difficult for him to stand up for a while. I admit defeat. Even though he was very unwilling, Lin Feng began to open his mouth to admit defeat. 1st Battalion, 1st round. 5th Battalion, 1st Battalion, Cheng Chumo wins. The referee was slightly stunned. After he recovered, he immediately announced, "Oh, he won. Damn, Chumo actually won." As soon as the referee's voice fell, Shun Mu and the others who were at the corner of the stage couldn't help but cheer. They went up and surrounded Cheng Chumo in the middle and hugged him tightly. The cheers quickly spread to the audience below the stage. The soldiers of the Wu Battalion all shouted at the top of their lungs. Cheng Chumo defeated the strong with the weak. This battle was simply too beautiful. Cheng Chumo patted his teammates' shoulders one by one. Then, he turned his head and looked at Li Zixuan, who was below the stage. Seeing the latter looking at him with a smile, Cheng Chumo's lips moved slightly. Using a voice that only he could hear, he said, "Thank you, little Xian." After this fight, he seemed to have awakened and seemed to have matured. Chapter 2062. Captain, brothers, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed our 1st Battalion Team 1. As the victorious side, Cheng Chumo's side was naturally filled with joy and cheers, but as the defeated side, the 1st Battalion Team 1 was completely silent. After Lin Feng stood up from the ground, his expression was gloomy and his mood was complicated as he walked over to the 1st Battalion Team 1 members. He cupped his fist and said to Dijong's son and the others with a face full of shame. The few of them were speechless. Obviously, they still hadn't recovered from their shock. Dijong's son took a step forward, patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Don't say such discouraging words. It's normal to have wins and losses in a competition. Xianxia does have some ability. If I wasn't afraid of others saying I'm bullying the weak, I would have gone up and exchanged a few moves with him. You were a bit impatient just now, but you can't be blamed. Xianxia must have had a breakthrough just now, or he suddenly realized something. Dijong's son was worthy of being a veteran who had been in the army for many years and had rich battle experience. He could see the changes in Xianxia at a glance, and he was also quite interested in the magical method of neutralizing strength that Xianxia displayed just now. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, he really wanted to bring Xianxia up to the stage and fight him personally. Hearing Dijong's high evaluation of Xianxia, Lin Feng felt a bit better in his heart. After all, no matter if it was realm strength or experience in the army, Dijong's son surpassed them by a large margin. Even he looked at Xianxia in a different light, which meant that Xianxia was indeed very strong. And at the same time, it also meant that Lin Feng's loss just now wasn't unjust. Borrowing strength and neutralizing strength, turning defeat into victory. This kid from the Chung family has really been enlightened. I have a whole new level of respect for him. Below the stage, Li Er also came back to his senses at this time, looking at Xianxia, who was surrounded by people on the stage, and said with a face full of emotion. After sighing, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, and couldn't help but say, "You really got it right, brat. Could it be that you already knew that Xianxia could defeat Lin Feng?" Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Before this, Xianxia and Lin Feng had never fought each other. I don't know how to calculate, so how can I know that Xia will win? There are winners and losers in every competition. I was just lucky and guessed correctly. You're still hiding things from me, kid. Speaking of which, you're from the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. How do I know you don't know how to calculate?" How could Li Er not hear Li Zishuan's words? He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded jokingly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I'm a Taoist priest in this life, a Taoist priest isn't the same as a fraud. Who says that a Taoist priest must know how to predict the future? Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't speak, Li Er recalled the situation in the ring and couldn't help but ask, "Just now, Xianxia defeated Lin Feng in the ring with Tai Chi, right?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, "Most of it. In fact, strictly speaking, Xianxia was able to defeat Lin Feng not purely by relying on Tai Chi. A large part of the reason was that he had figured out Lin Feng's martial arts when he was being beaten at the beginning. It could also be understood that this guy had an epiphany in the ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to counter Lin Feng's fast punches and turn the force invisible. This was Xianxia's own luck, and it could only be found by chance. Tai Chi. This Tai Chi seems to contain the truth of Taoism. It must be the condensation of your master's life's work, but you taught it to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. How can the head of the celestial master path forgive you?" Li Er frowned and couldn't help but ask. He had heard of Tai Chi before and had seen people practice it, but he didn't take the slow punches seriously. Today was his first time witnessing the power of Tai Chi in actual combat. Xianxia's brilliant performance in the ring had completely subverted Li Er's understanding of Tai Chi. It turned out that Tai Chi wasn't a slow and powerless punching technique. It could be fast or slow, and it could borrow force to fight force. It could turn force invisible, and it could defeat the strong with the weak. This made Li Er's attitude towards Tai Chi become more serious. However, he subconsciously thought that this exquisite and peerless fist technique came from spiritual master Ling Su. After all, Li Zishuan was still too young. No one would think that he could create his own martial arts, let alone such an exquisite and peerless martial art. Your Majesty thinks too much. Tai Chi isn't the technique of the celestial master path. Moreover, when my master was alive, he often told me that the foundation of martial arts is to strengthen the body. Since ancient times, it was because of the bigoted views of the various sects that countless martial arts in the Central Plains were lost. Good Kung Fu should be carried forward. Practitioners of Kung Fu are also inheritors of Kung Fu. My master once warned me not to cherish kung fu. As long as it's someone with a pure character, I can pass on kung fu to him and strengthen his body. In my opinion, the teachers and students of Yanhuan College are all people with a pure character. Therefore, I taught Tai Chi to them before. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and spoke without thinking. His words didn't admit that Tai Chi was created by spiritual master Ling Su, but he also didn't deny it. It was an ambiguous answer. Even if Li Er knew the truth later, he couldn't do anything to him. Of course, the main meaning of these words was to show spiritual master Ling Su's noble sentiments and broad mind. As for whether spiritual master Ling Su had said these words, presumably no one other than him would know, and there would be no way to investigate. When Duan Jixuan heard Li Zixuan's words, his face couldn't help but be filled with respect. Looking at his appearance, he most likely believed Li Zixuan's nonsense. Li Er frowned again. It wasn't the first day he knew Li Zixuan, so he subconsciously thought that Li Zixuan's words must be mixed with a lot of exaggeration. However, there were some things that he couldn't say without evidence. He could only settle for the next best thing and change the topic. But Tai Chi is so powerful, yet you so casually taught it to so many people. Even though most of the teachers and students in Yanhuan College are pure people, no one can guarantee that there are no black sheep among them. If they use the kung fu you taught to do evil everywhere, as their master, it will be difficult for you to absolve yourself from the blame. It was said that heroes used martial arts to break the rules. After seeing the power of Tai Chi from Xianxia today, Li Er couldn't help but worry about Li Zixuan's move of teaching Tai Chi to all the teachers and students of the academy. He was worried that these students would become unstable factors that would affect the stability of the Tang Empire after they left the academy. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty doesn't have to worry about this. The main purpose of teaching Tai Chi to the teachers and students of the academy is to strengthen their bodies, not to make them invincible in martial arts. Besides, even if I wanted to, it's impossible. I only taught them moves and routines, but Tai Chi focuses on the meaning and not the form. Only people like Chumo who have a unique or deep understanding of Tai Chi can increase their strength because of Tai Chi. It's rare for 1 in 1,000 people to be able to understand the meaning of Tai Chi. Moreover, these kinds of people were usually not vicious and evil people. Besides, when the Tang Empire clears the strong enemies around and the country becomes more and more stable, those martial arts masters will have to abide by the law no matter how strong they are. Otherwise, under the pursuit of the imperial court, they will die. Heroes using martial arts to break the rules is only for troubled times. Under prosperous times, there has never been such a saying." Hearing this, Li Er thought about it seriously and finally nodded and said, "What you said just now is not without reason. I didn't expect you to see it more clearly than I do." In fact, Li Zixuan's last sentence, "Heroes using martial arts to break the rules is only for troubled times. Under prosperous times, there has never been such a saying," made him feel the same way. As long as the Tang Empire was strong enough, the people could live and work in peace. Who would have nothing better to do than to rebel? "Your Majesty praises me too much. I dare not," Li Zixuan hurriedly said. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and said, "All right, I won't pursue this matter anymore. You brat, don't pretend to be innocent. Continue to watch the competition. I want to see how far the V battalion that you took over can go." Chapter 2063. As the champion, with the exceptional performance of their team member, Chung Chumo, the first team of the Wu Battalion managed to retain their position as the champion in the first round. But this wasn't the end. If they wanted to obtain the first place in this competition, they still had to win 2 more rounds. But it was easier said than done. Facing opponents whose overall strength was much higher than theirs, it was extremely difficult for them to win 2 more rounds. The first victory was already a thing of the past. Next, they would have to face opponents who were even stronger. "Tianwu, you're up next. Try your best to win, but it doesn't matter even if you lose. Coincidentally, my hands are also itching." The second round of the competition was about to begin. As the attacking team, the first team of the 1st Battalion had to send out a person first. Xianxia turned his head and said to a middle-aged soldier with a medium build who was about 30 years old. His coincidentally, "My hands are also itching" sentence had a hidden meaning. If the soldier named Tian Wu lost this round, then the first team of the 1st Battalion would have lost 2 rounds in a row. If the first team of the 1st Battalion wanted to win, they would have to win 3 rounds in a row. Then, as the captain of the first team of the 1st Battalion, he would have to go up this time no matter what. "Captain, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to win this round." Tian Wu's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He bowed and cupped his fist towards Xianxia. As if to cheer Tian Wu on, the rest of the soldiers also voiced out their agreement at this time. Hee. With old Tian going out, there is no suspense in this round. There is no one on the other side who can beat old Tian. This time, there is no need for the captain to make a move. That's right. Old Tian is not only in the middle stage of Qi transforming stage. His speed is also one of the best in our battalion. Even if Xianxia is a miracle in the first team of the Wu Battalion, I don't believe that they can create a second miracle. Although the first team of the 1st Battalion lost the first round, but after experiencing the initial shock, the members of the Wu Battalion quickly adjusted their mentality. Now, they were still full of confidence for the next round. Of course, the main source of their confidence came from their strength. The members on their side were all stronger than the first team of the Wu Battalion. Lin Feng's defeat was just an accident. Now that the A Battalion first team had decided on their candidates, the problem came to the E Battalion first team. Shen Mu frowned and analyzed. Tian Wu is also at the middle stage of Qi refining stage. His strength is on par with Lin Feng's from before, but according to rumors, he is especially skilled in Qinggong. In terms of speed, there are almost no one in the entire A Battalion who can beat him. Therefore, his overall strength should be able to rank second in the 1st Battalion, above Lin Feng. Xianxia sent out Tian Wu this round. If we don't send out someone stronger than him, I reckon we won't have any hope of winning this round. In reality, Shen Mu's analysis was not wrong at all. Tian Wu was indeed the second strongest expert in the 1st Battalion. Xianxia had sent Tian Wu out this round because he wanted to force out the trump card of the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion. Hearing this, Wang Rong took the initiative to volunteer. "Let me go this round. As long as I go, we will have a glimmer of hope of winning this round." At the very beginning, Shen Mu had already analyzed with everyone. Facing the 1st Battalion of the A Battalion, the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion had to secure victory in the first 4 or even the first 3 rounds. Otherwise, if they dragged it out until Xianxia went up, they would lose without a doubt, without any chance of winning. Therefore, in these first few rounds to the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion, every round's victory was important. They couldn't afford to lose even a single small point. Hearing Wang Rong volunteering himself, Shen Mu still had a frown on his face, because Wang Rong was the strongest person in their team. If Wang Rong went up this round, it would increase their chances of winning by a lot, but at the same time, it would also deplete one of their trump cards. Of course, the most important thing was that in terms of strength, Wang Rong was also at the middle stage of Qi refining stage. He wasn't much stronger than Tian Wu. Moreover, Tian Wu had the advantage of speed. In other words, even if Wang Rong went up this round, he might not necessarily win. If he lost, then not only would the 1st Battalion of the E Battalion have lost the competition, they would also have depleted one of their strongest trump cards. There was basically no need for them to fight in the following rounds. Therefore, at this moment, Shen Mu was already considering whether to give up this round. After all, if Wang Rong went up, the risks would outweigh the benefits. "Captain Shen, let me go up this round." Right at this moment, a straightforward voice rang out beside Wang Rong's ear. Moreover, the tone was filled with determination and even a hint of stubbornness. It was Wuxia Baolin. Seeing Shen Mu turn his head, Wuxia Baolin swallowed his saliva and continued. "Big Brother Wang just went up during the previous round. He definitely hasn't rested well yet. Let me go up this round. Although that Tian Wu is very strong, but if I use all my strength, I will definitely be able to win against him. Captain Shen, you have to believe me." At this moment, Yuchi Balan volunteering himself made Shenmu's eyes light up. He asked with some surprise, "Oh, could it be that you didn't use all your strength before, Balan?" From the beginning of this combat competition until now, Yuchi Balan had actually only gone up once. It was during the first round of the preliminary round, when he was up against the leader of the 4th Battalion of the C Battalion, Xiang Peng. From the looks of it, Xiang Peng was a middle-stage Qi transforming expert, while Balan was only in the initial stage. However, in that match, Balan had made a huge upset. With his initial stage Qi transforming strength, he had defeated the middle stage Qi transforming Xiang Peng, completing the first miracle of the week, defeating the strong in this combat competition. Now that Yuchi Balan had volunteered again, and even claimed that he hadn't used all his strength in the previous match, this made Shenmu feel a trace of unexpected joy. This was because although Tianwu and Xiang Peng were both in the middle stage Qi transforming strength, Tianwu was obviously stronger than Xiang Peng. Just based on the precedent of Balan defeating Xiang Peng, it didn't mean that Balan could also defeat Tianwu. However, if Yuchi Balan hadn't used all his strength in the previous match, then it would be another explanation. Perhaps Yuchi Balan could create an even bigger miracle this time. While I was fighting with Xiang Peng earlier, I felt that I hadn't reached my limit yet. Faced with Shenmu's questioning gaze, Yuchi Balan nodded firmly and said, "Old Shen, let Balan go. I believe that he can definitely do it." Cheng Chimo, who was standing to the side, used his fist to punch Yuchi Balin's chest, then turned his head to smile at Shenmu. As Balin's sworn brother, Cheng Chimo naturally had to stand up and support him at this time. Besides, Cheng Chimo also had a lot of faith in Balin's strength. After all, Balin was able to take several blows from Wuxia and survive. All right, then for this round, Balin will go. Shenmu was already tempted, and seeing that Cheng Chimo also stood up to support Balin, he instantly made up his mind and spoke decisively. Chapter 2064. 1st Battalion Team 1, Second Round. 1st Battalion Team 1, Tianwu versus 5th Battalion Team 1, Yuchi Balan. After both sides had decided on their candidates, along with a loud shout of the referee, the second round of the battle officially began. Tianwu and Yuchi Balan both came to the center of the arena and stood facing each other. The two of them stared at each other silently for a moment. Tianwu said indifferently, "General Yuchi is a hero, and I admire you the most. However, in a martial art competition on the arena, you should go all out. Today, I will not show you mercy, just because you are General Yuchi's son." In Tianwu's eyes, Yuchi Balan was merely an early-stage Qi transformation weakling. Although he had heard that Balan had unexpectedly defeated Xiang Peng, who was at the middle stage Qi transformation, Tianwu still didn't put Balan in his eyes. This was because he could easily defeat Xiang Peng within 10 moves, even though they were both at the middle stage Qi transformation. Yuchi Balin's victory over Xiang Peng wasn't enough to make Tianwu wary. He was even a little disappointed when he saw that Yuchi Balan from the 1st Battalion was not going to fight him. He felt that even if he won, there was nothing to be happy about. After hearing Tianwu's words, the usually mild-tempered Yuchi Balan couldn't help but show a hint of anger on his face. He said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" It was obvious that Balan, who rarely got angry, was furious at this moment. Like Cheng Chimo, Balan didn't want to be a second-generation heir who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He didn't want people to call him Yuchi Jingda's son whenever they talked about him. This label seemed glorious, but sometimes it made him feel suffocated. Therefore, after seeing Li Zishuan's powerful individual strength and feeling Li Zishuan's extraordinary charisma, he chose to follow Li Zishuan to Yanhuan College with Cheng Chimo and come to the Black Armored Armies camp together. He wanted to become stronger and more outstanding under Li Zishuan's guidance. This way, when people mentioned the name Yuchi Balan, they would think of him first and not Yuchi Jingda's son. To a certain extent, Tianwu's words had hit Yuchi Balin's sore spot. "Hey, Good lad. He did have some temperament. That's right. Take this. Hearing the anger in Yuchi Baolin's words, Tian Wu wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and took the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yuchi Baolin. At that moment, Yuchi Baolin had no time to react. He could only watch as a palm imprinted itself on the lower part of his chest. Bam! Yuchi Baolin heard a dull thud from his chest. Immediately after, he felt a huge force coming at him. His body flew backward involuntarily, and he fell heavily to the ground. Quick! It was too fast. Although Lin Feng, who fought against Cheng Chumo in the last match, was also known for his speed, this Tian Wu in front of him was more than 30% faster than Lin Feng. Yuchi Baolin was just a little careless. He didn't even see the other party's figure clearly, and he was hit by the other party's palm? What kind of speed was that? If someone else took over Yuchi Baolin's position now, they would probably feel a deep sense of despair. After all, how could they fight a match like this when they couldn't even see the other party's figure clearly? Shenmu, Cheng Chumo, and the other members of the 5th Battalion, who were watching the match from the back of the arena, couldn't help but look stunned when they saw that Yuchi Baolin was sent flying by Tian Wu's palm at the beginning of the match. After all, just a moment ago, Yuchi Baolin was still swearing to everyone that he would definitely win this match. But the reality was that Yuchi Baolin was completely at a disadvantage the moment he entered the arena. Moreover, Tian Wu's palm seemed to have injured Yuchi Baolin quite a bit. This cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Yuchi Baolin, who had fallen to the ground, quickly stood up from the ground. It didn't look like what everyone thought. Tian Wu's palm just now didn't cause much damage to him. How is this possible? Seeing Yuchi Baolin stand up from the ground as if nothing had happened, Tian Wu, who had thought that the outcome of the match was already decided, widened his eyes in shock. He stared at Yuchi Baolin in disbelief. He knew his own situation very well. He was very clear in his heart how much strength he had used in that palm strike. Previously, he had used 40% of his true chi to display the light body technique, and then the remaining 60% of his true chi was all concentrated in his palm. But he still showed some mercy and slightly avoided the position of Yuchi Baolin's heart. After all, he didn't really want to kill someone. Even so, he was confident that this palm strike would definitely be able to injure Yuchi Baolin severely. So after his successful strike, he didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stayed where he was and waited for the referee to announce the result of the match. This was the battle strategy he had just formulated to deal with Yuchi Baolin, because Yuchi Baolin was only at the early stage of chi refining. Only by defeating him in one move could he maximize the morale of the team and display his strength to everyone. But the final result was far beyond his expectations. Yuchi Baolin actually stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Actually, Yuchi Baolin's current situation wasn't as good as Tian Wu had thought. When Tian Wu's palm struck his chest just now, he felt a surge of chi and blood and a strong urge to vomit blood. At the crucial moment, Yuchi Baolin hurriedly activated his family's mental cultivation method with all his might and forcefully swallowed the blood that had already reached his throat. This was because he knew that once he spat out this mouthful of congested blood, it would be equivalent to him losing all his strength. If he wanted to defeat Tian Wu in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He couldn't lose this match, and he didn't want to lose. Previously, Cheng Chumo had defeated Lin Feng, who was a stronger opponent than him. This had given Yuchi Baolin a strong stimulus. As Li Zexuan's student and follower, Cheng Chumo was his best friend. Seeing that his good friend's strength was improving, Yuchi Baolin didn't want to fall behind. He also wanted to prove his strength, and even more so, he wanted to prove that he was useful to this team. Yuchi Baolin didn't want to fall behind Li Zexuan, Cheng Chumo, and his small team. This was the stubbornness in the depths of Yuchi Baolin's heart. He had never told anyone that he wanted to do it silently and achieve it. So in this round, he had volunteered to fight because he wanted to achieve his heart's desire by defeating the stronger Tian Wu. In fact, He had lied to Shenmu earlier. He wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat Tian Wu. After all, he and Tian Wu had never fought before. The reason why he was so certain was that he wanted to obtain this opportunity to prove himself. Chapter 2065. Baolin, do your best. Yuchi Baolin was sent flying by Tian Wu's attack. Although he quickly stood up again, it was inevitable that his morale would be affected. At this moment, Xianxia, who was standing at the edge of the ring, waved his fist and shouted at Baolin, "Do your best." In modern times, this was a very common phrase. However, in this era, only people from Yanhuang College understood the meaning of this phrase. As expected, when Shenmu and the others heard Xianxia's words, they were stunned. Baolin, who was in the middle of the ring, trembled. He did not turn his head to look at Xianxia. Instead, he opened his legs slightly and stomped hard on the ground. He took a stable horse stance, as if he was rooted in the ring. Then he clenched his fists and took a defensive stance. He then turned to Tian Wu and said in a low voice, again. His voice was not loud, but his aura was strong. Xianxia's "do your best" made Yuchi Baolin's fighting spirit even stronger. He was determined not to lose this battle. Very good. Looks like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back from now on. Tian Wu took a deep breath and looked at Baolin as he spoke. After saying that, he kicked backward with one foot and charged toward Yuchi Baolin like an arrow released from a bow. He was as fast as lightning as before. Previously, Yuchi Baolin had been sent flying by Tian Wu's palm strike mainly because he had been careless and Tian Wu's attack had been too sudden. However, this time, Baolin had clearly come prepared. From the moment he stood up again, his eyes had been fixed on Tian Wu and had not left him for even a moment. Therefore, even though Tian Wu's speed was as fast as before, his figure was not as untraceable as before in the eyes of Baolin, who was completely focused on him. Baolin could still capture Tian Wu's figure. Whoosh! Tian Wu's figure was like lightning as he charged toward Baolin. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it toward Baolin's face. Just as he said, he would not hold back at all this time. Unfortunately, this time, Baolin was prepared. When Tian Wu's fist was about 3 feet away from Baolin's face, Baolin roared and quickly crossed his arms in front of his face to block the attack. Fist and palm quickly collided. This time, Baolin wasn't sent flying like before. His upper body leaned forward slightly, and his legs were firmly rooted to the ground. However, because Tian Wu's punch was too powerful, he couldn't help but slide back for more than 10 feet before he completely neutralized the force of Tian Wu's punch. Although the force had been neutralized, a portion of the violent vital qi in Tian Wu's fist had unavoidably entered Baolin's meridians. Baolin groaned. It was obvious that the punch had caused him some internal injuries. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about this. Since Tian Wu had punched out, it was the time for him to change his strength. It was the best time for him to launch a counterattack. Baolin quickly lowered his hands in front of his face. Then, with a roar, he clenched his hands into fists. He gathered all the vital qi in his body and punched both fists toward Tian Wu's chest. Tian Wu didn't expect Baolin to be able to withstand his punch. He also didn't expect Baolin to counterattack so quickly. Chapter 2066. Bam, bam, bam. In the arena, Tian Wu relied on his advantage in speed to launch round after round of rapid attacks on Yuchi Baolin. His attacks ranged from Yuchi Baolin's head to his shoulders, to his chest, to his back, and then to his abdomen. He covered almost all of Baolin's vital parts. His attacks were different from Lin Feng's. Although Lin Feng's punching style was also fast, he mainly threw many punches at the same spot in an extremely short period of time, making it difficult for his opponent to parry. On the other hand, Tian Wu's fast punches relied on his speed advantage and could quickly launch multiple rounds of attacks on different parts of his opponent's body, making it impossible for his opponent to defend against. Therefore, the only thing that could be seen in the ring now was Yuchi Baolin, who was exhausted from dealing with attacks from all sides, and Tian Wu's afterimages coming from all directions around him. Of course, One could also hear the sounds of fists colliding with flesh. As the stronger side, Tianwu naturally focused on offense. As for Baolin, as the weaker side, he focused on defense. However, he wasn't purely defending. He was defending and counterattacking because pure defense couldn't win the match. As he defended against Tianwu's attacks, he was also looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, Tianwu's speed was simply too fast. Many of Baolin's counterattacks were dodged by Tianwu. In the middle of the ring, Yuchi Baolin knew very well that this couldn't go on. This was because in the dozen or so rounds he had just exchanged with Tianwu, the damage he had suffered was far greater than the damage he had caused Tianwu. If this went on, even if he was thick-skinned, he would definitely be defeated before Tianwu. He had to make a change. As he was thinking this, Tianwu had already closed in on him with his fists raised. His target was the middle of Baolin's back. When Baolin sensed a strong gust of wind coming at him from behind, he quickly gathered his thoughts and turned around to block the attack. However, Tianwu did not act according to common sense. When he saw Baolin turn around and assume a defensive stance, Tianwu actually pulled back his fist and bent his body to sweep his leg. He viciously swept his leg at Baolin's left calf. Bam! Baolin, who was concentrating on defending against the attack from the upper half of his body, did not have the time to change his defense. He was tripped by Tianwu's sweeping leg. His body involuntarily tilted to one side and smashed heavily onto the arena floor. Because Baolin had fallen sideways, the left side of his face had also hit the ground hard when he fell. Not only was his body in pain, but his head was also dizzy from the impact. Tianwu's leg sweep had caused him to suffer a rather serious external injury. On top of that, Tianwu's previous attacks on him had also caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he had suffered injuries on top of injuries. He was very tired. He really wanted to lie down and rest for a while. His body's subconscious was telling him, "Give up, admit defeat." But he really couldn't accept it. He was unwilling to admit defeat just like that, because the outcome of this match was very important to the first team of the Wu Battalion. Baolin, do your best. Stand up quickly. Baolin's fall made the hearts of the first team of the Wu Battalion tighten. Xianxia was also a little anxious as he watched from the side. Tianwu's strength was indeed a little unexpected, but Xianxia still believed that his good brother could defeat his opponent. Therefore, he shouted at the top of his voice again. Although Shenmu and the others didn't know what "do your best" meant at first, when they heard Xianxia shout "do your best" again, they could more or less guess the general meaning. Therefore, Shenmu also shouted at the top of his voice, "Baolin, do your best." Wang Rong and Xiao Ming looked at each other and followed suit. They shouted behind Shenmu, "Baolin, do your best." The four of them shouted in unison, so much so that even the soldiers of the Black Armored Army watching from below the arena could hear the "do your best" from their side. Li Er, Duan Jishuan, Qiu Xingong, and the others looked at Shenmu and the others with some surprise. Then, Li Er looked away and asked Li Zishuan beside him, "What does "do your best" mean? Is this a new phrase from Yinhuang College?" Although he was the dean of Yinhuang College in name, Li Er didn't go to the college often. Therefore, he didn't know about some of the new phrases that were circulating among the students of the college. Li Zishuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, "Cough, cough. Your Majesty, do your best" is a kind of encouragement and cheering. In the past, when the students of the college were playing football, they would often use "do your best" to cheer on their teammates. Li Er nodded and didn't say anything else, because Yuchi Baolin, who was in the arena, used his hands to support himself on the ground and stood up shakily again. He really didn't admit defeat. Xianxia, Shenmu, and the others' cheers made Baolin's heart surge and ignited a stronger fighting spirit in his chest. He didn't want to lose the match, he didn't want to embarrass the E Battalion, and he didn't want Xianxia and Li Zishuan to look down on him. Although he knew that even if he lost the match, Li Zishuan and Xianxia wouldn't look down on him. He knew that if he continued to be friends with two people with such outstanding abilities, it would be easy for him to fall behind. He didn't want to fall behind, so he stood up again and wanted to win this match. Bao Lin stood up shakily. Although he felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to fall apart, especially the pain coming from his calf and left cheek, Bao Lin's fighting spirit was surging at this moment. Again, looking at Tian Wu, who was 30 feet away from him, Yuchi Bao Lin roared with determination. At the same time, the Yuchi family's inherited cultivation technique within his body was already operating at full force. True Qi rapidly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing the injuries on his body to obtain a certain degree of recovery. Of course, this recovery only temporarily alleviated the pain and did not completely heal his injuries. It belonged to the category of treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. But this was enough for Yuchi Bao Lin. Good luck. Facing such a tenacious Bao Lin, Tian Wu couldn't help but praise him. Whether it was the previous Cheng Chumo or the current Bao Lin, they weren't as useless as the other second-generation masters in the capital. At least these two lads didn't embarrass the great Tang's family of generals. Although he admired Bao Lin, Tian Wu wouldn't go easy on him because he knew that in a martial arts competition, one had to go all out to show respect to one's opponent. To him, Yuchi Bao Lin was definitely an opponent worthy of respect. Tian Wu's right foot kicked backward, and he disappeared once more. A moment later, he appeared to the right of Bao Lin, a pair of massive fists smashing toward Bao Lin's right cheek. The same speed, the same method of attack, but the current Bao Lin was different from before. Chapter 2067. Tian Wu threw a punch at Bao Lin's face. When the distance between them was less than 10 feet, Yuchi Bao Lin suddenly roared and leaped into the air. This time, he didn't intend to defend passively like before. He was going to take the initiative to attack. At this moment, Tian Wu's fist had already formed, and his fist was about to hit Bao Lin. At this moment, it was too late for him to change his move. He could only watch as Bao Lin leaped up and flew towards him. Tian Wu's fist, which was originally aimed at Bao Lin's face, was now only able to hit Bao Lin's chest because Bao Lin had leaped up. Although that was the case, Tian Wu believed that the final outcome would be similar. The chest, like the face, was a weak part of the human body. If this punch landed, Yuchi Bao Lin would definitely suffer. Tian Wu didn't understand why Bao Lin didn't stay in his original position to defend. Instead, he leaped into the air and took the initiative to meet his fist. Didn't Bao Lin know that this would hurt him even more? After all, he couldn't use force in the air. Defending would only become more difficult. But Tian Wu soon understood Bao Lin's intention. Bao Lin, who was in the air, didn't care about the punch coming at his chest. He didn't even take a defensive stance. Instead, he raised his right fist and smashed it toward Tian Wu's left cheek. Tian Wu was stunned and then shocked. This was just a duel. He didn't expect Bao Lin to risk his life with him. That's right. Bao Lin's attack style, which didn't defend, meant that he was going to risk his life with him. The result of their punch was likely to be a lose-lose situation. Tian Wu wanted to retreat or take a defensive stance, but it was obviously too late. The timing of Yuchi Bao Lin's attack was very precise. When Tian Wu was less than 10 feet away from him, he leaped up and attacked. The distance between the two was very short to begin with. In addition, Yuchi Bao Lin was the one who initiated the attack this time, causing both of them to rush towards each other at a very fast speed. At this time, it was too late to change tactics. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided in midair. Bam! Bam! Almost at the same time, Tian Wu's fist landed on Bao Lin's chest, and Bao Lin's fist landed on the left side of Tian Wu's face. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Most of the spectators below the stage only saw Tian Wu's figure flash in front of Bao Lin. Then, Bao Lin leaped up to meet the attack. Following that, both of them were sent flying. As for the dangers involved, only Bao Lin and Tian Wu, the two parties involved, had a deep understanding of it. Bao Lin, who had suffered a heavy blow to his chest, was pushed back by the inertia after he landed on the ground. Bao Lin's blood and qi were in turmoil in his chest. He even felt that his ribs had almost been broken by Tian Wu's punch. Although there was a sharp pain in his chest, Bao Lin did not make a sound. He once again circulated his family's heart technique with all his might to alleviate the injury in his chest. On the other side, Tian Wu didn't have it easy either. After taking a punch to the cheek, he was sent flying diagonally. After staggering for about 10 steps, Tian Wu knelt on one knee and used his hand to support himself on the ground. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. Tui. After stabilizing himself, Tian Wu turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood also contained 2 teeth. Bao Lin's punch had not been merciful at all. It had actually knocked out his left front tooth. Tian Wu could not help but feel a burning pain on his face. It was not entirely because of Bao Lin's punch, but also because he felt ashamed. He was an expert in the middle stage of the Qi transformation stage. In the Black Armored Army, even if he met an opponent of the same level, he could easily defeat them with his speed advantage. Yuchi Bao Lin was just a newbie in the early stage of the Qi transformation stage. Before the start of the competition, almost everyone, including Tian Wu, thought that he would be able to end the battle quickly and easily defeat Yuchi Bao Lin. But now more than 10 rounds had passed. Not only had he not won, but his teeth had also been knocked out by Yuchi Bao Lin. This was a great humiliation. "Ah, brat, you forced me to do this." Tian Wu stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly stood up and roared. At the same time, his eyes were fixed in Bao Lin's direction. He was angry. Anyone would be angry if they were punched in the face, let alone when they were punched in the face by someone who was far weaker than them. Tian Wu was even angrier because he had not been able to defeat Bao Lin. Even if he won now, he would not feel proud. As if he had sensed Tian Wu's anger, Bao Lin straightened his body and fearlessly met Tian Wu's angry gaze. He knew that Tian Wu was angry. What came next was bound to be a tough battle. Even though his body was in a very bad condition, Bao Lin still raised his guard and waited for Tian Wu's next attack. As the saying went, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles." After fighting with Tian Wu for more than 10 rounds, Bao Lin not only knew his own strengths and weaknesses, but he also knew Tian Wu's strengths and weaknesses. Compared to Tian Wu, Bao Lin had the advantage of being young and vigorous and having thick skin. However, in terms of true Qi quantity and speed, he was far inferior to Tian Wu. Therefore, from the beginning of the fight until now, Bao Lin had rarely taken the initiative to attack. This was because if he did, Tian Wu could completely rely on his speed and movement to dodge his attack. It was very likely that Bao Lin would fight for a long time without even touching Tian Wu's clothes. Therefore, Bao Lin usually waited for Tian Wu to attack before passively defending or counterattacking. The punch that he had used to hit Tian Wu just now was to use his body to block Tian Wu's attack. He wanted to use his advantage of having thick skin to exchange injuries with Tian Wu. In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, this was the only way Bao Lin could hurt Tian Wu. Of course, the key to this method was the timing of the attack. The reason Bao Lin's punch could hit Tian Wu just now was that he had grasped the timing very well. He had only suddenly given up on defending and attacked when Tian Wu was about to get close to him. At that time, Tian Wu had no time to change his move or dodge. "Oomph." Tian Wu snorted coldly. His feet moved slightly, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he launched an attack in Bao Lin's direction again. Soon, Tian Wu's fist appeared within 10 feet of Bao Lin. Bao Lin gritted his teeth and took the initiative to move forward, wanting to use the same move to punch Tian Wu again. However, Tian Wu, who had suffered a loss once, was obviously prepared. He withdrew his fist at lightning speed, turned his feet slightly, and dodged Bao Lin's punch to the side. Then, in a flash, he appeared behind Bao Lin. Chapter 2068. After suffering a small setback, Tian Wu had learned his lesson. This time, when he flashed in front of Bao Lin and threw a punch, it was obviously a feint. He had only used 30% of his strength when he threw the punch. When he saw that Bao Lin was about to use the same method as before to take the initiative to attack and trade injury for injury. Tian Wu pulled back his fist, turned around, and appeared behind Bao Lin in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Tian Wu also understood Bao Lin's intention to trade injury for injury. Although he believed that even if he were to trade injury for injury, Yuchi Bao Lin would definitely fall before him in the end, he wasn't willing to trade injury for injury with Bao Lin. Because if he did that, even if he won in the end, it would be very embarrassing. Therefore, Tian Wu decided to change his strategy. He no longer wanted to go head-to-head with Bao Lin. Instead, he wanted to make full use of his advantage in speed to quickly defeat Yuchi Bao Lin and end this match that should have ended a long time ago. From the looks of it now, his new strategy should be working. Tian Wu, who had dodged to Bao Lin's back, mercilessly used his elbow to strike Bao Lin's left shoulder blade. If this hit connected, Bao Lin's left arm would not be able to exert any strength for a short period of time. The moment Tian Wu changed his move midway, Bao Lin knew that he was in trouble. Compared to the punch just now, he had indeed moved a little too early this time. Tian Wu's punch hadn't been fully formed yet, and he was already in a hurry to attack. As a result, he didn't have time to react to Tian Wu's feint at all. After all, speed was Tian Wu's forte, and Bao Lin would definitely pay the price for his carelessness this time. However, there were both heavy and light consequences. Knowing that he couldn't avoid getting injured this time, Bao Lin still hoped that his injury would be lighter. Or rather, he didn't want Tian Wu's elbow strike to hit a vital part of his body. Although Yuchi Bao Lin didn't have time to change his move to counterattack in the nick of time, he was still able to push off the ground with both feet before Tian Wu's attack landed. This way, not only could he avoid Tian Wu's elbow strike landing on his shoulder blade, but he could also give himself more speed to move forward and minimize the force of Tian Wu's elbow strike. Bam! Yuchi Bao Lin only had time to jump less than a foot before Tian Wu's elbow smashed into his back. However, even so, it was enough. It was precisely because he had jumped a foot that the elbow that was supposed to smash into his shoulder blade had smashed into the area below his shoulder blade instead. Moreover, this crucial jump allowed him to gain a forward speed, reducing the strength of Tian Wu's elbow strike by about 20%. Having suffered a heavy blow to his back, Bao Lin's body involuntarily fell forward. However, in the process of his body falling forward, Bao Lin managed to twist his body slightly. He reached out his right hand and firmly grabbed Tian Wu's arm. Tian Wu wanted to struggle free, but Bao Lin was still in midair. He kicked Tian Wu in the stomach, and with the huge rebound force and his body falling forward, Bao Lin could no longer hold onto Tian Wu's arm. He was sent flying backward. However, it was also fortunate that he had turned slightly, so when he landed on the ground, his face was not facing down. Otherwise, his face would definitely be covered in blood. Chapter 2069. In the arena. Puffed. Tian Wu's fists landed on Bao Lin's chest, abdomen, waist, back, and other body parts like raindrops. Furthermore, every punch was infused with inner strength. Bao Lin felt waves of intense pain coming from all over his body. Furthermore, the inner true qi in Tian Wu's fists seeped into his meridians, causing his inner breathing to become chaotic. With external injuries and internal injuries, Bao Lin finally could not hold it in any longer and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Tian Wu saw that Bao Lin was already heavily injured, so he knocked Bao Lin to the ground with a palm strike. Then, he retreated slightly and stopped attacking. After all, this was just a martial arts competition. He didn't want to take Bao Lin's life. Besides, he had used all his strength in the round of attacks against Bao Lin just now and had used up a lot of true qi. Even if he had a lot of inner force, he couldn't maintain such a high-intensity attack for long. Now that Bao Lin was vomiting blood and lying injured on the ground, there was only one path left for him: to admit defeat. Bam! Tian Wu didn't deliberately hold back his strength in his last attack. Bao Lin was sent flying backward by this palm strike and crashed heavily onto the arena floor. This fall made the already injured Yuchi Bao Lin even more injured. He even felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. Even moving his fingers was difficult, let alone standing up again. Seeing this, the referee and Tian Wu both thought that Bao Lin was going to admit defeat. However, they waited for a while and didn't hear any movement from Bao Lin. So, the referee walked over to Bao Lin and asked seriously, "Yuchi Bao Lin, do you want to admit defeat?" Bao Lin lay on the ground and didn't move. His eyes were looking straight up at the sky as if he didn't hear the referee's question. At this moment, many images flashed through Bao Lin's mind. There was the image of when he first entered the mathematics school and studied under Li Zixuan. There was the image of Li Zixuan waving his arms and shouting on the field when Yanhuang College opened last year. There was also the image of when Li Zixuan taught him and Cheng Chimo Taiji Fist at the academy. There was also the image of Wuxia attacking Yinshan at night, and him and the academy's teachers and students risking their lives to protect Yanhuang College. At this moment, Bao Lin suddenly realized that he had experienced so many things in the past year. He loved Yinshan deeply and wanted to become stronger under Li Zixuan's guidance and Cheng Chimo's company. He knew that he wasn't as talented as Li Zixuan and Cheng Chimo. That was why he'd been training hard since he joined the Black Armored Army. He worked harder than anyone else because he didn't want to fall behind. Besides, this time, he and Cheng Chimo had joined the Black Armored Army not only to protect Li Zixuan, but also to serve the country on behalf of the Academy's teachers and students. He hadn't even entered the battlefield yet, but he was already falling behind. How could he accept that? He couldn't lose this battle. Not only was he afraid of letting down his brothers in the E Battalion, but he also didn't want to embarrass Yanhuang College. "Yuchi Bao Lin, do you want to admit defeat?" Seeing that Bao Lin still didn't move, the referee raised his voice and asked again. If Bao Lin didn't have his eyes on his pillow and his chest still rising and falling, the referee would have thought that he had fainted from his injuries. Bao Lin still didn't move. "Yuchi," the referee paused and was about to ask one last time before announcing the result of the battle. But just as he opened his mouth, Bao Lin's lips suddenly moved. "I haven't lost yet. I won't admit defeat." Chapter 2070. Is Bao Lin about to break through? At the back of the arena, the members of the Wu Battalion also noticed the change in Bao Lin's condition. Shen Mu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Cheng Chimo's mouth was also agape in shock. His eyes were fixed on Bao Lin. Then, he said enviously, F***CK. I finally caught up with Bao Lin after so much effort. Who knew that this kid was about to break through again? In terms of martial arts talent, Cheng Chimo was indeed slightly better than Yuchi Bao Lin. However, this guy was too lazy. Before entering Yanhuang College, Cheng Chimo's martial arts realm had always been hovering around the mid-stage of the body refining realm. Because of this, his father, Cheng Yaojin, had often scolded his son for being a good-for-nothing and a disgrace to the Tang dynasty's family of generals. Later, Cheng Chimo entered Yanhuang College. In order to improve Cheng Chimo's strength, Cheng Yaojin often came to the college to serve as the military training instructor and personally train Cheng Chimo. Later, the bearded man accidentally joined Yanhuang College and became the martial arts instructor of the college. He also became Cheng Chimo's half-master. In the end, after going through that tough military training and the bearded man's meticulous training, Cheng Chimo's martial arts realm finally improved by leaps and bounds. He reached the Qi transformation realm and caught up with Yuchi Bao Lin, who was also a second-generation general. Cheng Yaojin was finally slightly satisfied. Cheng Chimo thought that after catching up with Bao Lin in terms of martial arts, he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief and relax for a long time. However, now that Bao Lin had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi transformation realm, the beautiful vision in his heart was clearly about to be shattered. The kid from a Jingda clan has always been honest. To have such strength at such a young age, this is really unexpected. Below the arena, Li Er could also see Bao Lin's current situation. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Li Zixuan retracted his gaze from the arena. His expression was thoughtful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Although Bao Lin's comprehension is a little lacking, he excels in his diligence. Whether it's during normal times or recently in the military camp, he has always been more hardworking than others. As the saying goes, Diligence makes up for stupidity. This child's unexpected breakthrough today can be considered as a result of his hard work. I'm not too surprised. Hearing that, Lier smiled and said, You're right. This brat's stubbornness takes after Jingda. Duan Jishuan chuckled and echoed, Haha. For Bao Lin to have such strength was the fortune of the great Tang's family of generals. This means that Brother Yuqi has a successor, and also means that my great Tang's family of generals also has a successor in the future. This old man congratulates your majesty. Lier laughed heartily. Xiao Xinggong, who was at the side, forced a smile, but his old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Speaking of which, in today's combat competition, his 2nd Battalion had suffered heavy losses. Not only did they lose soldiers and generals, but because of Lier's punishment, not a single team had made it to the finals. Thus, they had become the battalion with the worst results among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. He was afraid that after today, the 2nd Battalion would become the laughingstock of the other battalions. That was not all. Xiao Xinggong could only blame himself for his bad luck. Who asked him to meet with Lier's gun muzzle? What made Xiao Xinggong feel the most vexed was that he had originally thought that the battle with the A Battalion in the finals would cause the most damage to the experts of the Wu Battalion. This would also be beneficial for the battle between the 2nd Battalion and the Wu Battalion 2 days later. But, facing the strongest team of the A Battalion, Cheng Chumo had defeated Lin Feng and didn't suffer any serious injuries. Now, Yuqi Baolin, who had been severely injured by Tian Wu and couldn't get up, had unexpectedly broken through during the battle. The breakthrough of a martial artist's realm would not only increase their strength, it would also heal some of the internal and external injuries of the body. This meant that after this battle, Yuqi Baolin only needed to rest for 1 or 2 days, and it wouldn't affect his ability to participate in the military competition 2 days later. And at that time, Baolin's strength would be 1 level higher than before. It could also be considered as increasing the combat power of the Wu Battalion. Therefore, Xiao Xinggong didn't have the mood to be happy about Baolin's breakthrough. It was already good enough that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Chapter 2071. In the 2nd round of the competition, Tian Wu had been the one taking the initiative to attack, while Bao Lin had been defending passively. Bao Lin would only attack Tian Wu if he could find a good opportunity while defending. If he couldn't find a good opportunity, he could only take a beating. But now that Bao Lin had broken through to the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm by chance, Bao Lin was no longer weaker than Tian Wu in terms of strength. In addition, Tian Wu had exhausted most of his true Qi in order to defeat Bao Lin, while Bao Lin had just broken through and his aura was at its peak. Under these circumstances, the scales of victory were gradually tipping towards Bao Lin's side. Tian Wu frowned when he saw Bao Lin taking the initiative to attack. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he cautiously chose to defend first. He placed his left palm behind his right palm and met Bao Lin's left fist. Bam! The fist and palm collided in the air, producing a dull sound. Tian Wu was very glad that he had chosen a conservative strategy. Bao Lin's punch was much stronger than he had imagined, and was also very fast. If he had rushed to attack Bao Lin and chosen to attack, he would have been seriously injured by Bao Lin's punch. Bao Lin was already very strong. Now that he had broken through to the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had more than doubled. How could Tian Wu, who had already used up most of his strength, withstand Bao Lin's powerful punch? He was forced back more than 10 steps by Bao Lin's punch before he could stabilize himself. This was the difference in strength brought about by one small stage. Bao Lin, who had broken through, was simply too strong. Tian Wu had a bad feeling. He wondered if he would lose this round. If that happened, he would really become the laughingstock of the entire 1st Battalion. He couldn't lose, especially not to Bao Lin, who had just joined the Black Armored Army as a rookie. Tian Wu gritted his teeth and shook his slightly numb wrist. He took a deep breath and stomped his feet. His entire body was like a ray of light as he sped towards the Bao Lin's location. Bao Lin's strength was no longer weaker than his. In fact, Bao Lin was even stronger than him in some aspects. Tian Wu felt that his only advantage was his speed. He had to use his speed advantage to attack and quickly injure Bao Lin. Only then would he have a chance of winning. If he stayed put and defended passively, he would definitely lose. After all, in terms of strength and defense, he was no match for Bao Lin. Seeing Tian Wu take the initiative to attack, Bao Lin wasn't afraid. After all, his current strength was no longer the same as before. It wouldn't be so easy for Tian Wu to injure him again. Bao Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at Tian Wu's figure. He secretly circulated his true qi, preparing to defend and counterattack at any moment. Even though more than half of his true qi had been consumed, Tian Wu's speed was still very fast. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived 3 meters in front of Bao Lin. However, he didn't attack directly. Instead, he moved slightly and flashed once more. In the next moment, 4 Tian Wus appeared around Bao Lin. Moreover, these 4 Tian Wus actually used the same move to attack Bao Lin. Phantom. Previously, when Tian Wu's figure moved too quickly, people would often see a series of afterimages. However, this phenomenon could no longer be called an afterimage. It was an illusion that could attack people. Chapter 2072. In the arena of the Black Armored Army's camp, Tian Wu, who had been sent flying, retreated a dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. He was kneeling on one knee, and his right arm was hanging limply. He looked like he had no strength left. He was about to raise his head when he felt something sweet in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Bao Lin, who had broken through, had only used one punch to severely injure him. What he couldn't understand was how Bao Lin had managed to find his real body among the phantoms. One had to know that this was his ultimate trump card. In the past, when he was fighting one-on-one in the military camp, he had used this move to defeat many other powerful opponents. When he saw that Tian Wu had fallen to the ground and was injured, Bao Lin didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue Tian Wu, because Tian Wu had always treated him with respect during the battle before this. At this moment, Bao Lin naturally had no reason to take advantage of this opportunity to heavily injure Tian Wu. He lifted his feet and walked towards Tian Wu at a leisurely pace. He wanted to pull Tian Wu up from the ground. "How did you find me?" A pair of feet suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Tian Wu raised his head and looked at Bao Lin, who was about to reach out to him. This was the biggest question in his mind. Even if he had lost the competition, he had to figure it out. Bao Lin was slightly taken aback by Tian Wu's question. He scratched his head subconsciously and replied, "Although your movements are very powerful, and each of your phantoms looks very real, I can't feel any murderous aura from the other phantoms. I can't say it's murderous aura, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Anyway, I just feel that you're more alive than the other 3 phantoms." Bao Lin's words were without rhyme or reason. Others might not know what he was talking about, but Tian Wu got what Bao Lin was trying to say. His expression changed slightly, and his body trembled. After being stunned for a moment, Tian Wu muttered to himself in a daze, "That's right. I'm more alive than the phantoms." "Alive, huh? So that's how it is. I get it now." Tian Wu's dazed eyes gradually became clear. He was about to stand up, but Bao Lin quickly squatted down, grabbed his arm, and pulled him up from the ground. In the Black Armored Army's camp, on the arena, Tian Wu, who had been sent flying, retreated more than 10 steps before he finally stabilized himself. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee with his right arm hanging down naturally. He looked like he had no strength left. Just as he was about to raise his head, he suddenly felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. One punch. Bao Lin, who had broken through, had only used one punch to severely injure him. What puzzled him even more was how Bao Lin had managed to find his real body among the phantoms. One had to know that this was his trump card. In the past, when he was fighting one-on-one in the military camp, he had used this move to defeat many other powerful opponents. When he saw that Tian Wu had fallen to the ground and was injured, Bao Lin didn't seize the opportunity to attack him. because Tian Wu had always treated Bao Lin courteously during the battle before this. At this moment, Bao Lin naturally had no reason to seize this opportunity to heavily injure Tian Wu. He lifted his foot and walked unhurriedly in the direction where Tian Wu was. He wanted to pull the ladder up from the ground. Ow! How did you find me? A pair of feet suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Tian Wu raised his head and looked at Bao Lin, who was standing in front of him and was about to reach out his hand. Chapter 2073. Bao Lin's unexpected victory gave the other members of the Wu Battalion a great boost of morale. Everyone gathered together and celebrated for a long time. At this time, the referee walked towards them. Shen Mu was facing the direction where he could see the referee walking over. He quickly said to everyone, "Let's go." All right, Bao Lin's victory over Tian Wu is worth celebrating. But don't forget that this match is a best-of-5 match system. We have only won 2 matches so far. We need to win 1 more match to be considered successful. Shen Mu paused for a moment, glancing at Xianxia and Bao Lin, then continued, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. At first, I felt that we were already satisfied to be able to enter the finals, because I knew that the few teams standing in front of us, especially the first team of the 1st Battalion, were much stronger than us. It was impossible for us to get the first place. However, Chumo and Bao Lin relied on their unyielding willpower to win 2 matches for our team. Now, if I still aim to enter the finals, how can I be worthy of Chumo and Bao Lin's sacrifice? So, brothers, we only have one goal now, and that is to get first place. Although Team I is strong, we only need to win 1 more match to defeat them." Hearing Shen Mu's words, Wang Rong and Xiao Ming both got excited. They waved their fists and said in unison, "That's right. We must get first place." The referee walked over at this time. He looked at Shen Mu and asked, "Captain Shen, who from your team will go up for this round?" This was the 3rd round. According to the round, it was Team I, Wu Camp's turn to send out a member first. Hearing this, Wang Rong looked at Shen Mu and volunteered, "Captain Shen, let me go up for the next round." Logically speaking, he should be the strongest member of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion. Previously, Chumo and Bao Lin had won 2 matches in a row, which gave Wang Rong a lot of motivation and confidence. He felt that if Chumo and Bao Lin could do it, then he would be able to do it as well. And just now, Shenmu had said that as long as they won 1 more match, then they would be considered to have successfully defended their position. And as the strongest member of Team 1 of the Wu Battalion on the surface, he had also received a lot of care in the previous matches, so he didn't participate much in the matches, which allowed him to preserve his strength. Now was the time for him to contribute to his team. Shen Mu hadn't spoken when Xiao Ming retorted, "No, let me do it. If the other party sees old Wang beside us, Dizhong-sun will definitely take action personally." Dizhong-sun, this name was the most insurmountable mountain in their hearts. Although Wang Rong was the strongest person on their side, if he were to go up against Dizhong-sun, he would not have the slightest chance of victory. Wang Rong frowned and said, "Impossible. In all the previous matches, Dizhong-sun had never made a move. It's only the 3rd round now, and it's not the last round yet. How can he make an exception and fight?" Obviously, Wang Rong knew that he couldn't beat Dizhong-sun, but he didn't think that Dizhong-sun would make an exception in the 3rd round. Wouldn't that be breaking the rule of bullying the weak? As an expert in the military, how could Dizhong-sun not have this bit of pride? Xiao Ming retorted again, "Just because he didn't attack before doesn't mean that he won't attack now. Now that they've lost 2 matches in a row, and the players they sent out for those 2 matches weren't weak. Now that you're on the field, how could Dizhong-sun not make a move? If he still doesn't make a move, their team will be directly eliminated." Chapter 2074. "Captain, they have sent Wang Rong, who is going up on our side." On the other side, after seeing Wang Rong walk towards the center of the stage, one of the members asked without waiting for the referee to speak, "Captain, let me go up. I have the confidence to deal with that Wang Rong." A tan middle-aged soldier with a short beard said to Dizhong-sun. Although he was the same as Wang Rong and was also in the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage, He was confident that he could beat Wang Rong. Needless to say, the soldiers of the A camp were all very confident. Dijong's son frowned and didn't speak. At this moment, the referee had already walked in front of them and asked, "Third round, Captain D, who is going up on your side?" Dijong's son pursed his lips, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "I'll go up." What? After saying this, the few members of the A camp and the referee were all shocked. After all, in the previous few rounds of the competition, Dijong's son had never gone up on stage. Why would he personally go up on stage in the third round this time? Dijong's son didn't care about the shocked attitude of the crowd. He casually moved his arms and sighed. "Hey, watching the few of you fight so many rounds below, my hands have been itching for a long time. Now that our side has lost 2 rounds in a row, I can't continue to watch from the sidelines. Or else if we lose another round, our team will be directly eliminated." Huh, that's good too. Now I finally have the chance to go up on stage, and no one will say that I'm bullying the weak. At the end of his speech, Dijong's son actually started laughing heartily. It seems like in his heart, he completely didn't take the first 2 rounds of the A camp's first team's loss seriously. He was even a little glad that Lin Feng and Tian Wu failed. Because of this, he, a Qi transforming advanced stage expert, could finally legitimately go up the stage to compete, and he wouldn't be accused of bullying the weak. After all, he is a Qi transforming stage expert. There are very few people in the army who can match him. Only those middle and high-ranking generals who have experienced hundreds of battles can fight with him. "Captain, they have sent Wang Rong, who's going up on our side." On the other side, after the A camp saw Wang Rong walk towards the center of the stage, one of the members asked without waiting for the referee to speak, "Captain, let me go up. I have the confidence to deal with Wang Rong." A tanned middle-aged soldier with a short beard said to Dijong's son. Although he and Wang Rong were both at the middle stage of Qi condensation, he was confident that he could defeat Wang Rong. It had to be said that the soldiers of the A battalion were all very confident. Dijong's son frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, the referee walked up to them and asked, "Third round, Captain D, who is going to fight on your side?" Dijong's son pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll go." What? When those words were spoken, the members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Dijong's son had said the same words. The members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Dijong's son had said the same words. The members of the A camp's first team and the referee were all greatly shocked. After all, in the previous rounds of the competition, Dijong's son had said the same words. Chapter 2075. Be careful. In the arena of the black armored troops, Dijong's son spread his legs slightly and assumed a defensive stance. It was obvious that he wanted Wang Rong to make the first move. Wang Rong knew that Dijong's son was stronger than him, so he didn't hold back. He cupped his fists and his eyes narrowed. With a flash, he charged towards Dijong's son. Wang Rong didn't throw any punches or kicks. He didn't use any physical moves. He simply used his body as a weapon and used the mountain lean to slam into Dijongsuan's waist. Dijong's son narrowed his eyes and didn't dodge. He bent his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. At this moment, Wang Rong was already charging towards him. Bam! The two of them collided with a dull sound. Dijong's son frowned and took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and exclaim, "Not bad." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Before he planned to take Wang Rong's move head-on, he didn't think that Wang Rong would be able to move him. After all, his lower body skills were very solid. But now, he was actually pushed back several steps by Wang Rong's move. This showed that Wang Rong indeed had some strength. Wang Rong didn't know what Dijong's son was thinking. When he heard Dijongsuan's words, he was a little angry. He subconsciously thought that Dijong's son was mocking him. After all, he had used all his strength in a mountain lean. But Dijong's son only frowned slightly and took a few steps back. It was obvious that he dealt with the attack easily. It was as if he was playing. When Dijong's son said, "Not bad," at this moment, Wang Rong naturally felt that Dijong's son was being sarcastic. Be careful. In the arena of the black armored troops, Dijong's son spread his legs slightly and assumed a defensive stance. It was obvious that he wanted Wang Rong to make the first move. Wang Rong knew that Dijong's son was stronger than him, so he didn't hold back. He cupped his fists and his eyes narrowed. With a flash, he charged towards Dijong's son. Wang Rong didn't throw any punches or kicks. He didn't use any physical moves. He only used his body as a weapon and used the mountain lean to slam into Dijong's waist. Dijong's son narrowed his eyes and didn't dodge. He bent his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. At this moment, Wang Rong was already charging towards him. Bam! The two of them collided with a dull sound. Dijong's son frowned and took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at Wang Rong and exclaimed, "Not bad." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Before he decided to take on Wang Rong's attack, he didn't think that Wang Rong would be able to move him. After all, his lower body skills were very solid. But now he was forced to take a few steps back by Wang Rong's attack. This showed that Wang Rong was indeed quite strong. Wang Rong didn't know what Dijong's son was thinking. Anyway, after hearing Dijong's words, he was a little angry. He subconsciously thought that Dijong's son was mocking him. After all, he had used all his strength in the mountain lean. But Dijong's son only frowned slightly and took a few steps back. It was obvious that he dealt with the attack easily. It was as if he was playing. Hearing Dijong's son say "not bad" at this moment, Wang Rong naturally felt that Dijong's son was being sarcastic. Chapter 2076. Dijong's son indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face, saving Wang Rong from serious injury. In reality, he wasn't satisfied with this fight. Halfway through the fight, he felt that Wang Rong wasn't using his full strength and seemed to be holding back. At that time, he understood why Wang Rong was like this. He didn't want to be seriously injured because in 2 days' time, it would be the battle between the 2nd and 5th battalions. Therefore, from the start, this match could only be considered as a normal exchange of martial arts, and not a duel where one gave their all. Wang Rong wouldn't be like Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin, who didn't care about anything on the stage. Even at the risk of being seriously injured, he would still try his best to win the match. While he was attacking, he still reserved a portion of his strength for defense, to prevent himself from being seriously injured. It was because of this reason that Dijong's son didn't feel satisfied. He even felt that fighting with Wang Rong wasn't as interesting as fighting with Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin. At least Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin would give their all and exchange injuries with him, while Wang Rong wouldn't. But even so, Dijong's son still didn't cause any serious injuries to Wang Rong. And when the match was set, he even gave Wang Rong a few words of advice. 1st Battalion, 1st Team, 3rd round, Dijong's son wins. The referee's hearing was good. After hearing Wang Rong admit defeat, he hurriedly opened his mouth and announced loudly, "The result of this round, at least it wasn't out of my expectations." The referee secretly sighed in his heart. 2 days later, when your battle with the 2nd Battalion ends, you'll have to fight with me again. Dijong's son indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face, saving Wang Rong from serious injury. In reality, he wasn't satisfied with this fight. Halfway through the fight, he felt that Wang Rong wasn't using his full strength and seemed to be holding back. At that time, he understood why Wang Rong was like this. He didn't want to be seriously injured because in 2 days' time, it would be the battle between the 2nd and 5th battalions. Therefore, from the very beginning, this competition could only be regarded as a normal exchange, an exchange of pointers in martial arts, and not an all-out duel. Wang Rong would not be like Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin, who were fearless in the ring. Even at the risk of being seriously injured, he would do his best to win the match. While he was attacking, he would also reserve a portion of his strength for defense to prevent himself from being seriously injured. It was precisely because of this reason that Dijong's son was not satisfied. He even felt that fighting with Wang Rong was not as interesting as fighting with Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin. At the very least, Cheng Chumo and Bao Lin would go all out and trade injuries with him, but Wang Rong would not. Even so, Dijong's son didn't go overboard and didn't inflict any serious injuries on Wang Rong. Moreover, he even gave Wang Rong a few words of advice when victory was certain. 1st Battalion, 1st Team, 3rd round, Dijong's son wins. The referee's hearing was pretty good. After hearing Wang Rong admit defeat, he quickly opened his mouth and announced loudly, "The result of this round is finally within my expectations." The referee secretly sighed in his heart. 2 days later, when your battle with the 2nd Battalion ends, you'll have to fight with me again. Dijong's son indeed didn't have any deep enmity with Wang Rong, so his final punch was stopped just 3 inches away from Wang Rong's face. Chapter 2077. Before the start of the match between the 1st Team of the A Battalion and the 1st Team of the E Battalion, no one had expected that it would be such a stalemate. At first, almost everyone thought that the 1st Team of the A Battalion would take away the 1st Team of the E Battalion with a score of 3-0. But unexpectedly, the 1st Team of the E Battalion actually won 2 matches in a row with a huge advantage. Therefore, everyone thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would make a big upset in this match and eliminate the 1st Team of the A Battalion. But who would have thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would actually lose 2 matches in a row, completely destroying the lead that they had obtained previously? The process of this match was really full of twists and turns, causing the spectating soldiers to feel a wave of emotions. A match that required 3 wins out of 5 matches had now become a deciding match. In the last match, the captains of both teams didn't even need to consider who to send out, because there was only 1 member left from each team that hadn't gone up yet. Therefore, the referee directly shouted out, "The 5th round of the A Battalion's challenge. The 1st Team of the A Battalion, Han Chong, versus the 1st Team of the E Battalion, Shunmu." Match begin. Han Chong was an expert who had just stepped into the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage 3 months ago, while Shunmu was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. His strength was weaker than Han Chong, but Shunmu was good at adapting and strategizing, so there might be a miracle. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat the strong in the end. In the center of the arena, Han Chong and Shunmu cupped their fists together. The match had officially begun. The overall strength of the 1st Team of the A Battalion was obviously much higher than the 1st Team of the E Battalion. Originally, they could have easily eliminated the 1st Team of the E Battalion in the first few matches, but in the end, it was dragged to the last match. As the last member of the 1st Team of the A Battalion to go up, Han Chong actually felt a lot of pressure. This match was very important to him and the 1st Team of the A Battalion. If he lost, the 1st Team of the A Battalion would be completely eliminated and become the laughingstock of the entire army. Therefore, he definitely couldn't lose this match. Before the match between the 1st Team of the A Battalion and the 1st Team of the E Battalion, no one had expected it to be such a stalemate. At first, almost everyone thought that the 1st Team of the A Battalion would directly take down the 1st Team of the E Battalion with a score of 3-0. But unexpectedly, the 1st Team of the E Battalion actually won 2 rounds in a row with a limitless advantage. Therefore, everyone thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would make a big upset in this match and eliminate the 1st Team of the A Battalion. But who would have thought that the 1st Team of the E Battalion would actually lose 2 matches in a row, completely destroying the lead that they had obtained previously? The process of this competition was really full of twists and turns, causing the hearts of the spectating soldiers to rise and fall. A best-of-5 match had now become a deciding game. In the last game, the captains of both teams did not need to consider who to send out, because there was only 1 player left from each team who had not appeared yet. Therefore, the referee directly shouted, "Let's go." The 5th round of the A Camp's challenge, Team 1 Han Chong of the A Camp versus Team 1 Shunmu of the E Camp. Begin. Han Chong was an expert who had just stepped into the middle stage of the Qi transforming stage 3 months ago, while Shunmu was in the early stage of the Qi transforming stage. In terms of strength, he was weaker than Han Chong, but Shunmu was good at adapting and strategizing, so a miracle might happen. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat the stronger team in the end. In the center of the arena, Han Chong and Shunmu cupped their fists together. The match had officially begun. The overall strength of the first team of the A Battalion was obviously much higher than the first team of the E Battalion. Originally, they could have easily eliminated the first team of the E Battalion in the first few matches. But in the end, it was dragged to the last match. As the last member of the first team of the A Battalion to appear, Han Chong actually felt a lot of pressure. This match was very important to him and the first team of the A Battalion. If he lost, the first team of the A Battalion would be completely eliminated and become the laughing stock of the entire army. Therefore, he definitely could not lose this match.